Hello everyone, this is What If Fanfic. And today I'll bring you What If Naruto dated both Artemis and Athena the movie. The link to the story will be in the description. If you want to hear a fanfiction, please comment down below. Now on to the story. Uzumaki Naruto sighed. It had been what the calendar marked as 3 years since he had arrived in the new dimension that he lived in. When he first arrived in that world he had been hopelessly lost. All he really knew is that the people talked a variety of different languages and had technology and architect that was very different than what he was used to. He spent about a month just listening to people talk and stealing food with his ninja skills. That was also something he noticed. Everyone had no chakra, absolutely none. When he first tried his Senin mode he could sense the people but they held no chakra. Of course at the time he had just assumed that he was blown away to some land that knew nothing of the war, but that thought was going away slowly. It was impossible to live without chakra, but that was when the thought crossed him that maybe they were a different species of human. He thought he must have arrived in a different planet filled with aliens, but after thinking about it, he was the alien. Who knows what kind of things they would do to him if they found out. So he decided to lay low. He was in hostile territory for all he knew, and while he knew he was an impulsive person, he had to restrain himself far beyond what he was used to. Of course the threat of being a science experiment also helped motivate him. He began his hardest journey ever. Reading. Of course, if it was just a bit of reading he wouldn't have minded, but he had to read millennium of things that happened. But how? Surely such an advanced civilization such as the one he resided in held many documents and history books about the world, right? That was when he turned around and spotted the big sign that said library. He felt stupid. When he walked in there, he didn't know that he needed certain information, that he didn't know what it was, so he had to resort to shinobi skills. He snuck in and created a handful of cage bunshine in order to learn what was going on. Thankfully, with so many years working as a shinobi, he was trained to memorize details with minimal problem, and that was not exempt from a book. He read a good-sized book about the country's history, which he read was separated from another country centuries ago. It was pretty interesting, especially this internet thing he read about. A form of accessing an infinite amount of knowledge right in the privacy of your own home. It was staggering. While he got more information from his clones, he was at a loss. Apparently the era of shinobi, or if they actually existed, died over 500 years ago. People really didn't need shinobi, and as it stood he was more of a over-specialized bodyguard. But he had to start somewhere, so the first thing he needed to do is have documents that he actually existed. Next was finding somewhere to live. It wasn't hard to get enough money for a down payment on a cheap house. All he had to do was steal a bit from every civilian he came across. In between $5 to $10 was enough. Multiply it by 50 or 100 and he was set for a month or two. He had to take a few jobs as a bodyguard first. It was slow, but he got around, and thanks to his most used jutsu, he really had no problem from there on out. After a year or so, he decided to actually start studying. He was getting bored of being a guard and it wouldn't hurt to have a diploma in the future. Maybe be a teacher. He had an apprentice before, why not make it a class worth? It was strange. If anyone saw him from the elemental nations right now, they would have called him a fake. But that comes with being the most unpredictable ninja in the world. Do what they don't expect. Then he started thinking of what had happened to his former home. The fourth shinobi world took its toll on everyone. After Obito, formerly known as Tobi, the leader of Akatsuki, was defeated with Uchiha Sasuke, putting an end to the Uchiha bloodline, there was a severe repercussion in the ninja world. He had set Kurama free, agreeing that the Baijuu, once they emerged, would enter a stage of hibernation to not disturb humanity unless close to destroying themselves. It was a hard thing to do, but it had to be done. But not before he learned from Kurama that his body was slowly starting to create a new chakra network, allowing for Yuki to be created inside him. The world had seen the horrors of what the war did to the planet and decided to let go of their hatred and start progressing with technology and medical advancements. The world was turning for the better at a fast rate, and while shinobi were still everywhere, they all agreed to seal the most dangerous items away to not bring any more misfortune. But how? Fortunately there was an answer. Who else could seal everything away but an Uzumaki? Naruto had delved into Fuinjutsu like a madman drinking alcohol. He found himself being able to think clearly for the first time. He later discovered that because of the Shiki Fun, half his thought process was sealed away, and thus he was only running at half brain power, and considering he wasn't a total idiot, then he was pretty smart. With the help of Cage Bunshine, his matured mind, and the help of everyone, he quickly rose to being a seal master worthy of being an Uzumaki. Thus he began the last mission he would do with Konohagakure before becoming a wanderer and helping the world along with its salvation. However, he forgot about one thing. When you mix various deadly, finely crafted weapons that react to the slightest chakra along with nature chakra and demonic chakra and the affect it was causing on a very complicated sealing array, things went from bad to holy fucking shit. Luckily he managed to keep it contained and protected the world from being sucked into a some-time vortex thing. But he got sent through. He sighed to himself, it had now been 3 years since. He had been studying for a year now and he had passed his high school diploma test or whatever they called it half a year ago. He entered a nice university where he was free to learn whatever he wanted. But lately he was starting to get interested in Greek mythology. He wondered why in the world were there so many gods, but considering the religion in the world, he was skeptical, but it was still amazing to learn about it and the heroes of the past. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Ares, Hera, Hermes and many more, how each god ruled over a certain thing is what threw Naruto off. Why couldn't there be just like a handful of gods? But then again the Titans were pretty much jerks from what he read about Kronos. Nowadays he spent most of his time in the library reading on campus. He was looking through books when he found a book he had been looking for a while. While he had read about many gods, he had yet to find much about goddesses, and now was a good time to do some reading on it. Just as he grabbed the spine of the book, another hand grabbed the bottom portion of the book. She had black hair and had alluring gray eyes. Now that he thought about it, he rarely saw gray eyes. Red, green, blue, black and even pink he has seen, but gray was a rare one. She was beautiful, she was smaller than Naruto and had eyes that seemed as if they calculated everything. Naruto smiled and gave out a sigh. He thought she was beautiful, but with his time with Jiraiya, he had come to know that beauty was only skin deep. Of course that lesson didn't sink in until he recovered his brain back. He could always read it some other time. He grabbed the book and gave it to the Ravenette and giving her a sheepish smile. "Here, you can have it," he said, rubbing his hand on the back of his head. As he was leaving, the women decided to speak. "Do you need to book by any chance?" she asked. Naruto shook his head. "No, lately I've been interested in Greek mythology, and since I've been reading a lot about the gods of Olympus, I decided I was going to start learning about the goddesses," he said. "Starting with Athena?" she asked. Naruto shrugged. "Good place to start. Goddess of wisdom and battle, sounds like a woman that has a story or 10 to tell." "Good point," the woman said. Internally she was smiling. "Goodbye then." Naruto waved at the woman who waved back. It would be a week before he saw the women again. From then on they came into constant contact with each other. He didn't know whether to be cautious or if he was being paranoid. But he quickly threw that idea away because at worst all he could get was a girl to fall in love with him. There was no assassination attempt at him in this world. Her name was Eliza. Apparently she majored in history. She was a kind woman but a very disciplined one. She refused to indulge herself in something. For example, one time she wanted dessert but restrained herself because it would be a bit selfish. Naruto just rolled his eyes and bought her some damn ice cream. They got along pretty well except for the fact that Naruto pretty much made her world very fun. It could be written as complicated. Not in the bad sense, but they just got into some crazy stuff, like somehow they ended up in a crime scene and they were the main suspects. Another time when they had to chase a damn dog all over the campus to retrieve Tsunade's necklace that she got him after the war. She was smart and admitted that even if he did annoy her, she wouldn't have traded it for the world. The main topic they mostly talked about was Greek mythology. They would talk and argue for hours, but it was all in good fun. They hung out a lot. He wasn't sure how to feel, honestly. Sure, he had his fair share of flings despite his idiot self liking Sakura. On his travels with Jiraiya, the old bastard dragged him into brothels. At first he was very embarrassed to see a bunch of pretty nei-chans walking around in skimpy outfits. Apparently they found that he was easily embarrassed very cute. They talked a lot and some even offered him a bit of service. While he declined, saying he liked a girl already, and when he described her, they frowned but accepted it, but not before adding their own advice, such as making a woman happy and what to do in bed. It was very embarrassing to learn the birds and bees from them. Then puberty set in. It became extremely hard not to fall for his natural urges. Finally, after some convincing from Jiraiya that he was a ninja and he might as well enjoy it, and an 8chan with red hair that he kind of had the hots for offered him, well, let's just say that he was glad that he was a practical learner and his stamina, he still giggled till this day of what he did. Of course he didn't have sex with every girl he met, he only did it when he thought it would mean a lot to the girl. Apparently he was really likable everywhere but inside Konoha. When he got back to Konoha, he tried to ask Sakura to a date but she rejected the offer. From there he gained the title of being a pervert. But really, could you blame him? Everyone else had parents or a clan to teach them while he raised himself. His only parental figures were Iruka, who was a gentleman pervert, Kakashi, who read porn in public, Jiraiya, who wrote the porn, and Tsunade, who was an alcoholic. He really couldn't help his own hormonal thoughts because there was no one to tell him it was wrong. It was just Sakura or Tsunade with their monstrous strength, who were the type to strike before asking questions or explaining. While he liked Eliza and he was sure it could lead to more, He felt like he needed to clear his head for a bit before going into a relationship. Naruto treasured her friendship. She became the most important thing in the world to him, seeing as she was his first friend. He really didn't want to lose that, so he ignored the hint she dropped. Apparently that encouraged her. Women are so complicated. About 4 months from their meeting, Naruto decided to take a break and go train a bit to make sure that he wasn't rusty. Of course, Eliza was a bit worried when he hadn't told her where, but she let it drop. Naruto journeyed to a secluded area in a nature reserve. It was easy to get in and easy to hide under a bit of fuinjutsu. He could tell that there was something going on with the world he landed. There was a strange mist around, but he decided to leave it be. He really didn't want to get involved with the world's problems. Normally he would have been all for getting involved, but learning about guns, bombs and whatever legendary monsters, he wasn't eager. Of course he knew the monsters were dead, but with his luck, he wouldn't bet on it. He wondered if he should have thought it through. He was in the woods without a place to sleep except the trees. Oh well, he slept in weirder places. It was like he was suddenly hit by a lightning bolt. He still had the scroll filled with super powerful shit of mass destruction. He could make all kinds of things with Raijin no Ken, slicing up trees, using Seimata to shave of anything. There was probably stuff on elemental manipulation, and from what he learned from science, he could literally combine elements. Screw you bloodline limits. He could replicate anything. Oh, how he wanted to do Haku's mirror onage moves. The world's language was getting to Naruto. It was very fun experimenting with the elements. One of his favorite things to do was instant explosion. He understood that when wind was compressed it became hot or something like that, and eventually, boom. Instant Bakuten, or explosion release / style as translated into English. He was learning how to manipulate Makuten, out of pure awesomeness, also because he wanted to make a house like Yamato Taiku. Good thing he had incredible memory. While he would have just ignored it like all other hand signs, he thought it would be good to remember them in case someone could do the same technique. So far he had managed to grow a single tree. It was an awesome tree. It was big, thick and strong. He was proud of his baby. He really needed to rest. He had made amazing progress in the last month. He thought maybe he was spreading himself too far apart, but it wasn't like he had anyone to test himself with. After all, he doubted he could be beaten even if he was rusty as hell. He decided to meditate. Maybe he could connect to nature now. It was strange. The first time he had tried using Sage Mode, he felt another presence all around him. It was like there was a being that ruled over nature. But luckily the being didn't notice, because he didn't take nature's powers, he let it flow into him and use it. He was not stealing power, merely becoming a closed river that split on the way to the ocean. Yeah, he didn't get it either, but Eliza was getting to him. He felt something, a presence. It wasn't the regular presence like a regular human's. It felt higher. It was human-like, that was for sure, but it possessed something he couldn't describe. But it was alone and it was heading straight for him. He really couldn't underestimate his enemy, but posing as a regular human was best right now. Whatever the superhuman was, it clearly lived for a long time, so it was better not to piss it off. But all he had was a bow he used for hunting some game that he made from his baby. He had no choice but to go with that. How he wished he could find a blacksmith to make kunai and shuriken. Masking his presence, he hid on top of the tree he called his baby and notched the arrow. He remained perfectly calm and slowed his heart, using the bare essential of oxygen to survive. He noticed that as the thing got closer, that it was a human. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman. She had auburn hair that reminded him of the Mizukage's hair and had the strangest shade of silvery yellow eyes he's ever seen. The only place he saw the same color was off the moon. She was a beauty, almost breathtaking honestly, but he had no time to think more. She approached the tree he was hidden in, and in a strange language, she seemed to be talking to the tree. What was more shocking was that the tree reacted. What the hell? Some kind of nature magic? His shock made his grip soften and fly in between the descending branch and the women. Apparently the women's reflexes were fast enough to jump away before the arrow hit the floor. Shit. He thought. He really didn't want to start a fight, especially against an all-powerful woman. Those were always the dangerous ones. The women pulled a bow out of nowhere and fired a silvery arrow at him. Naruto reacted fast and jumped out of the way, landing directly in the women's eyesight, and each one had an arrow notched ready to shoot if necessary. She has amazing reaction time and perception. Naruto thought. She immediately grasped the surrounding around her and reacted instantly by firing an arrow that would have pierced his head. Who are you? They both said. They stopped for a bit to register what they said. What are you doing here? Again they both said it at the same time. Why did you fire an arrow at me? She said, with an irritated voice. Naruto couldn't exactly fault her. She was just shot at for no reason. He would be pissed too. Sorry, that was an accident. I was not expecting a person to be here, or the tree moving on its own, he said. The women's eyes widened slightly. You saw that? It was more of a statement than a question. Yeah, that tree is a weird one, who would have thought it could move on its own, he said, trying to blame superstition. The tree? She asked. Yeah, this tree's done weird things like grow from a seed to a tree practically overnight, and I swear I've seen it move itself before, he said, lowering his bow and looking at the tree. The women seemed relieved and didn't say anything, but then she had to ask. Now, who are you? She said. The name is Uzumaki Naruto, and you are? My name is Artemis. Artemis could say that it was the first time she had met a person like Uzumaki Naruto. He was a one-in-a-billion kind of guy. He was many things: kind, rude, clumsy, smart-ish, and most of all competitive. He gave of an air of confidence, but he was so childish in her opinion. But she couldn't blame him because right now. Screw you. My name is awesome. Your parents lack originality, naming you after a goddess, Naruto shouted. What kind of name is Fishcake? You have no right to criticize, she said. No right my ass. GRR, hold still so I can rearrange your face, because she was being childish too. Make me Archer girl. I planned a whiskers. It was strange, usually she was pretty reserved. She had an excellent grasp of her emotions and rule over her self-discipline, but this guy. Maybe it was because he reminded her of her brother and right now they were mock fighting? Nah, her brother Apollo didn't have whiskers. The guy just seemed to ignite something inside her. Maybe it was that competitive side of her that she had not felt in many years. Ha! I won, take that, you prude. He smirked. God, she just wanted to wipe the grin off his face. GRR, best 6'11", she yelled out. Why were they competing again? Oh yeah, they had a short talk after introducing themselves. He was an energetic guy and she admitted that she wasn't exactly a ball of sunshine, she was the opposite, her brother was the sun, literally. Then he mentioned that she was pretty unique. When she asked how, he said that she gave off the aura of someone that could do a lot of things but had to stick up where the sun don't shine. Oh. She was insulted, so she started calling him a degenerate and a vile man and then went on with her usual men are stupid, women are better speeches. Then came personal insults like name calling and such. Then they sort of got into it, a competition that is. I win, now what whisker face? PFTT. 1427. But it was amazing that a human was keeping up with her the freaking goddess of hunt and the moon, she should be mowing this guy down. But she had to admit that it was the most fun that she's had in years. Sure, her hunters gave her a good warm-up, but it just didn't compare to the thrill of a person on the same level as you. She wondered if she should start referring to him as her rival. She hated to admit it, but she was having the time of her life, even more surprising that it was with a male, she still couldn't get over that. While she didn't have men and cursed them to the bottom pits of Tartarus, she still didn't really get along with them. Only ones she got along with were other gods, and that was still shaky at times. Oh, her brother, how she wanted to strangle him sometimes. Hey, don't take out your apparent anger on me, Naruto cried. Oops, sorry. She even let out her frustration on him. Either he was a good listener or he was some sort of special human. Nah. I think we should put a hold on this, Naruto said suddenly. Eh? It's been a week, I was supposed to go back a week ago, don't you have things to do? Naruto asked. He had been right, she still had her godly duties to do and she had to go back to the hunters. How did she not notice how fast the days went? Well, until next time. Naruto waved, as he got his things together and prepared to leave. Wait, she said instinctively before slapping her mouth shut. Huh? Naruto said, looking oblivious.
I want to settle the score. Meet back here in 2 months so we can settle this, she said, grasping straws. She enjoyed her time with him, and she wanted to win. Sometimes she was petty like that.
See you in 2 months then, Naruto said, completely oblivious of any hidden meaning. He was still slow on reading the mood. As Naruto left, Artemis couldn't help but tell herself something. If Aphrodite ever finds out about this, she won't let it go, ever. She thought. She stared at his general direction before remembering what she came to do. Quickly getting enough wood from the special tree to make a bow, she departed. Eliza, otherwise known as Athena, was worried. Naruto was supposed to be back last week, and yet there was no word from him. Of course she knew he could take care of himself, but still she had a right to worry that was in her own head. Who wouldn't when her friend was missing? She had to sit down and think of what could happen to detain him for a week. She felt like a overprotective girlfriend or a wife that was worried that her husband was cheating on her at this point. But she really couldn't help it. She was sure that Uzumaki Naruto was a one of a kind. At first she thought he was an interesting person, and she found him most of the time in a library. She had a thing for smart people, even if he was a silly one. But things just seem to get interesting around him. Whenever they hang out, as they say it nowadays anyways, strange things would happen. She especially found it entertaining when they got involved in that murder mystery. That was the first time it happened in all her mortal/immortal life, and she loved it. He didn't mind any of her flaws either, such as being a bit obnoxious. Hey, being a know-it-all has its drawbacks after all. But he said he didn't mind, and when she showed how self-disciplined she was, he said he found it really cute. She really couldn't look at him in the eye for a week after that. How had she not made him hers already? She was seriously asking herself that. She was a freaking goddess. She should be able to use something in her brain of hers to get him. But no, she actually had to fall for him. She wondered for a second how Aphrodite dealt with all those emotions constantly. Oh, and she loved those whisker marks of his. She had never seen markings like that, and they reminded her of a fox, and the best part is that he purrs when they're rubbed. Hey, even gods think stuff is cute. Well, she finally decided she wasn't going to go on with the platonic friendship they had so far. She was going to snag him, and if he didn't feel the same way, then she'd rock his world. She loved to read, and recent changes on the mortal world influenced her. Damn Japanese people and their hentai, it's everywhere and it's so alluring. Even gods were perverts, they just have centuries of practice hiding it. So she had to take drastic measures. Sure, they would be questionable, but it was acceptable in her mind. She was going to get her man. So much for self-discipline, folks. So she used her godly powers to get his home address, and it wasn't total abuse of power at all. When she arrived, she noticed that it was a pretty ordinary place, a bit above average at best. She walked into the apartment building and looked for his name, Uzumaki Naruto, room number 9. Upon arriving at his door, she felt herself stiffen. What the hell was she doing? She was a freaking goddess, not some love-struck schoolgirl. She should walk into there confident and full of grace. She knocked on the door, but there was no answer. She decided just out of curiosity to turn the knob. It was open. She slowly opened the door and walked inside. She decided it was better to let him know she was here. She walked deeper into the house, passing a few doors and heading toward the living room. "Naruto, are you home?" she asked out loud. "Eliza?" asked a voice behind her. She turned around and blushed. Naruto, in a towel, all wet, his naked body exposed, and he was walking towards her in what seemed to be slow motion, his muscles twitching with every move he made. And then darkness. She wanted to die. Those were her thoughts at the moment. She woke up, or rather jumped up, as somewhere in her sleep, her brain finally caught up to her body and jerked herself awake. Right next to her was Naruto, with an amused grin on his stupid face. "Good morning, Eliza," Naruto said affectionately. Damn it, she should have told him her name, or at least a name closer to her own than Eliza. It was a total buzzkill to be called by another name so affectionately. "I didn't faint, I passed out," was her smartass reply. Naruto couldn't help but laugh out loud. Eliza couldn't stand it and pretty much lashed out at him, kicking him down to the floor and kicking him while he continued to laugh like a madman. Eventually they got tired of what they were doing. "So why are you here?" Naruto asked. "Well, you weren't back and you said you would come back a week ago. What happened?" she asked. "Stuff came up," Naruto answered. She frowned. "Like what?" "Stuff, rivalries, epic battles to decide who would come out on top," he said. He was telling the truth. She knew that, but he was hiding something. But she wanted to know one little teensy weeny thing first. Was this rival a guy or a girl? Oh, a girl, he said honestly. It didn't really matter to him. Athena was reviewing things in her head. Naruto was held up for a whole week by some random slut claiming they were rivals. Of course it must have been a fling or something, because the women didn't come back with him, and right now she would be damned if she didn't get him now before anyone else did. "Eliza?" Naruto asked. "Yes, Naruto?" Athena responded. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Like what?" she said sweetly. "Like, that? I do not know what you are talking about. That look. It's like a wolf hunting down its prey before doing the deed." Damn, he had good instincts to figure that out. Animal instinct maybe? "Eliza, why are you laughing like a pervert? What were you thinking about?" Naruto started backing up. Eliza got on her knees and started crawling towards him. "Oh, just something very special." "Do you want to find out what it was?" she said, making Naruto back up into a wall. Eliza was practically pressing her body on his. I would definitely like that, but I have classes tomorrow and "Oh no you don't," Athena thought before claiming his lips. Naruto, surprised by her actions, stared at her while she attacked his tongue before closing his eyes. It was amazing, he couldn't stop his hands from roaming her body. His hands eventually came to rest on her ass before giving an experimental squeeze, causing her to moan into his mouth. The action caused Eliza/Athena to move, causing her to rub against his hardening tool. Naruto, still trying to get used to this, blushed as his friend/girlfriend moaned into the kiss before breaking apart. "Since when?" Naruto asked. "It started not too long after I met you. You were just so interesting that I couldn't help but fall for you," she said, although in reality it meant a lot more because it was rare to impress a god. Naruto couldn't help but grin. "You know, since the moment I met you, I always thought you were a babe," he said, and gave another squeeze at her ass again. Eliza blushed at his compliment and was overjoyed by this. "So where does this leave us?" he asked. "Why don't you let me show you?" She smirked. She was definitely going to ride him raw. He won't know what hit him. 2 days later, Athena woke up to find herself in an unfamiliar bed. She pulled the sheets off of her and gave a big yawn while stretching. Just then she realized that she was naked. As she stood up, she found herself experiencing a very sore nether region, but she didn't mind. It was a very good feeling. That, and she felt it from her ass too. Just what the hell did they do? Suddenly the memories started coming back to her. The 24-hour experience left her amazed. How the hell did he keep going? Oh, she didn't even know she was that flexible. She felt very sated at the moment. She found a pile of clothes on top of a desk with a towel and thought Naruto must have left it for her. He was sweet like that, she told herself. She entered the shower and reviewed just what happened and what will happen. She finally got her man. She was giddy at the fact that she could call Naruto hers. Take that, mysterious rival women. Far away, Artemis sneezed. But now she had to tell the truth to Naruto. Just how exactly would she do it and when? She couldn't just walk up to him and then tell him, "My name is Athena, you know, the Greek goddess. Yeah, I'm immortal and you totally banged a god." That totally sounded better in her mind. There was still to tell him that if she got pregnant, that their child would be a half-god and that various monsters would come hunting the child for fame/power or whatever evil people tend to plot nowadays. Maybe she should wait a few months. She just remembered how he milked her for all she was worth. Focus. She told herself. Oh, and that tongue, oh my god, that was amazing. Kya, she said quietly, she couldn't get her mind off of it. She was lucky she was in the shower. Kitchen, Naruto was cooking breakfast. It became his favorite activity to do. Why? Because the world had so many recipes that he never got bored. There was also the fact that he was cooking for another person. His thoughts were already thinking of building a family. He was happy. Since he was young he wanted a family. He knew he didn't have much of a chance in Konoha. That was why he chose to go and become a wanderer and get a chance to find love. Of course, there was Hinata, who said that she loved him but he just couldn't return the feelings. At best, she was a friend, and at worst she was a stalker. She did nothing to support him except watch from afar and cheer for him, but that was to be expected from a friend. He knew her feelings were honest, but in truth, they were merely admiration. No matter how courageous she became, she still needed his support, but he couldn't do that. He couldn't be her pillar of constant strength. He needed someone that could stand with him, not behind him. If he wanted to become Hokage, he knew it would be a demanding job, and a wife would be the source of his strength. He knew that she could not handle it. Any relationship would become strained until the position could be settled down. He couldn't trust Hinata with that responsibility and be her strength as well as his own. It would lead to things they would both regret. Then there was clan issues. While Hinata said that she would get rid of the caged bird seal, if she married out of the family, clan heir or no, she would be branded, including his own future children. Once that happened, she would no longer be able to be a clan head and thus never accomplishing her dream. Even if he loved Hinata, there was no way he would subject his children to being branded. In this new world, almost anyone had a chance of love, even the stupid people that just look pretty. He was no longer branded an idiot, but then again he was branded a nerd in his current location, so it was a total 180. He really cared for Eliza. She was exactly what he needed if he were to say it honestly. From what he could tell from his parents, his dad kept his mom in check and helped calm her down, otherwise he doubted she could sit still and raise him. It seemed he inherited that from his mother. He needed someone to keep him tied down and behave, and in all honesty, he could see Eliza doing that for him. That was probably why he fell for Sakura in the first place. She was someone that could keep him in line, albeit with violence, but she wasn't all bad, she just had a bit of a temper and was a bit feisty. He blamed his father for liking strong-willed women. She was great in the sack too, that was A+. He definitely needed to thank Anko for teaching him the tongue expansion technique that Orochimaru used. For an evil bastard, he certainly had very erotic techniques now that you think about it. He enjoyed watching her squirm as he was eating her out. He felt Eliza approaching him from the back but held his instincts back. He didn't want to decapitate her. Eliza wrapped her arms around his chest and pressed herself against him. Naruto turned his head to look at her and was captured in a passionate kiss from Eliza. His tongue probed her mouth while she moaned and fought for dominance, but she was quickly defeated. They departed and left a trail of saliva that connected to their mouths. "Morning," she said with a big grin on her face. "That was one hell of a good morning." "I wouldn't mind having one every day," he said. "So does that mean we're an item?" Eliza said, wanting to make sure. If they weren't, then he'd have him smited. I think it sounded more like a proposal in all honesty. That caused the girl to blush. "But yes, we're an item." They smiled at each other. "You know, it's still the weekend. I'm sure we can find something to entertain ourselves with," she said in a husky voice. What could she say? She needed a release. A rather pleasurable release it will be too. All Naruto could do was sum it up in 5 words. "God, I love this woman." "Hey Naruto, where were you born?" Naruto said, with a mouthful of food. "It's just that you never tell me about yourself. All I know how old you are and where you live." "Well, it's not fair that you know so little about me too, but I figured might as well start," she said, holding a burger on her hands. Oh yeah, he was in a bind. It had been about a month since they started dating. To his surprise, nothing really changed. All that happened was that she frequently came to his house now and stayed over for any number of days. Not that he minded, he enjoyed when she came over, especially since she was not shy at all about showing off her body. You would think she'd be uptight and very prim and proper, but behind closed doors. Oh, how he was reminded to show affection to her repeatedly. Apparently, from what she said, she had a lot of pent-up release she's gathered through the years that she needed to release. He didn't mind. He was used to violent outbursts and even dressing downs from his teammates. He was perfect if you thought about it. But now he really wasn't sure what to tell her. How was he going to explain that he was from another world that got sucked into their current world by some freaky mix of some dangerously unstable things, and that he was an assassin and he had enough power to bring the world to its knees, if all the civilians were to go by? The answer: half-truths. It was standard usage in the shinobi interrogation. Many captured ninjas would at some point give up information, but they either contained some truth or lack essential information. But since it was the truth, one cannot pick it up by machines or even using truth serum. Although he didn't know how Anko and Aviki got all their information, maybe they scared the guy so badly he lost his ability to think and blabbed out everything, including how good his wife was in bed. Anko was really easy to bride. That's how he knew that. "I don't really know where I was born. All I know is that I came from a village called Konoha. I don't really know much about my baby days. I'm an orphan," Naruto said with a melancholy smile. While his childhood might not have been the best, he didn't regret it. His parents gave up their lives so that he may live as well as everyone in the village. While they might have feared him for what he contained, he really couldn't blame them. If anything, they helped him grow up to the man he was. He never regretted becoming a Jinchuriki, because in the end he made a lifelong friend. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't want to bring up bad memories," she said. "Don't worry about it, I made the most of it. Now look at me. I'm going to a university, I have a home that I'm comfortable in, and I have a hot girlfriend. How much more can I ask for?" Naruto said with a smile. It also seemed to help change the subject. "A family for one." She chimed in. "Yeah, that's a good point. Wait, what?" Naruto turned his head fast that it almost snapped. He wasn't expecting the subject to change to that. "What? Do you intend to have your way with me and dump me later?" she asked with a raised brow. "No. It's just too soon. I mean, we've barely gone out for a month. I mean, we're still in classes and I don't want to lose you because we got together too fast," Naruto said, his panic evident in his voice. Eliza just giggled. He looked so cute whenever he looked like an idiot. But she had to press on. He wasn't going to live forever and she wanted to spend as much time as a family as possible with him. "You're just looking for excuses. Do you not want to get married? Do you actually have a reason to not get married with me?" she said, poking him in the chest rather hard. His face turned red. She knew how much he liked it when she showed her abrasiveness. He liked it when his girl was feisty, not that she had a problem with that. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't help but think he wanted to spend the rest of his life with the girl. She was perfect in his opinion, which oddly reminded him of his mother that time they met. He barely met his mother and he felt like a mama's boy. But what she said was true, he didn't really have any actual reason not to marry her. It might have been fast, but in reality, due to his ninja mindset, it was relatively okay. "Enjoy it while you can" is what Jiraiya would say before giggling away to find a good spot to peep during their honeymoon. He thanked God that Jiraiya wasn't writing his smut yet until his mother was pregnant. He did not want to read his parents getting their freak on. "Well, I don't really have a problem with it." Naruto dragged on. "Good, now we're officially engaged. Now let's go celebrate," she said, grabbing his arm and dragging him out of the restaurant before managing to pay for their food. I feel like I was just cornered by a beast. I wonder if that's how Dad felt. Naruto thought. What he didn't know is that while Minato was smart, he was inexplicably dense. So much in fact that even with Kushina hanging all over him he didn't get the message. It wasn't until Kushina literally told him up front that they got together. It was also Kushina who proposed to Minato because it took Minato over 4 years to get the timing right. Ironically, it was identical to the conversation he just had with his new fiancée. A month later, Naruto had set out to fight his rival as he started calling the woman now. It was actually very funny when he brought it up to his wife-to-be. Or rather, it was very dangerous. She pretty much walked up to him, grabbed his ball and squeezed them until they hurt and then muttered next to his ear. "These are mine. No one else can grab them." Got it. Needless to say, all he could do was nod. He was excited to face his rival. She was the only one that he knew of that could give him a challenge, and she didn't even question how he got so strong. It was awesome. Sometimes the universe seemed to go in his favor. On the other hand, Artemis had been a bit nervous. She had been thinking about the challenge for 2 months. When she got back to her hunters they were naturally concerned, but she said she found something interesting and decided to stay for a while longer to investigate. She really didn't want the girls to go crazy that she made plans with a man to meet again. Then as the days went by, those thoughts started to get influenced, especially by the chatterbox known as Aphrodite. She kept talking about the men she's met, the fun things they've done and so on, and fights and so on. It seemed that she came to Artemis to side with her for some reason. But as Aphrodite talked, she kept seeing similarities between Aphrodite's dates and her challenge with the blonde. Damn Aphrodite. Why did she have to unintentionally complicate things with the only man that she took an interest in? She felt like a tsundere character from the stories her brother read. Stupid brother, going to Japan just to read and play their porn. She really hoped that the blonde she was thinking about wasn't a pervert. And there she goes again thinking about her rival. That was exactly the reason she didn't want to get into relationships, they complicate things. It wasn't like she never liked men before, but she didn't love, especially the love-crazed ones from before. She wanted women to abstain from sex until they were married, but she wanted them to enjoy sex once they were married. So in reality she had no hate for men specifically, just the crazies. Damn rumors. Just because she didn't like men that were purely attracted to her by looks doesn't mean she was a bitch. Yo. A voice said behind her. Let it be known that on that day, Artemis the goddess of the moon and hunt and all that jazz did not eep out loud. Don't do that. How did you sneak up on me? She yelled. Damn, her heart was pounding. Naruto tried to prevent his snickering. Sorry, I used my super ninja moves to get behind you. That got him a smack behind the head. Stupid answers get a smack on the head. She huffed. It was the truth though. He muttered. He figured that no one would believe him anyway, might as well use it as a joke. Regardless, are you ready to continue? She asked. She wanted to get rid of the blonde, and if that meant beating him senseless then so be it. Actually I wanted to talk about that, he said. Since we're so evenly matched, I thought maybe we should look at this challenge from a different perspective. What do you mean? Artemis asked. Why compete at what we're both good at when we can compete at what we're worst at? We'll never beat each other physically, so why not in some other challenge? You may have a point. They weren't getting anywhere with how they were doing before, so why not? What do you propose? Well, first we have to figure out what we're bad at, Naruto said, his face assuming his thinking pose. Artemis was deep in thought. It wasn't a bad challenge if one thought about it. But still, what was her worst skill? All things hunting was good, she knew how to keep order if being the mother hen in the gods meetings had anything to do about it, but that was all her job. What about her personal life? Well, she had an annoying brother. She had the hunters that she cared for. She had respect from her family. The only thing someone, namely Aphrodite, complained about was her relationship with the opposite sex. She muttered unknowingly. Opposite sex? What? You just muttered opposite sex. You have trouble with guys? He asked. Well, yes, or no, but it's complicated, she said, not wanting to divulge information. She was just a regular human right now. There was no need to turn him into an antelope. Well then, we found your weakness. Naruto couldn't suppress the grin forming on his face. Which is? She asked. You're going to pick up a guy. It was humiliating. Of all the things to do, that damn blonde had to take her to a club. She never liked those places. Loud music, smelled of sweat too much, and the drunk young adults practically had no sense of decency. What was worse was she had to flirt and pick up one of them. This was not her thing, this was not her place. She could see her rival laughing his ass off out of the corner of his eye. That bastard. Her eye was twitching, Oh, how she wanted to turn them into some form of animal right now, maybe even a worm. Maybe even lower, dirt maybe? You'd look like a big thing, my bed. A rather heavily drunk man said, looking around age 23. He was totally intoxicated and was trying to get Artemis, who for the life of her couldn't understand the man's gibberish. No way, she's too hot for you. As for me, well. Another guy to her left cried out. His girlfriend happened to be next to him, smacked him on the head before huffing away. No way, she's mine. Fuck you. She let out a sigh. This was the reason that she never liked places like this. She attracted too many guys, and sometimes women. She never liked that kind of attention, the attention of purely physical relationships. She wanted something on a spiritual level, and back in the old days, women were thought of less than men, so it kind of killed her drive to find someone. Now, I'm sure she'd rather go with me, won't you, beautiful? A rather smooth-looking man said. Oh, she hated those kind of people. The playboys, the suave kinds, or any of those guys that hounded after the girls, especially the drunk ones. But in this day and age she couldn't just whip out her bow and shoot a man in his nads, no, that's illegal. Sometimes she hated the modern age. She felt the man grab her arms and started dragging her away. I'm sure I'll make it worth your while, he said, his teeth practically shining. Oh, that was it, he was getting turned into something lower than dirt. So low the rating would be him, the dirt, the worms in the dirt, the animals crap, the animals, humans, demigods, her hunters, and gods, and then her. About time I found you, I was worried I wouldn't find you, let's go, I bet you're hungry. Naruto suddenly popped out of nowhere in between her and the man. He grabbed her arm before starting to leave. The other man grabbed his shoulders in an attempt to stop him. Hey, where are you going? I'm sure the lady wants to stay here. Isn't that right, beautiful, he said. He didn't notice the fist flying towards his face. Let's go, Naruto said with a cheerful smile, leaving an agonizing victim on the floor. They walked out of the club and it was very quiet between them. Neither of them wanted to speak to each other, because they felt if they opened their mouth they would make it much worse. Naruto, tired of pussyfooting around, spoke. I'm sorry, he said. Why? She responded, having no idea why he was apologizing. I got sucked into winning, I forgot to think about you. I saw that you hated that place, but I did nothing to help. Man, I feel like a jerk. I usually pick up on these kinds of things fast, but not anymore. Maybe I'm losing myself. I would never act that way before, he said. Winning wasn't worth losing a friend. His competitiveness got the better of him. Thanks, she said. Maybe men weren't so bad after all. She was seriously regretting coming with him, but strangely now, it felt worth it to see him as he was right now. So, to make it up to you. Let's go and have some fun, Naruto said happily. What? She yelled. He couldn't mean. Movies, food, games, whatever you want, it on me. Oh, that's what he meant. Silly double innuendo. She couldn't help but smile, he was just different. He was making sure that she was happy, and he knew when he started to stray from his path. It's a rather commendable ability to have. She really enjoyed her time with Naruto. He was actually very clumsy when it came to the opposite sex. She wouldn't have thought it because he just seemed like the type of guy everyone would like. Even now she could feel it, he gave off an aura that felt like it kept everyone he knew safe. He also seemed to radiate power, which confused her. How could a human have that kind of aura? Though she admitted she might have had a thing for strong men. So you never told me what was your weakness. What is it? Artemis asked. She was really curious. What could make a man like Naruto fall to his knees? Naruto just smiled and closed his eyes, giving a sad smile. I guess. It's that I can't save everyone. He looked at Artemis, who had a questioning look. I trained myself to become strong enough to defend myself and anyone precious to me. But I know I can't save everyone, but I can't give up like that. I'd rather throw myself into the fire to save a friend, even if that friend wants to kill me for it. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not very good with words, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Artemis nodded. You know you can't save everyone, but you won't give up because it's impossible. You'd rather try and die than give up. That's what you were saying, right? She said. Ah, yeah, that. Man, you're smart, how come I didn't think of that? He muttered. Because you're an idiot, she said playfully. She got a glare from Naruto. But you're a nice idiot who would do anything to protect his friends, and I happen to like those kinds of idiots, she said with a smile. Naruto just scratched his cheeks and gave an awkward laugh. He still wasn't used to being praised. Thanks, it means a lot. Don't get an ego. I was just telling the truth. She huffed. Naruto gave a deadpan look. You just had to say that. And you looked so cute just then, Naruto said. Idiot, she said with a slight blush on her cheeks. But I'm your idiot, he said, grinning. Damn straight, she said, smiling. They left it at that, in comfortable silence. Artemis thought idly of what a relationship with Naruto would be like. Eventually, in every kind of relationship, each one thinks of how life with the other could go with. Artemis preferred to do it sooner than later. She admitted that she wouldn't have minded. Sure, he may be a bit of an idiot and rude, and a bit of a pervert. She caught him ogling her ass one time. Those flaws were easy to get past and she could tell it would be fun to be around him. Naruto had similar thoughts, albeit at a lower degree. He thought they really clicked, but he was in a relationship already. He wouldn't cheat on his wife-to-be, not in a million years. So he would settle for being a rival/best friend, kind of like Sasuke except with his eminence, and they actually got along. Just then they heard ringing. Artemis looked in her pocket and brought out a phone. It was what she used whenever she walked around with the humans, and if Olympus needed to contact her, it would be through the cell phone. Yes, really? Right now? Fine, see you there, she said as she hung up. Sorry, I have to go, business came up, she said. No problem, I should really be getting back. Here, have my cell phone number, if you're ever around in Cambridge, Massachusetts, he said, handing his phone number to the disguised goddess. Thanks. She muttered, in thought to what was going on in Olympus. Until next time, he said, and started walking away. Artemis, just barely registering his goodbye, snapped out of her concentration. She figured that maybe he deserved a bit of a reward for giving her a good time. Just a small kiss on the cheek. That was normal for a first date, right? As she snuck up on the blonde, ready to surprise him by kissing his cheek, he turned around and came into contact with Artemis's lips. There was an unholy silence. They just looked at each other in shock. They were completely not expecting what just happened. Naruto was about to say something when he accidentally let his tongue roll out and caused Artemis to moan involuntarily. Now they were blushing and French kissing on total accident. They separated after a few more grueling seconds later and looked at the trail of saliva that connected them. They both said, avoiding each other's eyes. That never happened. Artemis suddenly demanded. What? Naruto said, shocked. Happened. Got it? She stressed each word. It would have had more of an impact if she wasn't a blushing mess. You understood, Naruto said shakily. Good, she said as she stiffly walked away. All in her mind right now was, why did he have to taste like ramen? Naruto was silently hoping his fiancée didn't have some sort of sonar that detected that sort of thing. Women have some sort of keen ability when stuff like that happened. 3 days later, Athena was mad, scratched that she was furious. What had that idiot Poseidon done this time? He was found having a child, after they made that pact to not have a child. Oh, she knew they would break it eventually, all of them already had. In fact, they were just seeing who had the bigger dick at that point. But now that stupid barnacle breath had to get Zeus to pass a law that they cannot interact with humans for more than a release because they were becoming human. What a load of dribble. Now she had to go back and be the bitch that no one wanted on their bad side. It was common knowledge not to make an enemy out of her, because she would destroy you, god or not. But now she was pissed, she had to let go of Naruto now. Oh, how it would pain her to do so. She just hated being a god sometimes. But she had a duty to uphold. She would find love again, someday. She doubted she would have the urge to do for the next 50 or so years, but she had no choice. So there she was, waiting for Naruto to come back from his challenge. Maybe he should let that relationship continue. As much as she loved him, they wouldn't be able to stay together. It would be painful, but it was for the best. Naruto arrived sooner than she would have hoped. But she had to do what he needed. But she wanted to feel that spark once more. That passion which she found only with him. Slowly, she dragged him into the bedroom, where they made love. Because in a few hours, he wouldn't remember her. Next day, Naruto walked out of his apartment. For some reason something felt missing, but he couldn't put his fingers on it. Like many things, he shrugged it off, thinking it was nothing. He made his way to the library, deciding to keep reading. He found a woman reaching for a book. Being Naruto, he grabbed the book for her. Here you go, miss. Thank you, she said quietly. Naruto stared at the woman for a second. I'm sorry, miss, but do I know you? No, you don't, she said and quickly departed. Naruto just had a question mark on his head. Athena left in a hurry. She manipulated the mist to manipulate him to a shocking degree. He was really resistant for some reason. Her job was done and she hoped she would never run into him again. Naruto, who was still confused, felt a vibration in his pocket and picked it up. Hello, I'm Naruto? The voice he identified as Artemis said. Artemis, what's wrong? He asked. Can we meet? I need to ask you a favor. She asked. All right, I'll be there as soon as possible, he said. Things were getting confusing, but he wouldn't leave his friends when they needed him. "Thanks," she said. Next day at a hotel, Artemis was really nervous. Why? Because she was about to do the deed. She might gain a bit of infamy for doing what she was going to do, but she wouldn't regret it, she told herself. With the new law that Zeus passed, it made her think about children. While she knew she was going to break her vow one day, she at least wanted it to be with an actual relationship. She didn't want her first child to be born in a loveless relationship, but unfortunately she barely knew a good person to bear a child with. Her thoughts drifted to Naruto. While it might have been sudden, she really thought about building a relationship with the blonde, albeit it was a brief thought. It was a rushed job, she admitted. But it was the best she could do, and she could ask for no better. She didn't really want to have a child with a god, all kinds of trouble there. She wanted to make love for love and not for a release, and if a child came from that, then all the better. Naruto appeared just like he said he would, surprisingly fast, she noticed. "So what did you need?" Naruto said, getting straight to the point. Artemis blushed. She didn't really know how to approach it. She figured a direct approach would be better. "Naruto, I know this sounds strange, but I want you to have sex with me," she said. "What?" Naruto exclaimed. Oh, he was really surprised. His rival just called him out of nowhere and told him to fuck her brains out. Jiraiya would be laughing and giggling his ass off, but Naruto just had to ask. "Why?" he said. "It's complicated. But think of it like this. I want my first time to be with someone I care about and not an emotionless one," she said. Naruto thought it was some sort of arranged marriage. "Can't you get out of it? Like move to another place or something?" Naruto asked. He liked her, but spontaneous sex out of nowhere, he was feeling used. Non-negotiable. "Please, Naruto, I'm asking as a friend, rival, possible lover and everything else. Don't ask questions and do this for me," she said. If she conceived a child she would explain, if not then he would remain oblivious. Naruto was in conflict. His friend was asking for help, but it was something that he wasn't comfortable with. But if it was to help a friend? "All right, but I have a few conditions." Artemis nodded. "If a child is born from this, I want to take care of it. I'd rather have the child than it be stuck in a loveless marriage or whatever is going on. I'll take care of the expenses and things like that if you promise to visit him or her every once in a while. A child should have both parents," he said. Artemis nodded. It was almost perfect. It was what she intended. She could just force the child on him since it's against the god laws to keep the child until they've been claimed, but he was willing to take care of her possible child. She really picked a good one, she thought. Too bad he wouldn't remember the things she did to him unless she did conceive a child. Artemis pulled him into a searing kiss, their tongues exploring each other's mouth. Their hands exploring every inch of their bodies. They both fell onto the bed where they started rubbing their sex organs through their clothes. Naruto was sure that Artemis was a passionate lover. A week later, it was not good at all. She left him behind, practically quitting on him like cold turkey, but something bad happened. She couldn't believe it happened. Why did it have to happen? No one remembered her thanks to the mist, but that wasn't the problem right now. That last session with the blonde just had to be it. She would have cursed him if it didn't happen. "I'm pregnant," she said. She didn't know whether to cry in happiness or in sorrow. She was bearing a child to her beloved Naruto, but how would he take it? She had no choice but to accept it. She bore a child to Uzumaki Naruto. Oh, how she hoped he would be understanding. She made it a point to go meet him when her child was born, but first she had to get Zephyrus, the west wind, to keep his mouth shut when he delivered the child. At the same time, Artemis was in a happy mood. Why? Because it was the first time she had had sex with someone, and she liked it. She regretted that she had not done it before, but no use crying over spilled milk. But what she was more happier about was that the act conceived something much more beautiful. She was pregnant with the child of Uzumaki Naruto. She had no problem with it. She was happy to have the father of her child be him. Though she had to figure out a way to keep it a secret from her brother and the hunters as well as the other gods. But she needed someone to take the baby to him to not arouse suspicion to who the child belonged to. She figured she could convince Hermes to do it. He was a tad of a pushover in her opinion. She also wanted to see the look on his face when he found out he banged a goddess. 9 months later, Naruto remained oblivious to what was happening on the other side of the world known to the gods and demigods. All Naruto knew is that he was under some sort of spell that prevented him from knowing things. But as long as it didn't get him killed, he was okay with that. He moved away from Massachusetts because it became too peaceful for him. He moved to San Francisco, just for the hell of it. He was enjoying his life, but he still couldn't get rid of the nagging feeling on the back of his head that something was going to happen that would have him by the balls. He heard a knock on his door, which was strange because it was in the middle of the night. He opened the door and found a man holding a cradle. While he didn't care about the man, he couldn't help but stare at the child. She had blonde hair like his, but her eyes were gray, like someone else's he couldn't put his finger on. "Can I help you?" he said to the man. The man just let out a gruff. "The mother asked me to bring her. She said to wait for a bit," he said. Naruto nodded. If anything happened, he was confident that he could escape with him and the child safely. Then he heard a cough behind the man. Both of them looked at the direction of the cough and found a man, flying on winged shoes. Now that brought some questions. Can I help you?" he repeated, almost sure where the conversation was going. "Yeah, I'm here to leave this little brat. She's a handful, you know," he said. Naruto stared at the baby the man was carrying in a cradle. Again, the baby had the same color hair as him, but the child's eyes were goldenish that reminded him of another person. The first man looked at the blonde adult and shook his head. "You lucky bastard." "Eh?" The winged man, now understanding the situation, also shook his head. "Wow, this is a first. What do you think, Zephyrus?" The winged man said. "I'm not sure, but I better get rid of the poor guy's perception. He must be going crazy with all the mist focused on him. Isn't that right, Hermes?" The man said with a smirk. "Oh crap. Gods exist? If so, then does that mean so do the others?" Suddenly a whole bunch of memories came back to him. He remembered Eliza, and he remembered Artemis, and he remembered everything. "Oh son of a bitch. I'm dead, I am so dead." Naruto muttered. The two men just chuckled. "You will be soon enough," a voice said from behind him. "You better have an explanation for this, Naruto," another familiar voice from behind said. Naruto slowly turned around to stare at the familiar figures of Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle, who he just figured out who she was, and Artemis, the freaking goddess of the moon. "Why is it always me?" he couldn't help but mutter. He's dealt with corrupted businessman trying to take over a country, fought a battle against fate with Neji, fought Ichibi, survived Orochimaru on a constant basis, survived Akatsuki, saved various countries, saved a priestess, became a hero, and then became a national hero, but he was helpless against the might of two women. "Well, at least you can say that you are the only human that banged two goddesses. That's gotta be some luck there, buddy," Hermes said while grinning. "You're not helping," he yelled, and caused the two men to laugh. "Naruto," both women said in sync. Naruto had only one thing to say. Women are troublesome. There were only so many words that could describe the situation Naruto was facing right now. A shitstorm of epic proportions capable of destroying the universe did not cover it. Not one bit. He could almost feel his balls shrink. Stupid balls. Naruto thought. You got me into this. Sure, blame the balls for every single thing. Right now he was sitting on the couch across from Eliza, now named Athena, and Artemis, now named Artemis. Not much creativity there. Athena had him in a death glare while she breastfed her daughter. Artemis was busy cooing their daughter, who seemed to be a ball of energy. Naruto couldn't help but ogle Athena's breast and had one thought at the moment. They grew. That got an even deadlier glare from Athena, though she was smirking that she was paying attention to her and not Artemis. Zephyrus and Hermes, well, they were too busy containing their laughs at the misfortune of the blonde. Naruto couldn't really hold it in anymore. He could handle guys laughing at him, but not when his wife/girlfriend whatever was breastfeeding his daughter. "Shut up and wait in the next room. The adults need to talk," he hissed at the other males. Hermes, who was still on the floor trying to prevent himself from ripping his gut, chose to antagonize the blonde. "Make us. We're gods." Zephyrus, who had enough, decided enough was enough. As he started to pick himself up to go to the next room, he caught the glint in the blonde's eye. Naruto, who was getting more and more pissed at the messenger of the gods' attitude, decided to put the hurt on him. The most painful way possible. Athena and Artemis were about to yell at Hermes to go away, suddenly stopped as they saw their individually said as her man walked up to Hermes. Hermes didn't register anything until it was too late. By then his eyes were wide open, in pain. He looked at the blonde, who was now stepping on his crotch. He watched as he lifted his foot and stomped again, and again, and again. So much pain. "Listen, you idiot. I don't care if you're a fucking god. This will hurt, and this will be your usual punishment if you don't listen to me. Are you clear?" Naruto hissed quietly, reminding himself that his daughters needed quiet. Why yes. Hermes squeaked out, his voice sounded fairly high. "Yes, what?" he said, stomping once more. "Yes, sir, master, God, just stop," Hermes said, his voice already sounding like a 5-year-old girl's voice. No man can resist the pain of a stomp to the balls, not even a god. "Good, now get," he said, causing Hermes' winged shoes to fly to the other room. Zephyrus walked into the room, very protective of his balls. Hermes decided to humor the blonde, and he admitted to himself that he might have been a bit afraid of having his balls crushed. That was. Athena started to say, watching her daughter's father in action. Impressive. I like it, Athena said. She didn't hate Hermes, but he was going to stir up her daughter. If he was going to do that, well, fuck him. Now, would you mind explaining to me what's going on? Naruto said, sitting across the two goddesses again. Athena and Artemis looked at each other. They silently agreed that they could rip the blonde a new one after they finish explaining what was going on. It might be too much if they did it before, and they could hold it as blackmail/guilt-tripping information if he chooses not to take care of their daughters. Well, first, let me introduce you to your daughter, Annabeth Uzumaki, Athena said as she slowly passed her to her father. At least he knew how to hold her, thought Athena. Naruto, on the other hand, was observing his daughter in more detail. She had his and her grandfather's hair. She was so small, he felt if he moved too much he would break her. Her tiny fingers curled against his index finger and the baby opened her eyes. She had her mother's eyes, the same gray eyes that would soon become the same as her mother's if he had anything to say about it. He would not let his daughter be a dead last. Artemis was in a fairly good mood. She was an actual mother, he owned flesh and blood. She idly wondered back to when she saved many pregnant women back in the past. They always seemed radiant when they saw their child. They wouldn't stop looking at it for a second. She kind of envied it. But now, she understood, it was magical really. Who knew a child could bring such joy in such a short time? She handed the baby to Naruto, albeit a bit reluctant. She wanted to hold her daughter more, damn it. Her name is Tsuki, Japanese for moon, I thought it would fit. Naruto held his daughter with his other hand. She was small. She squirmed in his hand, almost as if wanting to keep moving. A regular ball of energy, just like him and her grandmother, Naruto thought. Her occasional cry was nothing but adorable. She had his hair but had her mother's eyes. A kind of color of yellow that he did not see, not even in the elemental nations. A yellow-like color, like when the moon shined yellow, those were her color. He figured since she was the daughter of Artemis, she'd be some sort of hunter in the future. It might pain him later, but if she wanted to join her mother, he would agree with her choice. After all, a father must have unconditional faith in their children. Then something came into his mind. A father. He was a father. He started rubbing his head on his daughter's scalp. His tears streaming out of his eyes. He couldn't help it. He was a father, he had an actual family now. Oh sure, it might bring him all kinds of trouble, but he didn't care, he would protect them. This is what Dad must have thought. Naruto thought. He recalled what his mother, Kushina, told him back when he met her. His father, the Yellow Flash, was crying his eyes out when he was born. He called himself a father, he must have felt what he was feeling now. I've been called many things. A hero, a savior, an idiot, a lover, Dobie, knuckleheaded, the orange spark, but being called a father is the best one. Naruto thought. I'm a father, he said out loud, smiling while his daughters kept sleeping. Athena couldn't help but let out a soft smile. She knew how much a family meant to Naruto. What he must be feeling right now, it must be as if he was blessed, but it might become a curse if what she has to tell him. She might have been unsure to how Naruto would react when he learned that the Furies might be after his children. Hopefully he would make the right choice and send them away when the time comes. She couldn't help but think that he couldn't catch a break, living as an orphan and struggling to make his way in the world, only to get involved in their dangerous world. Artemis, on the other hand, was very much okay with leaving her daughter with Naruto. While she may not have harbored as deep as an affection for the blonde as Athena, who was staring at the blonde with a wistful expression, her affections ranged somewhere between like and love. She wasn't really sure what to make of it honestly, because they have in reality only spent about 10 days with each other. She was once again reminded that love is a very powerful emotion. But she cared about the blonde father, no doubt about that, a bit more than she should normally actually. But he was a fighter, that much she knew. Her daughter, she smiled at that, would be taken care of. She was a bit nervous to what her future would bring, but she would be proud of her daughter with whatever she chose. Naruto decided it was time to talk about what would happen. He knew this would bring all kinds of trouble. He really thought it would be best to stay out of whatever was happening in the world. It wasn't his fight. But now he was getting involved, to protect his new family. Thus, he lifted himself off the couch and put the babies in their golden cradles, badass cradles they were. He picked the cradles up and moved them to his room, activating the silencing seals next to his turn on-off switch on the wall. He gave a kiss on their forehead before closing the door behind him. Walking toward the goddesses, he took a deep breath and asked. So, can we start from the beginning? Naruto asked. Artemis and Athena both looked at each other and nodded. They already assumed what he was going to ask. Well, I'll try to make it as simple as possible. You know the gods and goddesses of Olympus? Yes, they exist. Mount Olympus moves to wherever the center of power is in the world, so right now it's America, Athena said. Naruto gave out a sigh. It was already a lot of information, but he had to ask the more dangerous questions too. So, since there are gods, I'm guessing that the monsters from back then also exist? Like the Mino, but he was cut off. Don't say their names, Athena yelled, causing Naruto to jump a little. Names have power, Naruto. It draws them to you. The demigods, the technical term for our daughters, call them the kindly ones for their own protection, Artemis said. So, what about the Titans? What about Kronos? If you can't kill a god or Titan, then is he still alive? Naruto said. He saw the both of them go rigid slightly. Shit. Athena inwardly cursed at Naruto. Leave it to him to pick up on that little detail. Artemis, on the other hand, would praise him for his quick understanding of the situation. Grasping the potential dangers even remotely was impressive. It's been taken care of, Athena said with a poker face. Naruto only snorted. You know, for eons old goddesses, you aren't a good liar. Naruto commented, drawing glares from both females. This coming from a two-timer. Athena scoffed, but she immediately cringed when she saw the hurt in Naruto's eyes. She cursed herself, her mouth always got away from her at the important times. She really didn't mean to say it as she did, but thinking about adultery and such disturbing acts with another person. I see. And what about you, Artemis, how do you feel about this? Naruto said, motioning his hands and spreading them, showing he meant he was talking about the situation. I want to say I expected this, but I know you're not that kind of person. It still hurts a little though. While I do not like to admit it, I'm a jealous person. Maybe it's a natural reaction after learning that someone I may love cheated on me, I am not sure, she said. Sorry. That is all I can say. Is there any chance you two still trust me? Naruto asked. They both looked at each other, until Athena chose to speak. We are not sure. Naruto was silent. He really couldn't tell them about himself anymore. He had trust issues. Many didn't know it, but he was very insecure about himself. It was a result of his childhood. He could not trust many people. There were only a handful who he trusted his life to back in Konoha. Not even Sakura was on that list because he wasn't sure if she would kill him in order to gain a chance to talk to Sasuke. Trust is a two-way street. If one cannot trust another, then it was useless to try. Once trust is broken, it is hard to get it back. I would like to say it wasn't my fault, but I doubt that would fix anything, Nato said. Artemis didn't hold much against him because she asked him after all. She never asked if he was in a relationship. She brought more trouble to him. Right now she knew that Athena had used the mist to heavily influence Naruto's thoughts, making him forget about Athena. Part of her wondered if he was feeling used. She did after all asked him for it, but he was still willing to take the blame. Oh, he's so sweet. Artemis thought. Her maternal instincts totally kicking in as she started gushing at how caring Naruto could be. Or maybe it was her hormones? She gave Naruto a smile, telling him that she still cared about him. Athena decided to speak up. I don't know if I can. I want to, but she trailed off. Athena thought it had gotten out of hand. It was the first time dealing with these kinds of feelings, feeling slightly betrayed by Naruto and Artemis as if they went behind her back. But she couldn't fault them, she had a large part in this mess. At the time, Naruto didn't even know what was happening, totally oblivious of their previous relationship, so she really had nothing to complain about since the problem originated from her. She grudgingly admitted to herself that Artemis may be more desirable after you get past the whole I detest men thing, and all that hunting gave her a great figure. Yes, she was jealous, so what? Naruto was saddened. He felt that he lost another precious person. But he let out a sigh. He knew it would happen, but that wouldn't stop him. When has it ever? If there was anything Naruto knew about himself, it was that he proved everyone wrong by his actions, and this was no different. So, how exactly do you kill the kindly ones? Just get a knife and stab them? Naruto asked, trying to change the topic to something more neutral. Although he was hoping he didn't have to journey halfway around the world to get some lost artifact that was capable of doing so. It wouldn't be the first time he's done that. You actually need a certain type of metal called celestial bronze. It cuts through them like butter, Artemis said, drawing a knife and throwing it at the table in front of them. And swinging dangerous sharp objects has nothing to do with the cutting power. Naruto says deadpanned. Artemis looked a bit embarrassed. She never really thought about it. Of course it would cut like butter, any sharp piece of metal would. But it just needed to be celestial bronze. So nothing else would work? A regular sword, what about fire? Naruto asked. A regular weapon will cut them, but they would grow or regenerate back. The celestial bronze would negate that. As for fire, it will work but it's dreadfully slow. You'd have a better chance bashing it with a stone. Also, even if you do kill them, they will eventually come back. Athena offered her comment. Naruto figured they were a type of sentient life like the Baijuu, so he understood why very quickly. Are there any kindly ones near here? Naruto asked. Actually, we wanted to talk about that, Artemis said. We want you to move. From here, Athena said. Why? Naruto asked. Because this place is basically a nest for them, Artemis said. Just walk outside, you'll see them, Athena said. Naruto did so. He walked outside and he looked around. He immediately spotted things that he was not expecting. Some kind of monster-looking thing hanging from the electric pole, humans or what seemed to be humans walking around with one eye. Even a few looking straight at him. Why aren't they attacking? Naruto commented as he felt Athena and Artemis approach. Because we are here. They wouldn't dare attack you with us here. But still this is unusual. Even if they knew why we were here, this is far too many for it to be a coincidence, Artemis said. Shit. Naruto thought. He honestly thought that he was out of the line of fire, but it appeared that some of them could tell something was off. He idly wondered if the reason they haven't attacked was because they knew they would lose. After hearing Kiba's thoughts of being an alpha and stuff, it would make sense. These monsters were most likely primitive, relying on their instincts. Or maybe they sensed his chakra and couldn't really tell if he was what they called a demigod or if he was just an unusual human. He needed to make sure that he could take those monsters. If there was any time to know, it was now, rather than facing a monster by yourself without a god to back you up. Athena, Artemis, can I trust you to keep a secret? Naruto asked. Both of them looked at Naruto confused. Of course, why wouldn't we? Athena said. Not a word, Artemis said. Hopefully you do, Naruto said. Naruto stood up on the railing and aimed his hand towards a bird thing that was close to him. Aiming his hand straight at it, he called. Chakra Kusari. Chakra chains. He had been experimenting with the chains his mother produced to hold the Kyuubi. It took him a full month even with his shadow clones completely devoting themselves to it to get it right. It was amazing that his mother knew how to do it instinctively. A chain, glowing blue, stretched out and pierced the bird creature with the sharp point at the end of the chain. Naruto pulled his hand back, dragging the bird with him. Gathering chakra to his other hand, his chakra began spinning in the palm of his hand as both Artemis and Athena stared in fascination. When the bird was a few feet in front of them, Naruto quickly thrusted his hands to the monster's face, calling out the name. Rasengan, he said, barely muttering the word, but the rest could hear. The bird's face twisted, sending gold dust everywhere as his existence started vanishing as the blue sphere grinded into its body. Its body soon turned to golden dust, and the wind blew it away. Silence. And silence broken. What in the name of Hades was that? Athena said. What did the blonde do just now? Artemis just stood there in slight shock. She was surprised, but after seeing so many battles up close, she was more open to the strange things one does. It's what we call chakra. A manifestation of spiritual and physical power, Naruto said, in the most rudimentary way he could. And how do you acquire it? Artemis said, it was deadly useful after all. It's something you're born with. Unfortunately, both my daughters don't have it because your blood overpowered mine. Though they may gain something, but I am not sure. Too early to tell, Naruto said. Athena was getting more and more curious. How did she not know he could do that? What are you? She said. Honestly, she had never seen that kind of power before. That's actually a good question. I have many titles that I've gained in my short life. It was true after all. He was a ninja, a human, a former Jinchuriki, a humanoid Baijuu? He wasn't even sure if he was still human, to be honest. He was half considering himself a demon, not an insult but a bona fide demon. He wondered if he could kick a god's ass. That would be awesome. I am unpredictable, Naruto stated. Getting a glare from Athena, she did not like not knowing after all. Artemis, however, could see the humor in it. Due to her brother and his current Japanese fetish, she knew Naruto's name other meaning. A maelstrom. What a powerful name. Though she suspected Athena already knew, she was much too focused to see it. Not funny, Naruto. What was that? She yelled at him. I can't say right now. I'd rather tell everyone at once than individually. Besides, it's a family secret. Well, it wasn't, but since he was the only ninja in the world, it was. Then what are we? You don't consider me family? I gave you a child for God's sake, Athena yelled. That alone does not make you my wife. As much as I want it to, just saying that you're my wife won't make it so, by human standards at least. Did you forget that you were the one that left me? You manipulated me into not even knowing who you were. Let's face it, when was the last time you married someone and stayed with the father until his death? Were you ever married? Would the rest of the gods even allow you to marry a mortal? Your words right now mean nothing to me. At this point, marriage to a god is only by words. I have never heard of you staying with your son or daughter after giving birth. How will I know that you won't have other children with someone else? Naruto questioned. Naruto understood, after all, those weren't his first children. He had a duty to perform, and he did what was necessary. At least he left a legacy on that world. He knew it was totally uncalled for to say that to her, but he needed to get the point across. Athena stayed quiet. It was true after all. She twisted his memories to make him forget her. She wouldn't be able to marry him because he was a mortal, it would end eventually. He couldn't be offered immortality because he was not a hero. They weren't a family, he was only a donaire at this point. This isn't a relationship I want. A relationship built on the wrong reasons. I love you, I truly do. But this. I want an actual mother for my child. Not the kind who would blindly follow their parents. I wonder when Annabeth is old enough to meet you, will she call you Mom or will she call you Lady Athena? Naruto said. Athena was quiet. Naruto could see she was hurt. But it had to be done. Staying in a relationship with her would only bring more disaster than he could handle. He wasn't willing to be reckless now that he was a father. Athena just walked away, not turning back. She disappeared after she got far enough. You're an idiot. He heard, it came from Artemis. I know. Why did you do it? She asked. It needed to be done, he said. Why? Artemis, from what I managed to piece together, gods aren't allowed to raise their children, right? She nodded. Then that means she cares more for the rules than for family. I care for my family above anything else. Even if I make Olympus my enemy, I'll fight to protect them, Naruto said. Against Olympus, that's ridiculous. One person can't stand up against a god, let alone a human, she said. Then she heard light giggling. Then it became a chuckle, then full-blown laughter. For a moment she wondered if Naruto had gone insane. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've killed a god, he said. Thinking back on the Juubi. It was a truly frightening creature. Even incomplete, it was dangerous. It was certainly a monster on its own to create the world he lived in. Artemis was startled at that. Did he really kill a god? With that ability he showed, who knows what he was capable of. Will you hurt them? The Olympians or the children? She asked. No, not unless they throw the first punch, he said, as he walked back into his house, fully intending on moving somewhere else to get away from the monsters. Artemis decided to place her trust in Naruto. She knew that was what he wanted. She knew the kind of person Naruto was, she understood him easily. It kind of confused her, that she knew Naruto that well in such a short time. She decided to leave it to Naruto, because she knew that his heart was where it mattered most. She kind of envied his daughters. To have such a father. Unknown, that idiot. That no good, lying idiot, that's what he is. Athena thought. She was with that idiot for months, and he thought that she could fool her. She understood Naruto's mentality. If anything did result from what happened, he would take the blame. It hurt to see him like that. Bearing the weight of responsibility. He didn't even know what the gods were capable of, but then again she didn't even know what he was capable of. She had to trust him, he trusted her to keep up the charade, and she would. Why? Because she loved him. Back in the apartment, Naruto sighed. Why did it always have to get so complicated with him around? Why couldn't he just find someone, have a child and live the rest of his life in peace? Wow, he was thinking like Shika. Good ol' Shika, crazy cloud watching bum. He kicked the door where Hermes and Zephyrus were, causing two thumps to be heard from the other side. Come on out guys, I got questions for you, Naruto said. He heard grumbling from the other side before the two gods decided to come out. So, what the heck are you? Don't tell me that bullshit you told the girls. I'm more savvy than the other gods. I know more of how humans think than they do, Hermes said. You got to spill it, man. We're bound by the bro code, Zephyrus said. Zephyrus' power lies with wind, flowers and plants. It rems me way too much of hippies. Thus his attitude will be similar, bro code? Naruto asked. It is the book by which all bros must obey, Zephyrus said. Hermes shook his head at the west wind's antics. Ignore him, he can at least keep secrets. You can trust me, Hermes said. Says the god of thieves. Naruto retorted. Good point, Hermes said, oh how that came to bite him in the ass so many times. I'll hold you to it then. Honor among thieves as they say, Naruto said. You're a thief? Hermes asked. Not exactly, Naruto said. Then? Hermes trailed off. Naruto suddenly disappeared, startling Hermes. He looked around wildly, looking to see what happened. He stopped when he felt metal touching his neck. How did he? I'm a shinobi, Naruto said darkly. Shinobi? As in, a ninja. That is awesome, dude. Zephyrus cheered. Hems felt the metal leave his neck. He sure wasn't expecting that. But he shook it off. Ninjas existed once, not much of a shock to see them around, even if they were more badass than before. So what did you want to ask? He said. I want to know who's in charge. Are they pricks? Am I supposed to do something specific with my kids? Or do I just let whatever happens happen? Naruto asked. Hermes didn't see any reason not to tell him. The big three have the most power. Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon. Zeus gets pissed off really fast, so don't mess with him. Hades has some sort of fetish for violence, not sure what kind, I'm guessing it comes with the job. Poseidon is the more sensible one when it comes to regular stuff, but he's middle ground for both of them. The others can be against him or for him. As for the demigods, you take them to Camp Half-Blood when you can. The sooner the better, because they'll come chasing them eventually. As for letting things happen, that's totally up to you. You can do whatever you want, just know that there's a chance that you can die. Naruto kind of figured what type of people would be in charge. Ruling for eons would have that effect, he concluded. Camp Half-Blood. He'd have to check that out someday. As for leave it up to whomever. Screw that. He was in another world, he'd screw fate and destiny so hard, that they'd be knocked out while he proceeded to change everything. So, is that everything? Hermes asked. Just about, I think I can handle myself from here on out, Naruto said, getting a nod from both gods. Good luck, you're going to need it, Zephyrus said. Naruto nodded, and just like that the gods vanished. Naruto thought a bit and concluded that Hermes was a messenger, he needed to be fast, and Zephyrus was the wind. You can't really see wind leave. Naruto walked back to his room and watched his daughter sleep. He promised himself that no matter what, he would always be there for them. 6 years later, Daddy, look at what I did T-by-o. Screamed Suki, pointing at a dartboard that had an X symbol made of darts. The young girl was jumping up and down as she was grabbing her father's hand, trying to get his attention. Naruto was making some food, ramen. His daughters had a taste for it, but never to the extent of their father. Still, he loved to cook for them. Give me a minute, honey, I'm almost done, Naruto said. It still shocked him how much he had changed. He acted like a stay-at-home dad, it was kind of embarrassing. Okay, Daddy, she said. Tell your sister to come and eat. Wash your hands, okay? Okay. She cheered as she went and ran to her sister. Naruto thought on what had happened so far. Ever since he started raising his daughters, everything had changed. He was no longer impulsive, or an idiot. He actually became a lot like his dad. He was in a bit of a panic when he first started raising them, but thanks to his godfather's books, he didn't really need to work. At first it had been difficult, especially with Tsuki. She was a regular ball of fire, always crying and wanting food. Her sister Annabeth was a lot more quiet, something he appreciated. But he had to admit he was a bit concerned because she spent most of her time reading than interacting with people. He thankfully didn't have to worry about the kindly ones for a while. He had been experimenting with them for a while. When he first started, he wanted to figure out just how could they tell they were demigods. Was it by smell? By look? Or maybe it was something else. He first started with smell. With the help of the chakra chains, he was able to capture and keep one trapped. At first he let out a concentrated ball of air in the monster's chamber to see how it would react. They did react, but only when the smell was near enough to them. It did not explain how they could find them from far away. He put up a video linking it to his daughters, they did not react. He started thinking. Maybe it was similar to sensors back in his world. So he started to experiment a bit. It was easy to produce the same aura as his daughters. With a bit of Fuinjutsu and some blood, he could siphon that aura and make a clone of it. He called it Funbunshine, seal clone. The results were instantaneous. The monster attacked right away. So now it was a matter of stopping or limiting that aura. But that would be hard, the aura was basically their existence. How could he erase existence? But that was it, he couldn't, so he chose another way, confuse it. After many tests, he found a solution that would work. He applied it to his daughters. Whenever they went out, it would activate, shadowing their demigod heritage, preventing any monsters from even looking at their direction in suspicion. He also discovered that the less his daughters knew, the better it would be for them. So unless they ran into another demigod, he had no obligation to tell them. Morning, Dad. He heard a voice. It was Annabeth. She was holding a book underneath her shoulders. Annabeth, no reading on the table. Naruto chastised. Aw, come on dad, please. She asked with childish persuasion. Naruto sighed. It seemed he could never bear to tell his daughters no. Unless it was something important, he would never not say okay. He wanted his daughters to have everything he didn't. While they didn't have a mother, he hoped it was enough. What he didn't know was that his daughters had been keeping the women away from their dad. They had seen how they looked at him and didn't like it. Even their own teachers looked at him the same way. It annoyed them to no end. He was their father, and no one would take him. They were really protective of their dad. To them, they didn't need a new mom, he was enough. Okay, but remember to be careful, Naruto said. Okay, Annabeth said, grinning. Her daddy never said no unless it was important. They sat there eating their food. Annabeth was talking about buildings and how she would like to see them one day, while Tsuki talked about any sports she had played. Naruto thought they were opposites. Annabeth was the brains, much like Shikamaru, and Tsuki was the finesse, like Hinata or Neji. It was weird how well they got along. After they were finished, Naruto drove them to school. Annabeth wanted to go to a private school to learn more, and Tsuki joined because she didn't want to leave her sister. While she was smart and capable of taking care of herself, she sometimes ran her mouth a bit too much and made the wrong person mad. He got out of his car and dropped them off at the gate. He caught the glances from the other females and his daughter's death glares. It was pretty funny to watch his daughters trying to keep the women away. Sure, he was hoping to get a wife eventually. Some part of his mind hoped he could still marry Athena or Artemis, but he knew it would be a complicated relationship. Honestly, they were the talk of the school. All of them were blonde, which drew some attention to them of all ages. There was also the fact that all of them had different eye colors. It wouldn't be much of a problem, but people rarely see a shade of blue the kind that Naruto had, gray eyes like Annabeth or yellow amber eyes like Tsuki. That, and they were very active, Naruto and Tsuki more so than Annabeth. While Annabeth did like moving, she enjoyed reading much more. Tsuki took after her father a lot. She reminded him of his childhood self. He was happy to see his daughters smiling every day. Though it did bother him slightly that they had ADHD and dyslexia, but not much. It only made him worried that they would not have many friends. He could care less if they were even slightly below normal. He wasn't one to judge that badly. Though he did have anger toward emos. Those pricks. He had already encountered several monsters. It seemed that they were more sensitive than he thought. Even as newborns, they could somehow sense the rudimentary tug to where demigods were. But, thanks to his training that he had been doing and a Fuinjutsu, those monsters were easy to take care of. He decided to read up more about Greek monster, or any monsters in fact. He could never be too careful. If gods existed, then maybe demons or aliens existed. He was paranoid, yes, but all ninjas were. While some did seem fearsome, he didn't really think much of it. After all, he faced a freaking Baijuu at 12 years old, and various demons later too, and they were the world-conquering kind of demons. He really didn't want to deal with a lot of monsters in the legends. A lot of them had some sort of power. He wasn't looking forward to being turned to stone. It was like the Sharingan all over again. God, he hated that bloodline. Besides training, he needed something to occupy his time. Sure, raising his daughters was a good way to spend the day, but with school, it left an 8-hour gap of doing nothing. He really missed doing missions right now. Sure, learning how to control more elements was great, but it just became a drag eventually. Learning to control gravity, or rather vectors, had been his awesome project of his. Ever since he fought Nagato, he had been thinking about that attack, Shinra Tensei. It was a devastating attack. Both incredible defense and offense. He wanted it. But for the life of him, he couldn't figure out what to do, or how to do it. Then he started separating what made the Rinnegan different than naturally acquired things. All 5 elements, people could get them, albeit only 1 or 2. The paths, he was sure it was similar to the dead body animation thing Itachi used on him. Special abilities of his path, while absorption could be duplicated with Fuinjutsu, it wasn't practical. Summoning, many could do it. Mechanical body, sci-fi stuff, but possible with Suna puppet knowledge. Human and Naraka path were beyond human measure. Then there was the mastery with yin and yang. Opposites. Was it related to magnetism? But the core of it is drawing and repulsing objects. The base of that was moving. Force, movement, in other words a vector. The first thing he had to do was learn yin and yang release, which was a very slow progress. After all, with those 2 powers, the Rikudo Sennin locked away a primordial god, or at least that's what he thought the Juubi was. He had no Rinnegan, no Sharingan, no other bloodline than what he learned by himself. He had no advantages at the start, nor at the end. All he had was what he made for himself, and he built upon it. He wouldn't have it any other way. A year later, "Daddy, can we go and see the Parthenon in Nashville?" Annabeth said. He blinked. May I ask why, sweetie? Naruto asked his daughter. It was really weird for his daughter to ask for anything other than books. She had never asked for something like this before. Come on, Dad, please. We're on vacation. It's only like a day's drive from here. She pleaded. She did not understand the meaning of distance yet. Why do you want to go there? Naruto asked again. 'Cause I want to see the building, she said, her eyes shining with hope. Honey, a day's drive is too much just going to see a building, Naruto said. He could never really understand his daughter's love or architecture. He could appreciate it but never be fascinated to the extent of his daughter. But, I want to go, she said, her eyes turning watery. His daughter knew how to get what she wanted. In reality, he had no reason not to say no. He had money, he could use a break from training. The only thing that would change his mind is if his other daughter didn't want to go. Tell you what, if Tsuki wants to go, we'll all go. Okay? Naruto said, exasperated. It was so easy to trick kids to thinking they won. Though he made sure not to spoil them too badly, just enough in his opinion, but then again, normal was over the top for others. What do you expect? He's an Uzumaki. Thanks, Dad, she said, jumping into his arms and giving him a kiss on the cheek before running to persuade her sister to go to Nashville. Tsuki would go wherever her father would go. She adored her father, she was a daddy's girl. Well, both of them were, but if Tsuki would have to choose between following her father or going outside to play, she would pick her father. Why not? He was the best dad ever. When she wanted a bike, he bought her one. When she wanted her own room, he bought her a full set, complete with games and a giant TV. When she wanted to learn how to fight, her dad taught her to be badass. When she wanted to learn how to throw a knife, which was very unusual to ask and she knew, he hugged her and cuddled her like crazy before bringing a wooden dummy and a box of various pointy metal. So you can see why she absolutely loved her dad. She loved her sister too. Sure, she could be a bit geeky and a know-it-all, but she was her sister. If she was ever in any danger, she would rush and beat up whatever boy was bothering her. Actin first and then questions later. Her dad said it was wrong to think like that, but he said that about a lot of things. She listened, mostly, but sometimes her mind wandered. Her sister never asked for much except for the occasional book and her own computer. She wanted to see building on it, for God knows what. She was aware that her dad spoiled her, her friends kept telling her that. Not that she hated it. But whenever her sister comes asking for a favor, she listened. She knew her dad spoiled her more than her, but that was because she asked. Her sister was a bit more reserved. She suspected that she didn't ask for much so she could get brownie points from dad. She knew that their dad loved them both the same, but sometimes a girl needed to feel special. So when her sister came asking if they could go to some museum or something, she agreed. Her sister needed some daddy time too. Even if watching a building is boring. That, and she wanted to get away for a bit. Her dad got so much attention from women. Even some of her friends couldn't stop looking at her dad whenever he came to pick her up. It made her mad. Especially when you overhear the grown-ups talking about taking him to bed, whatever that meant. But something was telling her that she didn't like it. Annabeth felt the same. They were very protective of their dad. Keeping away the hussies. They had no idea what that meant, but Annabeth said it was supposed to make sense. She was the smart one, so she listened. So it was the perfect chance to ditch them. It had nothing to do with the fact she heard they would accidentally make it a point to meet him by coincidence. So it was the perfect chance. Her sister jumped up and down, cheering. Yup, the things she did for family. Night time, Naruto had been driving for hours. He envied his daughters in the back. It was so unfair. They were just sitting watching DVDs in the car, while he looked on the long dirty dark road in front of him. This dimension could be boring sometimes. Why didn't he Hiraition to Nashville again? Oh right, incognito. He didn't mind though. His daughters were happy, he was happy watching them be happy. No trouble at all. Daddy, I'm sleepy, Tsuki mumbled. It was already dark, he didn't want to risk being attacked on the road while it was dark. A car explosion would be bad. Okie honey. We'll stop by a hotel and go to sleep. How does that sound? Naruto asked softly. She mumbled okay. But Daddy, I'm not tired. Annabeth yawned. Sweetie, the building will be there tomorrow. It's not far from here anyways. The sun needs to be up to see it, remember? He asked. Meanie, she mumbled, clearly tired. I'll buy you some more books over there, how does that sound? Naruto asked. She bobbed her head, books make her happy. Annabeth was a good girl gets books. They stopped at a hotel. Nice place. Near a bridge and a river flowing under it. Annabeth loved it. Tsuki was drinking soda to keep her awake. Her dad's rule was never drink coffee, he said it made her too hyper. As soon as they got settled in, Annabeth rushed outside. Dad, I'm going to go see the bridge, is that okay? Yes? Okay, bye, she said fast. Naruto looked completely surprised. He cursed himself, he never realized she was that crazy over architect. Annabeth, wait. God. He cursed. Of course she would act impulsive, she was his daughter. Tsuki, stay here, he said, putting on his shoes and going to the door. Wait. You want me to stay here? In a hotel room by myself. With who knows who else in this building. It's like the setting for a horror movie. Tsuki proclaimed. Good point. Get dressed and let's go, Naruto said. Annabeth Uzumaki would swear if her father didn't smack her behind the head whenever she did. She ran out of the room, wanting to look at the bridge. It was nothing big, just a bit off into the distance, like a 10-minute walk, nothing wrong with that. She remembered something that her father once told her. Our family tends to get into the most weirdest and most dangerous situations when we least expect it, or when we don't think with our head. He said. She really wished she paid more attention to that. Right now she was staring at some type of monster, flying. It looked humanoid and it was chasing some goth-looking girl with black hair and some other teenager with blonde hair. They were also carrying swords and a golf club? How fast her day went from great to bad. Before she could get her head together, she watched as the monster looked at her and then screeched and started flying towards her. This was just not her day. Where is it going? The gothic girl cried out, watching the kindly one fly off in a different direction. The blonde hair one looked to see where it was heading. It was heading to a blonde-haired girl. I think it's going after that girl, he cried out. But why would it? Unless. She trailed off. She's one of us. The teenage boy cried out. Oh, this was not their day either. Talia, Grace and Luke were not having a good day. One of their bases was destroyed and now they were going to another one. But as they were attacked by a kindly one. The kindly one injured Talia's leg but they still managed to get away. They got far enough to their current place but the kindly one found them again. But as it happens, they put another of their own in danger. It wasn't the first Luke had lost someone, he had been traveling for 5 years, so he knew his way around things. But one thing he hated seeing was children dying right in front of him. Quickly taking out a knife, he threw it at the kindly one, causing a tear in its wings and falling to the ground, right in front of the girl, making her stumble back. Get away now, Luke cried out as he ran towards the monster. Talia was out because of her injury and he had no celestial bronze, it just might be the end for them, he thought. He was too far and he knew he wouldn't be able to reach the girl in time. Annabeth looked in horror as she saw the monster stand up, making a claw with its hand. Was this it? Was that how she was going to die? By some monster? She still had a lot to do, so many things to see. Was she going to leave her sister and father behind? Her father. Her father. On instinct she screamed. Daddy. Her voice rung through the streets. The monster was bringing its hands down on Annabeth. The claw hit air. Annabeth waited for pain, but instead she felt something grab her. She opened her eyes to see her father's glowing blue eyes staring behind them. What just happened? That was awesome. You're awesome, Dad. She heard. Annabeth looked at her dad's shoulder and saw her sister staring at her dad with amazement. What just happened? Luke said out loud. I don't know, all I saw was orange static, she said, in amazement, the man moved so fast. Naruto looked at the creature, how pathetic. He felt no need to hold back against it, it almost killed his daughter. Annabeth, Tsuki, get off. I have a little business to take care of, he said coldly. Both his daughters blinked, they had never heard him say something like that. Dad, you can't. It's a monster, let's go away, Annabeth cried out. Her father letting her on the floor. She was scared of the monster. Don't worry, sweetie. Daddy will take care of it. I promise, Naruto said, kissing Annabeth's and then Tsuki's forehead. Annabeth looked less worried. Whenever her dad promised something, he never broke it. You can do it, Dad. Kick its ass, Tsuki cried out. Okay, Tsuki. Just don't blink, it'll be over very fast, he said. He looked directly in front of the monster, it looked wary. It had reason too. You don't mess with a fox's kits. When you do, you see a whole new monster. If you don't want to disappear, leave, Naruto said. The monster let out a screech and charged. Figures. Naruto dashed, quicker than anyone could see, appeared below the monster, sending a kick towards the monster's face, making it fly towards the sky. As it was in the sky, Naruto appeared above it and used Rasengan on its stomach, sending it hurtling towards the ground and making a mark on the ground. Naruto then appeared above it, leaving no time for it to react it and shoved a Udama Rasengan. causing a crater to form where the monster once stood. Naruto smiled at himself. That was awesome. He needed to remember that move. Hiraishin plus Rasengan for the win. He looked at his daughters, who looked at him in amazement. That was awesome, Dad. You got to teach me, Suki said, running into his arms. Annabeth a second later, crying into his pants. She was still short, she still didn't even reach his stomach. Now, don't cry, Annabeth, Daddy's here. He won't let anyone hurt you. Okay? He said to his daughter, who nodded into his clothes. He sighed. This was more troublesome than he would have wanted it to be. Hey you two, come over here, he yelled as he watched both the goth girl and the boy stiffen. They were smarter than to go against the man, he was powerful. They were tired and injured, they stood no chance against him. Okay, I know what you two are. Let's go back to the hotel so you can tell me what you guys are doing here. What are your names? Naruto asked. They were shocked. The man knew that they were demigods? Well, his daughters were too, so it wasn't a surprise. They had nothing to lose by talking to him. My name is Talia Grace. And my name is Luke Castellan. Luke for the first time in his life could say he was deathly afraid of the man in front of him. It was strange, he had faced many monsters, an automaton at one point, and even faced Lucroti and lived. But this man could evoke such fear in his with his presence alone. That was a scary thought. What were you two doing this late at night? What were they? They had just got away from the mansion where Halcyon Green once resided. He thought back to the little prophecy he mentioned, it scared him somewhat. They managed to escape with the Aegis bracelet that Talia was wearing, but as soon as a monster saw she was injured, it thought it might have a chance. It chased them for a while, they were tired and hungry. They were on their last leg a few hours ago. While the Aegis was invaluable, one's defense will eventually be whittled down. He honestly wanted to thank the man who was currently hugging his daughter, who was still making sniffing noises into his clothes. The other girl seemed to be poking Talia's bracelet in fascination. Luke tried to explain, but his nerves were still shot. We were running from those monsters. A voice beside him spoke. Does she have nerves of steel or what? Luke thought. Talia stared at the man in front of her. She really didn't know what to think. From what she could see, he cared about his daughters, and somehow trained himself to be able to fight monsters to a frightening degree. She would admit she would love that kind of power. She was kind of irked that the man had such power but didn't say anything, who knew what he had to do to get it after all. He was scary, yes, but it wasn't as if there wasn't other scary things in the world. And if she ever encountered any of them, she'd bash them with her awesome new shield and proceed to rip it apart. When he spoke, it sent shivers down her spine though. It wasn't at all like the voice he used to comfort his daughter. She couldn't blame her though, she doubted she could handle almost getting killed by a monster at her age. What about your parents? The man asked. She immediately stiffened up at the mention of her parents. They were not happy memories. She also felt Luke stiffen, she knew he had problems with his family too, but he hadn't told her yet. It kind of pissed her off too, but it was understandable. I see. The man said. She saw his eyes soften as she felt the oppressive aura he seemed to bring out dissipate. She let out a sigh of relief she hadn't known she felt. Her hands were trembling lightly. She realized she lost control of her body briefly. What a scary person. I should introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. These are my daughters. Come on girls, say hi to them, he said, causing the two girls to react. Hi. My name is Tsuki Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. The girl with a ponytail said, she was an energetic one. Luke and Talia concluded. My name is Annabeth Uzumaki. The girl said, her crying forgotten, she stood confidently. Luke and Talia thought she had guts. So, I assume you guys know about this whole demigod stuff? Naruto asked. We know some things but not a lot, Luke said. Like how much? Naruto asked. Like how gods exist and that they come down from Olympus to have children and eventually abandon them. Luke scoffed, earning an eyebrow raise from Talia. Well, that's one way to describe it, Naruto chuckled nervously. That answer reminded him too much of a duck-haired, black-haired man that Naruto was so familiar with. So how do you know? Talia asked bluntly. Well, as you may have guessed, these two are my daughters. He motioned to his daughters. Suki looked clueless while Annabeth was trying to piece things together. The reason I know is because, like your parents, I had a relationship with some goddesses, Naruto said, trying to be as vague as possible. Talia caught it. Wait, goddesses? As in more than one? She asked almost accusingly. Naruto let out a sigh. Of course she would see it, girls have super hearing in these kinds of things. That's right. Tsuki and Annabeth have different mothers, both of them goddesses, Naruto said. What? was the all-around response of everyone. Luke, being a male, a teenager at that point, with his body full of hormones, could not help but gaze at the man in awe. After all, banging a model is awesome, and goddesses were worth like 100 of them. The fact that he had a relationship with 2 goddesses and still live was amazing. However, Talia was thinking of the activities involved. Currently thinking of some sort of goddess threesome. You're thinking something perverted, aren't you? Naruto asked Talia, who shook her head vigorously. She was not a pervert. She was just curious. Dad, who's our mom, S? Annabeth asked, tugging her father's collar. Naruto could swear that she was trying to pull him right in front of her face and give him the glare. Annabeth sometimes scared him. Why? Because he wouldn't hurt her for anything in the world. That means he could not beat her like everyone else. The thing about that is, I can't really tell you. It's against their laws or something, Naruto said. He wasn't really sure about it, but he figured it's what it usually is. Unless the gods come and directly tell them, it must be some don't interfere with mortals thing. He just knew it was something like that. It seemed like the typical shonen manga plot. I am a higher being than you and you cannot know the rules until it is most convenient for me. Firm. Is what the plot was. That's stupid, yelled Suki, throwing her arms up into the air. I don't get it either. Apparently your godparents have to claim you at some camp before you get to know. I think that's just stupid. From the sounds of it, it sounds like there's a chance of them not being claimed, Naruto said casually. He immediately grimaced. He saw the dejected looks on the girls while Luke gritted his teeth slightly. Talia shook of her thoughts. It wasn't the time to get depressed. You mentioned a camp. What did you mean? Talia asked. Apparently there's a camp that houses half-bloods, or demigods you can call them. The camp is called Half-Blood Camp or something. Kind of insulting if you ask me. But apparently it's the only safe place from the monsters, Naruto said. Do you know how to get there? Luke asked. Not really, but the problem should be solved pretty easily if we meet a god. Naruto asked. Isn't that almost impossible? Luke pointed out, it was true, he hadn't met a god yet even after years of wandering around. You just didn't know how. Don't you ever get the feeling that whenever you want to find something, it's almost impossible to find it, but when you aren't you find it immediately? He received nods. It's kind of like that. Trust me, I've been in stuff like this, just go on with your life and we'll eventually run into one, Naruto said. Wait, we? Talia said. What? The reason I never told my daughters about this was because the less they knew the better. Seriously, it's literal, he said quickly after seeing his daughter's head snap to him. There's this mist thing that prevents you guys from seeing things you shouldn't see. He saw Luke's head jolt up a bit. The more knowledge you have about those things you shouldn't know about, the more clearer you will see them, but it's the same for them. They will see you too, Naruto said. The 2 preteens had enough sense to look sheepishly. Oh, well. Luke trailed off. Sorry. Talia ended. Don't worry about it. I was hoping to train them a bit before actually going, but I guess I'll have to put it on hold, Naruto said. Wait a minute, you were going to train us to do that stuff you did earlier? Suki's eyes shined with hope. Are you going to teach us that ball thing you used? What was it? Ooh something ra something right. Annabeth said, that move looked very powerful and very helpful. Unfortunately, you 2 will never be as strong as your awesome dad. Naruto grinned, causing his daughters to pout while Talia and Luke looked at the 2 girls with mirth. Sorry girls, but when you 2 were born, your mother's blood overpowered mine, being godly and all. But since I am stronger than most regular mortals, you guys will probably be able to do things regular demigods can't, or at least do immediately, Naruto said. So that's why Tsuki is crazy with sports, is that why she's so hyper too? Annabeth asked, in her head suddenly connecting the suppositive thoughts. Actually no, Naruto said, making Annabeth's sudden realization crash down. She actually got that from me, which I got from my own mother. You Annabeth took more after your grandfather and mother, Naruto said with a grin. Wait, our grandparents? Annabeth said dramatically. How come you never told us about our grandparents? Suki questioned. 1, you never asked. Causing all of them to face fault. And 2, I never met them, they died shortly after I was born, Naruto said solemnly. Oh. Both girls said quietly. Don't worry about it. Look at me now, I'm loaded and I got 2 beautiful daughters that I couldn't be any more proud of, Naruto said, hugging them, and they enjoyed a family hug. Off a bit to their side, Talia and Luke glanced at each other. This is kind of awkward. I know. Not to mention embarrassing, Talia said. So, what are you 2 going to do now? Naruto asked the preteens, causing them to jump a bit. They shrugged. Naruto spoke. If you're going to camp, I'm assuming you're going to stay there? Naruto asked, which he nodded to. Then at least say goodbye to your parent. Trust me on this, a mother can worry about their child for an eternity and still keep worrying. Well, we need supplies, so I guess I should go home, Luke said a bit nervously. Good, then everyone get to sleep and I'll drive everyone there, Naruto said, to which everyone nodded. Luke took a bed for himself while Taliah slept with both Tsuki and Annabeth. Naruto took the last one. Naruto wondered what was going to happen. These kinds of things don't happen unless something is about to happen. During his time as a shinobi, he had met random people during missions and in almost every one of them those people tended to be related to the mission. Naruto cursed himself in his mind. He really wished Kurama was here. Sure, he could be snarky, a douche most of the time, but he could really use his constructive criticism. Though if they did ever meet, he was sure he would mention he banged a god. The look on the Baiju's face would be priceless. He drifted off to sleep, hoping nothing bad happened. Taliah Grace was an abrasive girl. Well, maybe abrasive wasn't the word, but it sounded right. She really didn't care much about what other people thought of her. If it did turn bad though, she'd prove it false, maybe with a punch or two. She was a badass chick, she had always known that. At least that's what she thought of herself. Even more badass because she had magical lightning powers. Sure, she didn't have much control over it, but it was still awesome. Though it did bring up the question of who her father was. Now that she knew exactly how she came to be, it was pretty obvious who her father was. It was kind of awesome to be the daughter of the King of Gods, but still, it brought up a lot of questions. Like, you would expect the King of Gods to at least send some help now that she's been on the run for like 3 years. Or maybe send some sort of person to guide her or something like that. But of course, if she knew herself and through an extension her father, he wasn't really the type. She had woken up vaguely recognizing the ceiling of the hotel that she was spending the night in. She let out a sigh, relaxing a bit and thanking God, figuratively, for letting her sleep on a comfy bed. She moved a bit, trying to go to sleep again, but she noticed the lack of obstacles in the form of the kids yesterday. She stood up and looked around to see where they were. She was surprised at what she saw. Somehow during the night, the 2 girls got up without her noticing and made their way to their father's bed, where they were now. The one she recognized as Annabeth was curled up on her father's left side of his shoulder, burying herself deeper into her father and warming herself with her father's warmth. The other one, Tsuki, was sprawled on top of her father, leaning to the right where she was snuggling deeper into the neck of her father. She had to admit, it was incredibly adorable. That, and she was a tad bit jealous. Why? Because she was sure that parents like the blonde, Naruto was his name, were rare, she assumed. Her mother was a mess for a while after her father left, but that kind of fixed itself after her stepfather came. While she didn't like the guy, she didn't hate him. It was awkward between them. Then her little brother was killed and she couldn't stand her mom going downhill. She didn't want to go down too. After this and that, she had arrived at her apparent savior, who at the moment was staring at her, with a hint of amusement. How did she not notice? "Good morning," he said casually. "Yeah, good morning." That was really awkward. "You're way too easy to read, you know that," Naruto told her. "Shut it, whisker face." She grumbled, so she wasn't a morning person, big deal. "Oh? An insult? Does that mean you like me?" "They say girls are mean to people they like," he replied. Taliah snorted. "Don't get ahead of yourself, Whiskers. I insult people all the time. You ain't special. Still, you did save us yesterday, so thanks, but what's up with the stupid question?" she asked. "You're welcome. I got 2 daughters for your information. I gotta learn what a teenager thinks now if I'm ever going to keep up. Women will forever remain a mystery that man will never solve," he sighed. Taliah let out a small laugh. "And you never will." This guy really confused her. Taliah thought he was really weird. So far, he only acted all fatherly when it concerned his daughters. He spoiled them, she could tell that. But when he battled, it sent shivers down her spine. He was ruthless. He said he was human, but no regular person should be able to move that fast or be that strong, or be able to use energy balls. If this was a game, he'd be a walking cheat sheet. Though she really wanted to ask how he got that much power. Then ask. She heard Naruto say. "Don't do that," she yelled. It really ticked her off how well he could follow her thoughts. "Then don't be predictable. Just go ahead and ask. You aren't the type to," he said. He had a point. She wasn't normally that reserved, but she wanted to tread carefully. He was powerful after all. "How did you get so powerful?" she asked bluntly. "I trained," he said simply. "That's it?" "Yup." "What, no teachers?" "Kinda, mostly self-taught." "What was the energy ball thing?" "Pure awesomeness. You know, I think we can get along." "Ditto." They both grinned. It seemed that she reminded Naruto a lot of how he was when he was younger, except she was much more confident in herself and could back it up. So, you have electrokinesis, Naruto said. What is that? She asked. Electricity powers, he said simply. How'd you, she said, but was interrupted by him pointing at the electric alarm clock, and the TV, and Annabeth's computer. Oops, she said. She's going to nag me about getting her a new one. Naruto groaned. His daughters somehow picked up his ability to annoy everyone around him whenever they wanted. He vaguely wondered if he was the same. Talia looked embarrassed. She hated whenever she couldn't control her powers. Don't worry about it. She's been wanting a new one anyway, Naruto said. That was a lie, but she didn't need to know that. Sorry. She responded. What else could she say and do? Don't worry about it. It was an accident. Truthfully, I expected her to break it a while ago. Looks like she took after her mother. I would have broken it at her age, he said. Talia just smiled, thinking the same thing. Naruto felt Suki and Annabeth start to wake up. Somehow, kids seemed to get up so early. Stretching themselves, they yawned and stretched their joints. While they did that, their father did the same thing. Almost in the exact same manner. How close can a family be? Talia thought. Seriously, his daughters copied his sleeping habits. Ah. They rubbed the back of their head the same way too. Kind of freaky. Mornin' Dad, they mumbled. Morning sweetie, honey, Naruto said, grabbing them and giving each a kiss on the forehead before standing up. Now take a bath and we'll go get breakfast. He told them. They nodded and went about their morning routine. Wake up, Luke. Talia attempted to rouse Luke from sleep. He, that's dirty, threesome. Luke muttered in his sleep. Huh? It looks like he's having one hell of a dream, Naruto said, grinning. Talia was angry. Seriously, that was not the correct thing to say. Bzzzt. Gah, Luke cried out. Get up, you perv, she said angrily before leaving the room. What? He said, that was not a pleasant wake up. You were still thinking about threesomes from yesterday. Naruto pointed out. Oh yeah, that was an awesome, oh crap. She heard me, didn't she? Luke whispered to him. Yup. Seriously, control yourself though. You're with 3 girls now, and if you think one was hard, try dealing with them combined, Naruto said. Not a good thought. Luke grunted. So where does your mother live? Naruto asked. Remembering last night's conversation, he scowled but answered. Westport, Connecticut. It'll take us a few days of hitchhiking though. He responded. Hitchhiking? I can drive, you know, at most maybe 2 days or 3. Naruto responded. Oh, right. You know, I forgot that we're actually getting adult help. Hardly anyone cares about us kids, Luke said. Naruto stayed quiet. He knew how he felt. He was alone for mostly his whole life after all. The only people that he seemed he could count on without fail was the Sandaime and Iruka. But he didn't need them after he became a ninja and they became someone to voice his concerns, which were rare. After so long, he started to think that adult figures could go to hell. His lack of respect for authority figures sprouted from that feeling. He could tell Luke felt vaguely the same way. He sighed. Seriously, he feared that almost all demigods would have some baggage with them, but still it's shocking to see the amount. He heard laughing from the bathroom. He heard Talia's voice. He assumed she went in there too. That was nice of her, he thought. When everyone finished their daily routines, they went out to eat. Naruto argued with Annabeth and Suki that they needed to eat from the kids' menu, but they insisted that they want something from the grown-up menu. They wanted to show off to their new friends. Luke and Talia just looked amused. A couple of hours later, and some awesome radio music later, Annabeth chose to talk. Hey Dad, what were Grandma and Grandpa like? She asked. Suki nodded to the question. Naruto looked at his rear view mirror and noticed that Talia and Luke became quiet. They must be thinking that maybe his parents were gods. I never met them directly, but I heard about them. Do you want to hear anyways? Naruto asked. Both girls nodded. Okay. Your grandfather's name was Minato Namikaze. Your grandfather was an orphan like me. He was where I got my color of hair and eyes. He was a man destined for great things. He was a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy. But he carried a lot of responsibility. People placed their hopes and dreams on him. You could say he was a war hero. Your grandma's name was Kushina Uzumaki. She had red hair and hazel eyes. He lied about the eyes. Purple was not a normal eye color. She came from a rather wealthy family, but due to a natural disaster, she had to relocate to where your grandpa lived. She was a tomboy and had one hell of a temper. When she came into class, she shouted out her name and her dream and everyone laughed at her. Because of how chubby her face looked, they called her a tomato. Naruto said. Suki spoke up eagerly. And Grandpa helped her, right? She said. Nope. She got mad and the tomato squashed them. Naruto let out a laugh. Suki's eyes were shining. Her grandma was awesome. Annabeth was thinking how her grandpa was, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. That's amazing. However, Talia and Luke couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. His family was weird. Not to mention their rather exotic looks. Seriously blonde hair, red hair, blue eyes, hazel eyes, gray eyes, and amber eyes, that must be one hell of a gene pool. She even got a nickname. The red hot-blooded habanero because of her hair. The rest gave a chuckle. So how did Grandpa get Grandma, or was it Grandma get Grandpa? Annabeth asked. Well, it was a few years after she moved. She was teased because of her hair. She hated it. Around the time she was 13 to 14 she was kidnapped, Naruto said. What was the overall reaction? She came from a wealthy family. They wanted her for it, and if it wasn't possible to be willing to help, they would produce their own heir, by any means, he said darkly, causing the older kids to gulp and the others in confusion. They left on foot for God knows what reason. But your grandma left behind a trail of hair. It was a small chance, but it was a chance she took. Just as they were reaching the point of no return, it happened. Naruto grinned. What happened? They said in sync. My dad. Like a hero he came at the last minute and saved Mom. He was the only one that noticed her hair. He told her that he noticed because it was pretty. Her hair that she hated became what led her to her soulmate. It became the red thread of destiny to her. From then on she liked her hair, because it led her to fall in love with Dad. Everyone in the back was smiling except for Tsuki, who was grinning. Who knew romantic stuff like that still happened nowadays? There was thankfully no problems on the road for a while. The only problems they had was the constant bathroom usages of the kids and the food. Naruto never really liked going to fast food places. Sure, it tasted great, but it tasted too unhealthy to him. Sure, Ichiraku's was vaguely the same, but they made everything handmade and fresh. Not to mention it was more healthier than the stuff they had in this dimension. Luke told Naruto a bit about his mother. Apparently she went a bit crazy. Sometimes screaming at Luke for things that made no sense. Naruto was worried for both of them. If she acted like that, then there was a good chance that things won't go well. They arrived in Connecticut after a few days of travel. Annabeth was angry that she didn't get to see the Pantheon in Nashville and the New York Empire State Building, but she got over it. She was being a brat. Her father didn't tell her that, but whenever he sighed, it made her sad. She and Tsuki had one rule they always obeyed. Don't let Dad be sad or mad. Sure, sometimes she whined and Tsuki would cause trouble, but they hated seeing their dad depressed. It wasn't like he wasn't going to bring her there someday either. Sure, she was mad that they skipped the buildings and her computer was busted, but that wasn't a reason to throw a tantrum. She hated looking weak. Luke's house wasn't impressive, but it seemed perfect for the ordinary family to live in. The only thing that seemed unusual was that there was odd things hanging of the window, but that was about it. Welcome home, kid, Naruto said casually. Luke grunted. Everyone could tell he wasn't exactly looking forward to coming home. But it had to be done, he couldn't exactly run away from it. With long strides, he walked up to the door and knocked. There was rustling and other sounds one could hear from the other side. The door swung open, revealing a tall blonde woman with slightly cloudy eyes. Her hair had a few lines of gray hair, but overall she looked like an above-average pretty blonde who was getting along in years. Luke? Luke. The woman cried out, hugging the teenager. Yeah, hi Mom. He greeted. Luke, where have you been? Look at you, you look dirty, come inside and get cleaned up, she said as she pushed them in. Okay, but Mom, I gotta, he said, but was cut off. Yes, I know. Come on in everyone. Make yourselves at home, she said. Naruto raised his eyebrows in confusion. How would she know? The only way she could know is if someone informed her that they were coming. There were few people that would bother. Artemis and Athena were out, they had no reason to. Zeus was too, he wouldn't know Luke's mom anyways, so the only one would be, hi there son, how've you been? He heard. Followed by a rather loud thud. Ah. I did the same thing. Naruto muttered out. The only one that heard him was Talia, who raised an eyebrow. Quickly he grabbed both the newly arrived Hermes and Luke and separated them and threw them into the closest closed-off room. Probably not one of his most brightest ideas, putting them so close together when Luke was obviously mad at Hermes, but it wasn't like he had a right to interfere. Slipping in a silent seal on the door so no noise would escape, he closed the door and started walking back where the girls were waiting. Wow, his life was totally surrounded by women or girls, weird. All of them looked at him strangely, he sighed, of course they would find it weird. It's a guy thing, Naruto said. A look of understanding crossed Mrs. Castellan, and Talia just snorted in understanding while the girls just nodded, accepting their dad's answer. Now, why don't we introduce ourselves? My name is Naruto and these are my daughters, he said, pointing at them. Hello, my name's is Annabeth, pleased to meet you, she said politely. Hello, my name is Tsuki. Do you have anything to eat? She asked. The women just giggled and nodded. Hello, my name is Talia Grace, a pleasure, she said rather stiffly. It was her friend's mom, no matter what, every friend wants to make an impression on their friend's mom. The women thought it was funny. My name is May Castellan, thank you for taking care of Luke, she said. May and Talia talked for a while, discussing about Luke's little adventure while Annabeth and Tsuki listened and added their own little things every now and again. Naruto stayed vigilant. He noticed the times when May got a far-off look in her eyes. They were a rare look that not many could tell. Fortunately he knew that gaze, he saw it a few times on Xian. And it was not a normal gaze, it was the gaze of a seer, an oracle. The only time he saw it up close was when he helped Xian to produce an heir. She gained a far-off look shortly after their little adventure and he told her about the child. Not much, but just little things like how she would act and how much he was like him. He kind of hoped for a son honestly, but apparently it was a pseudo-bloodline to always produce a female baby for the priestess. But the thing he found weird was that a seer was located in an area like this. It made no sense, no real protection. No godly things or anything. It was just a woman that Luke described as a little touched in the head. He was so wrapped up in his thoughts, he didn't notice that May was right in front of him until he felt someone caress his cheeks. That caused him to come back from his thoughts, but was a bit startled at the closeness of May. Can I help you with something? Naruto asked. You are a strange one, she said. Pardon? He asked confused. I can't see you. Or anything else. Everything keeps changing. She muttered. Naruto flinched, his suspicions were right. So you're an oracle, and by the looks of it, you can't control it, Naruto said. She let out a sad smile. Talia, Tsuki and Annabeth were in the kitchen eating cookies and Kool-Aid, so they didn't notice them leaving. So, what can you see? Naruto asked. She opened her mouth various times but did not speak. It took her a while to find her words. It's like you said, I'm an oracle but a defective one. I'm slowly descending into madness. I only have brief windows of lucidity from time to time, she said, looking at the floor. You can't control it, can you? Naruto said, he was unaware of controlling powers that were not his to command. She shook her head. It's all random at times, blurs and events that will happen sometime in the future, or maybe they already happened. I see many things. I see the gods, I see the titans, I see people dying. I see many things that I wish I could forget. She grimaced. Naruto nodded. It was never a good experience to see things not meant to be seen. I see my son, I see him walking a path. A dark one. I don't think I will be able to stop him, she said sadly. You can't change it? He asked. To know the future means you can change it. She shook her head. It has been predetermined. Fate has already taken course and even the prophecies foretell the events. It is inevitable. Naruto let out a laugh, startling the women. God, I haven't laughed like that in a long time. What? She said startled. She expected him to deny it, not laugh at it. Let me tell you a little story. Once there was a beast of unspeakable power. Wherever it walked, mountains were formed, lakes were made, it was a symbol of mankind's end. But a man stepped up, with the power of the heavens and managed to stop the beast. However, the beast was too powerful, so he separated its spirit and its body and locked it away. At his deathbed he feared the power would escape, so he separated it into 9 parts. He foretold of a person that would one day save the world, the child of prophecy. He left behind 2 children that carried his own power. For many years, chaos and war ensued. The 2 children and their descendants battled many times, the reason for fighting long forgotten. Until, as prophesied, the child of prophecy emerged. He was a brave man, compassionate and protective of his family and friends, and a demon to his enemies. He had the power to change the world, he was full of potential. Then one day, the day of his son's birth, he died. May gasped, how could the child of prophecy fall? He died defending his home from one of the 9 parts of the beast. The parts could not die, so he did the most selfless/selfish thing he could do. He sealed the power into his own son, she gasped. The son was cursed and blessed from birth. Because of the power, he was seen as an omen, and a demon. They shunned him, ignored him. The son was never meant to be the best, he was at most above average. But because he was cursed, he saw the good around him. The son struggled through life, pain, betrayal, loneliness. He was about to fall into darkness if it wasn't for the words of his friend, who would later turn to his enemy. Only when you fight to protect, is when you can become truly strong. From then on, the son made that his way of life. He believed in those words, it gave him strength to do what many people thought he could never do. It gave him the power to oppose fate. He fought and never gave up, with his body battered and with his soul about to break, yet he fought on. When he was to fall, the bonds he made from protecting his precious people gave him strength. Then there was a group that wanted the power of the beast for their own goals. With his own goals, he set out to challenge them. The son with no goal of greatness or riches set out on his journey, along the way making more allies and friends, saving those who needed help just because they needed help. Then the true enemy appeared. Having gathered 7 of the 9 powers, he set out to control the world. But without no child of prophecy, it was destined to fall. But the son never gave up. Even with the power odds against him, even with the one he called a brother and all but blood fought against him, he did not give up. He never wanted the power, all he wanted to do was protect. He became a guardian. The boy with no hope of winning declared that his father entrusted him with his dreams, his goals. He took up his mantle, the child of prophecy. Without anything but what he learned throughout his journey, he faced a beast of unspeakable power. With the teaching of his teacher, the wisdom of a hermit, the blessing of a man whom challenged his conviction, and the bonds he formed with everyone, he succeeded. The boy who everyone thought would amount to nothing did the impossible. He brought peace to the world, but he didn't stop there. He grew restless and one day he decided to continue on his journey to parts unknown. Nothing is set on stone. As long as one never gives up, anything is possible, he said. Looking at the totally enraptured woman in front of him. Huh? Maybe his life story would make an excellent book? Mei just grinned at him and smiled. You really are an unusual one. Naruto looked confused. I can see you in the future, but it is always changing. Your future is your own, I can only see a certain ways away. There are ones where you are surrounded by children, another where you are fighting the gods, another where they are at your feet, and others where you set the world ablaze. You really live up to your name. You are a person able to defy fate. It is a powerful power, a curse and a blessing. There's even one with many women by your side, she said, giggling a bit at the last one. Naruto blushed, that one seemed the most likely despite the weirdness of it. Naruto just shook of the thought and shrugged. Tell me something I don't know. This stuff has come at me so often it's become ordinary. I guess I really do live up to the Uzumaki name. We were always a rowdy bunch, even if I'm one of the last. He grinned. She smiled, it was a joy to meet him. He was capable of many things and she was interested in him, the things he could do would make anyone want to know him. Can I ask a question? He said. Oh sure. What about my daughters? Will they be all right? He asked. She smiled, believe it or not, in almost every vision I had, you were dedicated to making them happy. He just smiled while she remained smiling. It was a comfortable moment when two parents couldn't help but smile at what their child was doing or in this case, what would happen. Just then, the doors where Luke and Hermes were slammed open and Luke ran out of the house, with a backpack full of clothes. All the kids looked shocked at Luke. After a few seconds they realized that he was leaving and chased after him. Naruto stayed back and saw everything unfold. Hermes came out with a solemn look in his face while Mei looked like she could break into tears. What happened? He asked. Hermes sighed, he really didn't know what to say. How could he tell Naruto what lay in store for his son? Mei looked at him with understanding but it still affected her. She is still as beautiful as ever. He thought. It's complicated, he said. Naruto just looked between Mei and Hermes. He could take a guess that whatever Luke asked wasn't good. It didn't deal with Luke's growing hatred of the gods and how he would one day make them pay, would they? Naruto said bluntly. He saw both Hermes and Mei flinch. Seriously? He blurted out. How did you know? Hermes asked. I guess honestly. Naruto responded. A guess? Mei shouted. It took her being a half-oracle to see what her son would become and he just took a guess? It isn't the first time I've seen eyes like that. He's walking an Avenger's path and nothing will get in his way. I had a friend who was like that, he went insane. There were others that were the same, he said. Seriously, Sasuke, Gaara, puppet dude from back in time, what's his face that kidnapped Kakashi, seriously, there were a lot of messed up motherfuckers in the elemental nations. He even fought an alternate version of himself. You know, last time I thought you were interesting. Now you're the strangest person I've ever met, Hermes said, his wife/lover nodding. Mei, it's a gift. Seriously, it runs in the family. Naruto said/joked. You have one messed up family, Hermes said. Really? With all the incest in your guy's family, you guys shouldn't talk. Naruto shot back. Well, incest wasn't uncommon with clans back in the elemental nation, but he didn't know that until later in life. But then again, being a ninja broadened his outlook to accept shit. Well, I guess you got a point there, he agreed. Well, after a few thousand years, inhibition like that tends to vanish at some point. Sure, some don't act on it, but it doesn't really matter. Anyways, what are you going to do with Luke? Naruto said. I can't do anything. It is forbidden to interfere with a hero's destiny, Hermes said, indicating his son. Hero? You call all demigods a hero, right? He said. Well, back in the day they usually ended up as heroes, so it sorta stuck, Hermes said. You guys just keep bringing trouble, don't you? Naruto muttered. Hermes stayed quiet. It was true, World War II was proof, not to mention the other near-apocalyptic things that have gone off. Well, whatever. Fortunately, I'm still human. I'm not sure I can change his way, but I'll have his back, Naruto said, shrugging. He couldn't convince Sasuke, then he might as well support Luke. If things go wrong, he would end him himself, the gods be damned. Thank you very much. Mei told him. Even with the curse of Hades affecting her, she still loves her son. Some of the nicest people have the most horrible luck. Thank you, Naruto, for everything, Hermes said. All in a day's work for an orphan, Naruto said. He calmly walked out the door, leaving behind Hermes and Mei. He's going to change things, you know. He's a walking disaster for everyone that he sees as a threat. Not even the gods can stand up against him when he gets angry, Mei said out loud. Naruto is an interesting person. I don't know him well, hell, if we even spend an hour together I guarantee you that I'd probably consider him my best buddy. But that's what scares me, he can be the best friend a person can have but the worst enemy one can make, Hermes said. How do you know that? She asked her once upon a time lover. I don't know. He reminds me of a parent taking care of their young. A parent can be aggressive and protective, but this guy. He a whole new monster when it comes to protection. Honestly, if he met Hestia, I doubt we'd have any virgin goddesses left, he said. Wait, you mean he? She trailed off. Yup. Wow. Lucky bastard. Then they heard a loud boom, followed by rather loud curses. They sounded vaguely like Naruto screaming about his car. Is he still a lucky bastard? He got virgin goddesses. Touché. Naruto was furious right now. Why? Because a bloody monster had the nerve to attack him while he was driving. Thankfully the children hadn't been with him, but still, he almost died in a fiery metal death trap. Then again, it was better than drowning in a cold metal death trap. How come there's always some kind of metal death trap? Oh, he was pissed. His freaking car blew up. He wouldn't have cared, but all his money and whatever clothes he brought were in there. Luckily he kept his gear and scrolls sealed on his person at all time, but still. His car blew up. If the monster that rammed into his car didn't explode with the car, he would have shoved a Sennen Goroshi revised edition on its ass. Naruto looked around, wondering why the hell the streets were empty, and as it looked like, he was surrounded. What the hell? He yelled. The monsters seemed to have gathered. It wasn't a normal amount either. Sure, there were monsters here and there, but never as many as he was seeing right now. But why now? Why at this moment? I'm separated from everyone else. He thought. These monsters waited for him to be alone and separated from his charges. They must have known that with him around, they'd stand no chance. So most likely they were either making sure he died right now or they were stalling. Either way, these monsters are clearly more smarter than they let on. He thought they ran on mostly primal instinct. But then he thought again, primal instinct allowed animals to evolve and adapt. After thousands of years fighting demigods after demigods, he guessed that's where they picked it up from. But still, it's way too many for just being around. He just left it that they chased him for a while. He had been driving with 4 demigods in his abnormalness, it must have been irresistible for the monsts. Someone has it in for me. I don't know who or what, but this is serious bullshit, Naruto murmured. Normally he would not have cared, but he had a family and daughters and charges to care for, he couldn't go gung-ho anymore. He couldn't spend his time just fighting for the fun of it. He really needed to end this fast. Think, Naruto. What can help you take out a large number of enemies in a little time with water being in abundance at the moment? Kukukaku. If I ever meet Haku again, I'll make sure to give him something nice, Naruto said. A sudden rush of mist blanketed the region. If there was something Naruto had an abundance of, it was chakra. Taking out Kusanagi that Orochimaru once wielded to make sure that the monsters were ripped to pieces. After all, he was pretty sure that monsters can't survive with their heads decapitated and their chest ripped open with severed limbs. Hyotan Makyo Hosho. Ice mirrors began forming in the air all around him. Within seconds, the panes created out of the moisture in the air formed into a dome, comprising of many ice mirrors. The Jinchuriki's eyes darted around, looking from one block to the next, before locking onto his opponent still looking clueless of what was about to happen. Naruto cracked his neck and swung the sword a couple of times, ripping through wind as he did so. Now, since the little kids aren't here, there's nothing holding me back. I'll make sure to end it in a second, Naruto said as his body merged with the mirror. There was one monster that was able to talk that could summarize what had happened. Just as he almost met his own end, he only managed to say one thing. A demon in the mist. Suki was learning another lesson that her dad had told her once upon a time ago. Suki, at some point in time, I won't be there to defend you. So use everything you learned to protect yourself, by any means. Suki couldn't help but agree with her father. That's why she always had one of those funny-looking knives her father always had around with her. Luke had ran a long way, they somehow managed to keep up with him. After a few swear words and a couple of punches to a wall, he seemed to calm down. But she could tell that he wasn't. She had an uncanny ability to tell if a person was dark. She didn't know why, but it was like she could sense emotions but not things like happiness, more like bad things, albeit she had no control of it. She was so wrapped up in figuring Luke's newfound darkness that was beginning to latch to him, she didn't notice what was going on around them. However, Annabeth did. She had learned a bit from her past encounter. She made a note of it to stay constantly alert. She was still beginning to do it, so she wasn't the best at it. But when she finally realized what was going on, she said it in the most cliché way possible. "It's too quiet," she said. Suki would have laughed at that if she hadn't noticed the same thing shortly after. Talia cursed out loud and Luke cringed, realizing that his emotional outburst might have gotten them killed. And worse, her father wasn't there. A bunch of monsters appeared, in all shapes and sizes. Some just crazy looking, some had animal body parts and some looked like birds. Sweat fell from her forehead as she looked around, it wasn't looking good at all. It wasn't until one of the birds attempted to claw Luke's tear-soaked eyes that she threw the knife which struck the bird between its eyes. "Nice shot." Talia grunted as quietly as possible. "Yeah, Dad taught me to throw them," she said as she retrieved the knife. "Huh. That's pretty cool actually," Talia murmured. "This is not the time to praise Dad for being awesome." Annabeth cut in. Each one drawing their own weapon, Annabeth wielding the dagger that Luke gave her, got into their fighting stances, which were nothing but sticking their weapons out, got ready for whatever would happen. Unfortunately, all the monsters bellowed, causing Suki and Annabeth to fall on their behind. While they may be brave, they had just come to a realization that their death was fast approaching. As they fell, both daggers struck the floor, causing Suki's knife to light up briefly. Then, they felt an oppressive aura. It was heavy, it was nothing that they have ever felt before, but just like that, it vanished. "Oh, there's more." They heard. All of them turned around to see the sight of a familiar mop of blonde hair. The only thing that was different was that he was holding an extremely long sword that was stabbing a monster that attempted to attack from behind. All of them looked at Naruto and gulped. They had never seen him with such a serious expression, except when Annabeth was attacked, but this look held power that seemed like he was confident he could win. "Suki, what was one of the rules I told you about? You know about dropping your weapon," he said in monotone. Suki gulped. "Key to never drop your weapon when there's still enemies." "Sorry Dad," she said meekly. "Well, you did help me get here, so I'll forgive you." "Okay sweetie," Naruto said softly, rubbing the top of her head. She nodded. "Looks like you guys got into a lot of trouble this time," he said, whistling at the amount of monsters. "I get the feeling this is your fault Dad," Annabeth snapped. Naruto's sweat dropped. It might be true, his daughter had incredible insight at these kinds of things. "You're probably right dear," he said. He really had to decide what to do next. On one hand he could take care of themselves, and on the other, he needed them to learn that their actions have consequence. He sighed, he needed them to face danger in order to grow, because if being a demigod was anything like being a ninja, they would never be completely safe. There was only one thing to do. He looked at Talia, she had a lot of potential, and if he was right with her electricity control, then it might be possible to utilize his lightning element jutsu with hers. "Hey, Talia, have you ever seen the movie Star Wars?" he asked. There were monsters everywhere. Luke wondered what the hell Naruto was doing because he was reaching for a piece of paper. He called Talia over, and he asked her a question. "Yeah, why?" She responded. "How do you feel about becoming a Jedi?" he asked. He pulled out a hilt from the paper. How did he even do that? He placed it in Talia's hands and it instantly grew a blade of freaking lightning. That was so badass. Holy, what the hell is this? She screamed. She was more amazed than shocked. Who wouldn't? She had a freaking lightsaber in her hands. That, my dear girl, is called Raijin no Ken. Otherwise known as the Sword of the Thunder God, he said, epically. Annabeth chipped in. Forget what I said before, Dad is awesome. Talia was convinced. Naruto was the best dad ever. Wait, they were technically related through the grapevine as some distant uncle. So let me rephrase that. Naruto was the best uncle ever. Okay, since I know you guys won't be able to handle them all, I'll get rid of most of them. You guys pick off the small ones. Tsuki, Annabeth, you two are in no condition to fight, you have only 2 daggers and nothing else. You stay behind everyone and if necessary run distractions. I won't forgive you if any of you die. Got it? Naruto yelled, getting nods from them. Dad, after this promise you'll train us, Annabeth said. Tsuki nodded. I was going to wait a year or 2 but I guess I got no choice. I promise, he said, getting his infamous smile from him. Just as Naruto prepared to pull out his scroll full of Hiraishin kunai, he felt a presence. A lot of presences actually. They were all immortal or semi-immortal by the feel of it except for one. He had already gotten a grasp of how the god's aura or power felt, so he could pinpoint any gods if they let their presence be felt. Wait a bit everyone, we have company, Nato said, gaining everyone's attention. Just as they were about to ask what he was talking about, an arrow shot from the forest nearby felling a monster. Then more and more arrows came out, piercing and killing all the monsters and turning them into gold dust. Not bad. Naruto commented. What just happened? Luke said out loud. Talia was a bit angry that she didn't get to use her new lightsaber. It was so badass. Naruto ignored his question and faced the forest. You know, I sort of figured we'd meet again like this. Is that weird? Naruto said out loud. Not really. I thought the same. As they heard the voice, figures started coming out of the forest. What was strange is that they were all young, not young as in young adult, like literally just breaking their double-digit birthdays. Most of them were scowling at him and at Luke. He felt a tug on his pants. Hey Dad, who are they? He looked down and saw Tsuki. Oh, the chances. Those are the hunters, basically it's a group of young girls that pledge their loyalty to the goddess Artemis and they are bound to her. Semi-immortal, loathe boys in general. The one with the auburn hair and silvery yellow eyes is Artemis. Don't say anything offensive or she'll turn you into an antelope. Naruto quickly summarized, earning a rather audible gulp from Luke, while Talia looked interested in Annabeth slightly. Tsuki seemed a bit nervous for reasons she didn't know. The 12-year-old looking Artemis couldn't help but stare at the girl practically hugging her once upon a time lover's leg. Naruto, is that? She trailed off, changing into her adult form. The hunters who now saw the girl and his own charges were now looking back and forth between Artemis and Tsuki, almost as if trying to connect the dots. Tsuki, he said, drawing her attention. Don't be shy, say hello to Mom. The distinct word, what? Was heard for miles. Silence permeated the air. They could not believe what they had just heard. Artemis, a virgin goddess, had a child? With a mortal? Never mind the fact that she vowed not to. What was shocking is that they couldn't deny the resemblance. Annabeth looked especially shocked to know who her sister's mother was. It hadn't been long since they learned that they didn't share the same mother but to be Artemis, the goddess of the moon, who had a group similar to Peter Pan from the Disney movie. It was weird and awesome at the same time. She might have also been jealous that her sister found her mother. She couldn't deny that somewhere deep inside, despite being happy with her father, she longed to see her mother. Naruto, who just looked amused, with his hands crossed, just smirked and turned his eyes to Artemis, who had a similar expression except less smirking and more amused. I think we just blew their mind, he said. I can't believe you said it out loud. My hunters are going to kill you, you know. At the least they'll try to shoot your balls off. Artemis replied. She might have cared for Naruto, but she knew the reaction the news would have among her hunters. All of them had in some form an intense hate for the male gender. That, and she liked that certain body part to be a peak performance, if when she felt like going for seconds. It would be best if she never mentioned she often dreamed about it. Nah. Even if they do, it'll be fun. But wouldn't that mean that by some odd way, I'm their stepfather? He asked. Artemis thought about it and he was right, in a way. Since she technically adopted them or took them in, so he was their stepfather, by today's standards anyways. I suppose so, she murmured. As they carried on their quick conversation, everyone, including Tsuki, started snapping out of their rather long stupor and let the words sink in. Sudden cries of outrage resonated from the hunter side of the group, while the bewildered group that was Naruto's was getting the implications of what was happening, except Tsuki, She was confused whether or not what to do right now. Her mother was standing in front of her. Should she, like many other movies, suddenly run up to her so-called mother, pick her up and then say I'm sorry over and over again, or should she just stick with her dad and see what happens? She was damn too young for this shit. She decided, worry about it later and hope her father can solve it. She knew that she was relying on her dad too much at this point, but she was still 7, she wanted to enjoy it. Because if her dad's training on throwing knives was any hint, it would be tough. There was an overall cry of outrage coming from the hunters. Artemis could honestly say she understood. She was supposed to be under oath not to have children after all. She looked towards Naruto in a silent question to which he responded with a nod. She smiled, thanking him for letting her tell them. Naruto knew what he was doing, or at least she hoped. Sure, he could deal with some of them, but she doubted he could take on a small platoon of semi-immortal young girls. That, however, would be a pedophile's wet dream. Or rather Orochimaru's wet dream. If they were boys, that is. Ah. I bet Orochimaru would love to be Peter Pan. Naruto thought. Alright, one at a time now. I swear, sometimes you girls act as hormone-driven as schoolgirls in their teens sometimes. Now Zoe, summarize what you want to ask. Artemis pointed at her lieutenant. Zoe, who had been rather vocal with her protest, calmed down her sisters and tried to calm herself down. No reason to go crazy, she thought. It could be solved by talking calmly. Lady Artemis, can you please tell us if that child is really your daughter? If so, then when? What's her name? How old is she? Who's her father so we can kill him? And can I hug her? She said rapidly, trying to look as innocent as possible. Artemis' smile twitched a bit hearing what Zoe said, while Naruto, who didn't have her self-control, laughed out at the antics of his apparent stepdaughters. Let's see. Yes, that child is my daughter. She was born 7 years ago and her name is Tsuki. No, you cannot hug her yet. I get my turn first and her father is right next to me, she said. Naruto, ignoring the sudden spontaneous degree of all-around feminine hate on him, just smiled and waved at the young girls. Sure, they were deadly and should not be underestimated. He should know he took out full-grown adults at their age. That didn't stop them from being cute. Who are you? One of them asked rudely. Naruto had a sweat dropped, that reminded him a lot of Ino's personality. Glad you ask. Suddenly the area vanished and went dark, thanks to Naruto's most favorite Jinjutsu, bringer of darkness technique, and set everything to darkness. Suddenly the dark vanished at one point and showed Naruto, with his hand pointed forward, opening with a weird pose. Artemis was shaking her head, highly amused, while everyone was thrown off. I am the son of the fastest man and the wildest woman to walk the land of fire. Student of the one-eyed thunder Cyclops, apprentice to Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, and tested against the second coming of a god, Pain. I am the valiant Uzumaki Naruto Tbayo, Naruto cried out as cherry blossoms floated everywhere with a cherry blossom tree right behind him. Tsuki looked amazed and couldn't stop clapping. That was awesome. Go Dad Tbayo, she cried out. Annabeth couldn't help but be embarrassed by her dad. Why did her dad have to act so goofy sometimes? Sure, she loved it when he did it in private, but in front of everyone, and a goddess no less. If she wasn't sure that her dad was a bit touched in the head at times, she would say that her dad was a brave man to do it. But she secretly enjoyed it when she saw everyone's reactions. Luke and Talia had to admit, while it was silly and hilarious, it helped get a bit of insight into the blonde father. A thunder-wielding Cyclops, though? A sage? And a god? The guys just kept getting more interesting. The hunters couldn't decide whether that introduction was the most stupidest thing they have seen or the most spontaneously but well put on introduction. They were still going to shoot his balls off, no doubt, but there had to be credit where credit is due. Still, if what he said was true, then might as well test him. No one knew who did it, but with some sort of sibling silent communication that was perfected with years or immortal life, Ness. Everyone knew what was going to happen. An arrow was shot and heading towards Naruto, more precisely his face. Time seemed to slow down for everyone as the arrow seemed to land as Naruto's face was thrown backwards. In an almost Matrix-like bend, Naruto's face as well as his upper body seemed to bend on itself. Suddenly his head snapped back up, and he was grinning. Why? Because he freaking caught the arrow with his teeth. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Talia said quietly. How the hell is that even possible? Luke wondered. Annabeth could only shake her head in exasperation. Her dad just had to be weird. Tsuki was going over what had happened so far. She didn't know her father as much as she thought she did. What happened to the caring, gentle, and dedicated man that she was proud to call her father? Right now he was acting rather goofy, a whole lot more playful with banter, and he seemed to be dedicated to just general debauchery wherever he seemed to go. It got her wondering how well she actually knew her dad. Annabeth was having similar thoughts. Artemis could honestly say she really wanted to beat his face in right now. She respected him and was rather fond of him, she admitted that at least. But when she saw that arrow coming, it scared her honestly. She of course knew that something was going to happen, but seeing what looked like an actual hit, her heart wouldn't stop pounding. Alright, before you girls try to make me into Swiss cheese, can you let Tsuki and her mother get acquainted? It'd be bad if they couldn't talk because you girls were too selfish to allow a mother time with her child, Naruto said. Emotion ran through all their eyes, a mixture of anger, hate, and acknowledgement. Naruto believed that guilt-tripping was a powerful tool, effective on emotional people. Cough the hunters cough, and while you do that, how about a little game? How about hunt down the dad? I could use the exercise, Naruto said. There was an unmistakable glint of revenge, albeit not enough to kill, maybe maim Naruto in the hunter's eyes. I'm sure you'll let your little sister have some time with her mother, right? Naruto asked them. The hunters faltered. They wouldn't take that chance from a young child, even if the child was male. All mothers cared about their children, and knowing that it was their goddess's first child, they wondered how Artemis felt. She must have wanted to run to her child as soon as she saw her. The hunters nodded. All right, Naruto said, before pulling a scroll out. Unfolding the scroll, it showed that there were 7 different seals, each with its own different writing. Everyone stared in confusion while Naruto picked one, and with a poof, a long, needle-like sword came out, with a long string of wire on it. Everyone meet Nuabari, otherwise known as sewing needle. I could have gotten a sword that could blow you up when I swing it, but I don't want to kill anyone. This sword is probably the most seemingly harmless one I have, Naruto said, grinning. That grin pissed them off. Tsuki, have a nice long chat with Mom, and Annabeth, she's technically your stepmom, so be nice. Luke, try and not piss any of them off, and Talia, take care of them, he shouted to his group. Turning to the rest, he decided to go for the old speech. Now I might seem like an ordinary person, but I'm not. I want to see how well you guys work. You're better than the rest, so I might be a bit more harder on you than rookies. Now, like my sensei once told me. Come at me with intent to kill, that's the only way you'll even manage to scratch me, Naruto said. The last sentence gave off a different aura. The hunters were ready to pounce on him when his body seemed to flicker and then steadily vanish, like watching an image slowly phase out of existence. Oi! They heard. Turning behind them, they saw Naruto, at the edge of the forest they were previously in. Let's see how you deal with an opponent much faster than you, he said as he calmly walked into the forest, with Nuabari on his shoulders. There was another reason why Naruto wanted to do this. He wanted to see the level of semi-immortals in this realm. They were the closest to having the power of a god, even if it was 1/100th or something. It was a slight measuring stick too. Semi-immortal demigods would be better than normal demigods, they were most likely the most skilled demigods out there. He wanted to see their strengths to know how far they were compared to his world. He was pretty sure he could beat them in a plain straight fight. He was most skilled at taking multiple opponents after all, but then he'd have to show his more destructive skills, and he didn't want to kill them. It would also give Artemis enough time to talk to Tsuki. There was already enough tension between her and her girls, might as well relieve some of it. Come back here, you bastard. He heard. Oh, that was just too perfect. Did you say something? There was a loud death screech from behind him. Oh, Kakashi-sensei would be so proud right now. Maybe he should wear a mask too? The double mask would certainly piss off a lot of people. Yes, he was going to wear a mask. Just for the hell of it. Kuku. Artemis's tent. Artemis couldn't help but shake his head at the scene. Why did Naruto have to be so silly? Well, at least he was playing with the kids. She used the term playing rather loosely. She turned around and actually found herself speechless. She was looking at a miniature, very nervous version of herself who didn't know what to say right now. She couldn't blame her because she was experiencing the same thing. Very awkward. She heard, and saw the other blonde child, Athena's daughter, speaking. Maybe we should continue this somewhere more private and not in a rather open forest area, she said. She could see Athena in the child, along with Naruto's bluntness, or was it Athena's too? Honestly, those two are very stubborn when they have to be. For once she thanked Athena for passing on her moment ruiner ability to her child. She nodded. Camp is not far from here. Let us talk there, she said. She reached out and extended her hand to Tsuki. Tsuki looked rather anxious or curious. She scrunched her face together and crossed her arms as if trying to think what she was asking. How adorable, she looked like a sleeping animal. Tsuki eventually got what she was implying and hesitantly reached for her hand. It was warm. She remembered how tiny she was when she was born. She remembered when she first heard her voice. It was beautiful. She was so small, so frail, and so beautiful at the same time. She never wanted to let go. But she had too. Many in her family faced the same thing. It hurt, but she had to let her go. She was, somewhere in her heart, afraid to leave her in Naruto's care. She was afraid she would get hurt. She was afraid what would happen if the other gods found out that she broke her vows. Looking down at Tsuki, who was grinning and swinging her arms as they walked, she was certain of one thing. She would never regret giving birth to her. In the forest, Naruto had to admit, the girls were skilled. But then again, he was using it rather loosely. The girls weren't bad, not at all, though he might have set his hopes up way too high. They were skilled, most likely breaking through to Chunin skill-wise, but unfortunately their bodies were not the same. A Genin could, or rather an academy trainee could at least jump from across a street and keep going. The girls might be able to do half of that, but they were still behind a chakra user. They had skill, with weapons, with working as a team, and they had a good head on their shoulders, albeit he could tell that they thought of themselves more highly of themselves. There was also the fact that some of them might be older than maybe his own village, that would most likely inflate some of the more higher tier hunters in their group. There were only so many things that they knew they could fear that they could probably count them on one hand, them being the gods and the monsters. They were immortal. He knew he might get rather reckless if he knew he couldn't die. It was the stupid Edo Tensei all over again, except they could die. He could already assume that they thought of themselves more highly than other demigods. They were part of the elites after all. So it was a good idea to make them eat a bit of humble pie. It was time to play with the kiddies. Kirigakure no Jutsu. He might not be as good as the silent killing style like Zabusa, but he could sure as hell knew how to intimidate someone. Artemis's tent. Artemis was for one of the very few times since, ever no idea what to say. Sure, her daughter was right in front of her, sure she was her flesh and blood, sure she looked a lot like her. It was almost impossible to not be able to who her parents were, but that is what made it worse. What do you tell a child that you pretty much abandoned? Would she understand that it was the rules that she had to leave? Would she actually understand how complicated things are knowing that whose daughter she was? How can she tell a child who's 7 that her very existence would be complicated? But no, she didn't ask that. The first thing she asked was, "How did you and Dad meet?" She said. That was a stab in her own heart. While she was happy she didn't seem to care if she left her, it was the fact that she didn't care that upset her. She seemed to be more interested in knowing how she met her father. That fact stung. Tsuki, however, was wondering how in the world her father landed a goddess with a vow to remain a maiden at that. Yes, her father was one of the most amazing people in a rather short list of people she knew, but to get a goddess? She wondered if her father did something heroic in the past. She really needed to ask about his past too. It wasn't that she didn't care for her newly revealed mother. Honestly, she wanted to run up to her and hug her and never let go, but there were too many questions. Then there was the fact of how dare she leave her father. She would have yelled that to the heavens if Annabeth didn't keep jabbing her ribs from doing something stupid. Thank God for annoyingly smart siblings. Annoying they may be, but they can save your ass. Artemis finally found her voice and started talking. Well, when I first ran into your father, he was in the woods hunting. I think he was camping in the middle of nowhere, she said, not wanting to let her daughter know that her father almost shot her with an arrow. When I saw him, he had a bow and arrow aimed straight at me, thinking I was an animal. After that we talked for a bit and well, we didn't see eye to eye, she said, looking a bit embarrassed. And then? Tsuki asked. Artemis watched as all the other 3 also paid rapt attention to her. We fought, she said plainly. Fought? Annabeth asked out loud, her father actually fighting? Sure, he was fighting earlier, but that was against monsters. That's only natural, but an actual fight against a person, God. Yeah, she couldn't see her father doing that. Artemis raised her eyebrow. Does he act differently now? She asked. Well, how did he act before? Luke piped in, getting a second glare from the goddess. He was sure he almost saw his life flash before his eyes. He had to remember to ask how in the world did he deal with a woman with male or beneath as complex. Artemis wondered for a bit, but the words seemed to slip past her. He was a bit of an idiot, she said, gaining rather bewildered looks from the children. When I said we fought, it started out with me sort of insulting his name. You do know that his name means maelstrom as well as fishcake, right? She asked. It got a snort from Zeus's daughter. I am so going to make fun of this later on. Artemis smiled slightly, and shook her head. Small vengeances were great. Anyways, he still did not know that I was a goddess and insulted me because of the lack of originality for my name. He said that it was a bit obnoxious of my parents naming me after a goddess, she said. Annabeth and Tsuki let out a smile in mirth. They were both thinking the same thing. Anyways, we eventually fought and it became a competition. We challenged each other for about a week before we called it quits and that we needed to go back to our lives, she said. But why were you there in the first place? Suki asked an obvious question. Who goes into the middle of nowhere? I was looking for something strong to make a new bow with, she said, as she brought a bow out of nowhere. Your father made camp at the base of the tree, she said. She began to check the bow. It was a bit special to her. Every time she used it, it was more powerful than an ordinary bow. When she used it, it reminded her of Naruto. It might have been strange to care about a bow as much as she did, but he really didn't care. It was part of why she met Naruto after all. After that, your father was the only thing I could think about until I met up with him a while later. Then a bit later things got a bit complicated, and so yeah, she said rather quickly and a bit embarrassed. She did not want anyone to know about her escapade in the nightclub or when she and Naruto got freaky with each other. Damn, did he know how to use his hands. Suki just narrowed her eyes at her and looked amused. Artemis's eyebrow twitched. She gave birth to a cheeky little brat. She didn't know whether to be proud of her or feel a bit bothered that her daughter was doing it to her. So where exactly does this leave my sister? Annabeth chose to interfere. Leave it to Athena's child to get to the point. Forrest, how long has it been since he had so much fun? It was like training Konohamaru's gang again. Oh, how he loved the fact that his pranking days were so helpful to him, who knew pranking could help one so much in life. It was also funny to see seething, almost foaming girls tied up to a tree when he bound them with his new abari. Of course, he had to do it discreetly because there were so many of them, but the misty terrain helped. The girls were not used to seeing or fighting in a dense fog that completely covered their sense of sight, and their sense of hearing was greatly impaired by the echoes caused by the surroundings. So, are you girls ready to give up? He said and laughed. They were usually the hunter, so for once, why not let them experience being the hunted? Do not listen. He's trying to intimidate us. He heard. It was probably that Zoe girl. Maybe he should push just a bit more. Intimidate? I assure you, I am capable of removing your spine while leaving you alive. Did you know that there are many points in the body that are considered fatal? So many choices, so little time. He let out a laugh. He really wanted to see how far he could push this. Thou does not care us. Thou? What in the world is thou? Are thou an idiot? Probably, no, most definitely. But I got here all the same, so I must be doing something right. Naruto responded. Thou are infuriating. It's what I do. Naruto responded casually. Thou will not best us. Well, you guys forgot one thing about fighting a better opponent than you. Never stop moving. Thanks to that, I set up my next move. Don't blink. What longsword ninja art, wire crucifixion. Artemis's tent, I'm offering a place among the hunters, she said bluntly. No, thanks. Suki replied instantly. I'll admit, I was not expecting you to have an answer so fast. Artemis commented. Suki shrugged. Well, I don't really want to leave Dad. He already promised to train me so I won't be defenseless. But just to check, what's so special about becoming a hunter? Well, for one, immortality. Artemis responded. PFFT. Who wants to live forever? Sure, it'll be good for a while, then it just gets sad. Outliving everyone you know, I sure as hell don't want to see Dad die, he's the type that can do everything. She proclaimed. Everyone in her group nodded. Naruto did seem like that type of person. And there has to be some sort of trade-off for immortality. That stuff isn't something you get for the giggles. You're right, you basically have to stay a maiden, Artemis said truthfully. Maiden? As in no boys. Nah, that's stupid. Artemis gained an eyebrow twitch. Do I have to hate them or something? Artemis nodded a bit hesitantly. While she did not endorse it, she still looked down upon them. Half the people in the world are boys. I'm not going to spend my mortal/immortal life hating half the world. I see. That is unfortunate, Artemis said. While it was sad that her daughter did not join, it was her decision. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt though. Besides, who said I won't be immortal? I'll become so badass that the gods will beg me to become immortal. Mwahahaha. Suki started to cackle madly. For a bit, Artemis was scared her daughter was evil. Until she was smacked from behind by her sister. How many times have I told you not to act like a diabolical supervillain trying to take over the world around new people? It scares them. Annabeth accused. Sorry. It's just so much fun to see their faces. By the way, did you get the picture? Suki asked. Annabeth smirked. Of course. She was holding up a camera. They turned to Artemis and let out an evil smirk, which pretty much told her one thing. They had blackmail on her. Those conniving little. Artemis stopped her thoughts and let out a sigh. Some part of me knew you two would be like your father, you just had to take his mischievous side. She rubbed the bridge of her eyes. She knew that grin that reminded her of a fox would mean something. But she chose to ignore it. It made him look feral and oh so much more sexier though. Nonetheless, I would also like to extend the offer to you, Annabeth, Talia, Artemis said. No. Annabeth responded without hesitation. No real reason to be a hunter, honestly. Immortality seems overrated, besides Tsuki explained it rather well, which was rare. No need to rain on her sister's parade. Talia looked confused, she felt more confused too. On one hand, it was a real honor to be selected to join the hunters, it honestly felt like someone up there was finally giving her a break. She also had to admit, becoming stronger was a boon too, it was amazing what those hunters did to the horde of monsters. It might be selfish of her, but she wanted that kind of power. But what Tsuki said really struck something with her, clever little girl she is. The thought of immortality might sound good for a while, but living for possibly forever, that seemed way too surreal. The man-hating was not her thing either, she didn't have any outstanding hate for males and she sure as hell wasn't going to start now. There are good ones out there just like there are bad ones, she just so happened to know a good one, who is fighting at the moment. That was another thing, while she hadn't thought much on it, Naruto was an awesome uncle. From what she had seen, the only people or rather things he hated were the things that threatened his family. He was pretty cool with everyone around him, not even the hate that practically radiated from the hunters could affect his mood. Besides, she held no distinct love for the gods either. She was impartial to them, she really didn't care what they were doing or what plans they were conducting. Something was going on, she was sure that it had something to do with her. Too much shit was gravitating around her. While she felt that going with the hunters might help her, it seemed kind of like she was avoiding the problem. Just wasn't her to run away from something. She also noticed Luke's disdain for the gods. She could tell something was going to happen with Luke, she could almost feel that little speck of darkness growing ever so slightly, leeching onto Luke's soul. She didn't want to abandon Luke, she didn't want to abandon Annabeth or Tsuki either. She didn't want to abandon the possibly first ever real parental figure in her life in a long while. I'm sorry, but I feel like I have something to do, and being a hunter, I would lose that chance, Talia said. Do not worry about it. Artemis shook her head. The prospect of losing 3 candidates for her group was a bit of a disappointment, but it wouldn't have been the first time someone said no. She respected their decision. So, what's next? Luke interrupted. He was frightened a bit when he heard Artemis's offer. In his mind the goddess was stealing his friends. While he could not blame Talia for wanting to join them, it would have still pissed him off if she did. Mad at the position, not the person. I suppose our little chat has ended. We should go outside and see what the girls have done to your father. Artemis looked at Annabeth and Tsuki, who laughed nervously. Their dad wouldn't use his newly revealed powers to severely hurt a bunch of young girls, would he? Leaving the confines of Artemis's tent, they found something that shocked them, or rather unusual thing in front of them. Artemis's hunters all held some form of facial distaste for the blonde father, but they weren't mad that he beat them. No, a better fighter won. There was no shame losing to a far superior opponent. They admitted that he soundly beat them. No, they were mad because the blonde was busy cackling while all of them were tied up with the infernal wire that was with that sword he carried. It was humiliating watching their goddess look astonished, as they all had some form of writing that depicted on what they needed to work on. Zoe was especially mad because she was one of the oldest in the group, yet the man in front of her had the gall to say that she needed to work on things she thought she had perfected long ago. He annoyed her to no end. Well, at least he was better than Herc the jerk. Oh, you guys are done? Excellent. What happened? Naruto noticing the new arrivals. It was a bit disappointing though, it had been a long time since he had any fun. Yes, our chat has finished. What exactly happened while we were gone? Artemis asked, pointing at her hunters. She expected something but not what she was seeing, they were practically gift wrapped for her. We just played a bit of hide and seek. Isn't that right, girls? Naruto grinned at them, causing them to snort unladylike and grumble beneath their breaths. Artemis rubbed her temples. I don't want to know, she said. Naruto just smiled at her. So what now, Mom? Tsuki asked a bit hesitantly. She wasn't used to using the word mom. Artemis was a bit happy to hear that word and could understand her reluctance to use it, but it was progress at least. Well, since you did not join, the other place you can go is Camp Half-Blood. It is a refuge for demigods. It is protected, she said. Wait, how exactly do demigods wind up there? Do we have some sort of compulsion towards it, or do whoever runs the place find us? Annabeth asked. Indeed, there are satyrs in every school that deal with ADHD or dyslexia. Just find a satyr and they will lead you to the camp. Artemis explained. Why can't you guys take us? Naruto said. We are busy. Going around the country is not easy, you know. Some of them attack cities, some of them are strong enough to destroy towns if left unchecked, she said. Point. Good luck with everything, Naruto said. Naruto and his group started gathering their belongings and acquired celestial bronze weapons from the hunters courtesy from Artemis. Thalia had her spear and shield, Luke had his sword, Annabeth had daggers, and Suki had a bow and arrows with a short dagger on the side. She practiced a bit and could at least aim at a general direction. Naruto had to give her a few more pointers later on. Artemis and her group gathered to say goodbye to Tsuki, Annabeth, and Thalia. They were nice enough to give them a forced smile, as they were not happy that they refused to join, especially Tsuki, but didn't comment on it. Zoe was a bit bitter though. "Thanks for the help, Arte," Naruto said, grinning. He got slapped in the back of the head. "No nicknames," Artemis replied. "TCH. Such a killjoy. What about Moon Girl?" "No." "Hunter women?" "No way." "Archer maniac?" "Now you're insulting me." "What about Tsuki's mother?" "That is fine," she said, looking away. Naruto grinned. She was still embarrassed about that. Who knew that the great hunter Artemis was prone to being a tsundere? Swiftly he kissed her cheek and started running the opposite way. "Until next time, Okawa-san," Naruto said, emphasizing on his last word. Artemis stood stiffly for a second before going back to her tent and coming out with a bow and arrows. "Oh, Oto-san, come back. I have a little present for you," she said sweetly. It caused everyone a shiver in their spine. Artemis darted toward the direction where Naruto went. Everyone stood quietly before Luke chose to speak up. "You don't think that that's their way of flirting with each other, do you?" he said. No response. Tsuki, however, was grinning. Just before her mother entered her tent, she saw a rather healthy blush emerge from her cheeks, and just before she left to give him her present she could have sworn she saw a small smile. Her parents might not be in love or anything, but they had something there. Duty kept her mother away from her and her father wanted to keep things cheery. Their relationship was a weird one, but somehow it worked. Her mother needed to relax, too stiff for her liking honestly. "Well, better make sure mom doesn't kill dad. Bye everyone." Tsuki waved at the hunters and presumably her sisters. That was still weird for her. Annabeth caught up to her and they started chasing after their father with Thalia and Luke behind them. She might have enjoyed being with her mother, but leaving her father and sister was not an option. Her sister was always with her and maybe in time they would split up, but for now she just wanted to be with them. Besides, she had a feeling that it would be more fun going with her dad. Naruto stretched his arms and started to crack his neck in boredom. He couldn't remember the last time he traveled so slowly. Why did he want to go incognito again? Oh yeah, so the gods won't bitch about who he belongs to and if he's too dangerous to be left alone. It sucks being so badass. He tilted his head, avoiding being pricked from behind from an arrow. "Sorry, Dad." Tsuki apologized. "Don't worry, honey. Just try not to shoot backwards," Naruto commented. Ever since Tsuki got her bow with arrows, she had been trying to shoot at a straight path. Naruto could have given her advice, but for one, she hasn't asked. Second, he was starting to think maybe he had been doing everything for the girls. Sure, he would go to the ends of the world to keep them safe, but he couldn't protect them at all times. They needed to learn by themselves. And to learn by themselves, they needed to make mistakes to learn from. That's how he learned. After many failures. But the point remained, he had to let them make their own mistakes and let them fix it. He'd just be there to clean up the leftovers. But right now they were too young. He really hadn't prepared them at all by spoiling them. He blamed himself partly. He told himself that he would train them when they got to the camp. Maybe he should train all of them? He turned his head and watched his other daughter walk and read at the same time. Now that he thought about it, shouldn't she not be able to read? With the whole dyslexia and all that? Maybe Athena gave her some sort of passive blessing or something. "Sweetie, why are you reading right now?" he asked. He should have asked sooner when he was carrying her on his shoulders while she read the book she placed on his head, but he really didn't say anything because in a long list of strange things that have happened to him, that was very low on the scales. "I'm reading about other Greek monsters. I want to know what we're going to face next and be ready," Annabeth said confidently. Naruto chuckled a bit. Annabeth was a lot like Sakura's earlier days, but unlike Sakura, Annabeth was driven to at least be able to protect herself, unlike Sakura, who didn't find her motivation until Sasuke left. Why did he like Sakura again? Who knows? Naruto craned his head and saw Thalia playing with her new sword, Raijin. She was as giddy as a kid at a candy shop, though he couldn't blame her. That sword was fun to use. Whoosh whoosh, shoom. It was a bit hard to decide whether to give her the Raijin or Kiba, but Kiba required actual chakra and elemental manipulation and actual skill, while Raijin was a big sword of electricity. There was also the fact that Thalia wasn't a dual swordsman. She was comfortable with her shield and good at using it. Raijin fit with her style because she could work on extending the blade of lightning into a similar shape of a lance if she wanted to. Thalia, Don't play around with that too much, the mist won't hide it. Naruto informed the spiky-haired girl. Taliah stopped swinging her sword of awesomeness and turned to Naruto confused. What do you mean? Why wouldn't it hide it? It hides other weapons. She had assumed that the mist automatically hid celestial bronze items. Was it an exception? Because it's not celestial bronze, or a god weapon. It's human forged, Naruto said. Granted, he did not know exactly how it was made, but it involved a damn good amount of super advanced seals with co-partnership with some very skilled blacksmith. Human made, she yelled, eyeing her new sword like everyone else that heard the revelation. Since when were humans able to make a sword of bloody lightning? Well, it's not exactly used by regular people. It's a ninja weapon, he said nonchalantly. He might as well let that information slide. It would make explaining he was from another universe a bit less of a pain. A ninja? How in the world do you have a ninja weapon, Dad? Annabeth yelled. What did her father do for a living? Who would need a stupid ninja weapon for a job? Isn't it obvious, honey? What kind of person has ninja weapons? He emphasized. Luke had stars in his eyes. You're a ninja. Oh, Luke was going into a bliss-induced coma. Ninjas existed. That was like one of the dreams for any young kid to be. He had an actual ninja right next to him. How badass is that? Yay! What are you going to teach us, Dad? Are you going to teach us how to run fast? Run up trees? Breath fire? How about laser? Ninjas must have lasers, right? Suki cried out excitedly. Her dad was a ninja. How much more awesome could her dad get? What was next? Did he have some sort of super awesome transformation like superheroes? When were you going to tell us, Dad? Annabeth glared at her father. She did not like to be kept out of the loop. Cool, we have a ninja dad with us. And I have a ninja sword, Taliah cried out. She wasn't really surprised, she knew it was something like that, but still, a ninja. I can do many things, Tsuki. Unfortunately you can't learn a lot of it because of your god blood. I was planning on telling you two as soon as you two decided to start training, and yes, I am a ninja. A retired ninja, but a ninja nonetheless. Naruto answered. When did you become a ninja? Luke said excitedly. Who wouldn't be excited? It was a freaking ninja. When I was 12, he said. Sure, he was held back for a while, but he graduated with his age group. Thinking back, he couldn't believe how annoying he was. What? They screamed. I became a ninja at 12. I did some of this, some of that. Fought, kicked major ass, and then I retired, he said. He really did not want to go through his life story right now, maybe later but not now, who knows who was watching. Are you going to tell us later? Suki said / pleaded. Sure. Great. Come on, kids. We're almost in New York. Once we get there I'll take out some money to buy another car and get to camp, Naruto said. When Artemis finished trying to turn him into a pin cushion, she told him where the camp was located. It wasn't far from their current location anyways, but it was a ways away by civilian standard if they walked. She also informed him that she would send the hunters on occasion to check on Tsuki and by extension Annabeth, since Tsuki considered her a sister. She had a gleam in her eye, showed her mischievous side. Naruto laughed. He was corrupting the gods. Cue mental evil laugh. Naruto for his part was a little anxious to get to the camp. He really wasn't sure what to expect. Should he expect things like log cabins, or should he expect actual houses? Was there electricity or internet there, or was it just Spartan style and do what you have to survive? He really hoped there wasn't anything major like a god being a counselor or anything. The last thing he needed was a god, a major one at that, knowing of his existence. But knowing his luck, it was bound to happen sooner or later. New York, the streets were full of people, coming and going. Their pace was fast and none looked eager to have a civil conversation, as many wore a stern look in their face. The roads were full of cars, honking their horns and moving at a slow rate. The sounds of constant chattering, machinery and the occasional animal could be heard from everywhere. Buildings stacked up afar and high as the eye could see, each with their own sign, often repeated a few blocks down. The gleaming lights of advertisements hung in almost every corner, advertising something new or something in style. Naruto found it too small. New York was not his place, he decided. While there were places that were calm for New York, there was simply too many people. Naruto liked the open spaces with lots of trees, probably because they reminded him of Konoha, but despite that, New York was too polluted for him. From the very sliver of nature he could feel around the place, it was minuscule. However, he could sense that there was something about the place, a feeling that the gods were involved with the city. He really did not want to find out what things the gods were doing or what they kept hidden, too soon for him. He knew his luck somehow always ended up turning a casual walk through a park could lead to some sort of diabolical plot to overtake someone in power or something. It had happened before after all. Tsuki and Annabeth were enjoying the sights. They were still kids after all, All the glittering lights and colors fascinate them to no end. Granted, Annabeth was eyeing the Empire State Building while Tsuki at every single candy store that they passed. The girl had a serious sweet tooth. Luke and Talia were vigilant. He guessed they either weren't too comfortable in a crowded place or maybe every city they visited something went wrong and turned into a shit storm. It was probably his paranoid side talking, but he was never one to doubt his gut feelings. At the moment they were in Grand Central and Tsuki was pointing at a candy shop and she was asking, pleading, to get some candy. Naruto relented. There was no way to win that kind of battle and he had no reason to start denying his daughter of what could very well be her last candy source for a good while. The place was full to say the least. Employees were wearing red or blue uniforms, all of them busy doing various things from lifting boxes to assorting candy. He let out a rather loud grunt. He was starting to feel the stress accumulating. Watching all the kids running around the store reminded him of the good old days, the days when he just bummed around the village when not taking missions. In hindsight, it was rather stupid to let kids fight at the age of 12. He couldn't imagine letting Talia fight Ichibi, yet he did it himself. That was a scary thought. He could get where the knuckle-headed title came from. Despite adults hating him, he was still a child and naturally it would remind them of their own. Now thinking about it, demigods were the equivalent of being a shinobi if he thought about it. He really hoped there was some sort of trainer or something at the camp, or else he would have to do something about that. He watched the kids who by that time gave in to temptation and start looking for their favorite treat. He remained vigilant because something bad always happens when he did. He looked around and saw an employee looking at the kids. More specifically, she looked at Tsuki, who had her bow and arrow on her back, and Luke and Annabeth, who had their swords or daggers on their side. Luckily Talia didn't have her spear out, but Raijin stuck out like a sore thumb. He wondered what she was staring at for a bit because the mist was supposed to obscure celestial bronze. Normal people shouldn't have been able to look through the mist. He felt like slapping himself as soon as he thought of the word normal. Since when had things ever been normal for him? Of course he would just happen to meet someone that can actually see through the mist. Kami, the Kami of his world, he rationalized, seemed to want to fuck with him even through dimensional travel that was apparently ruled by other gods. At least Lady Luck still liked him. He needed to test whether or not she knew about the gods. Well, he needed to hint at it first and come back later. He was busy at the moment. When his group finished picking their candy, he led them to the women's register. While she scanned the items, she kept throwing swift glances at all the kids, as if trying to figure out who they were. "Can I help you, ma'am?" Naruto asked. The women stiffened. Oh no. "It's nothing," she said, a bit nervous. "Ma'am, you aren't the most subtle person. You look like you were trying to guess who they were or who their parents were," Naruto said casually, as if with no hesitation. He saw her stiffen slightly before covering it up. The woman was a fighter, that was for sure. He could tell by her posture that she was running herself a bit ragged. She showed signs of bruises and aching muscle. He bit his lip a bit. He definitely needed to come back. "It's nothing, sir," she said. "It's all right. Thank you, Mrs. Jackson," Naruto said, reading her name tag. Naruto and his group walked out of the store, each eating their own candy while Tsuki licked a rather large lollipop. Annabeth was waiting for her father to say something. She was not as observant as her father, who seemed to be able to see things all around him, but she knew how her father acted, and at the moment he seemed tense, like he just found out something. That, and she could practically feel what he was thinking. "Weird. See can see through the mist," Naruto said bluntly. "What?" Luke and Talia said together, as they didn't notice Naruto's actions. "That women could see through the mist. She was eyeing the celestial bronze weapons while you guys were there," Naruto said. Tsuki and Annabeth nodded. Their father had an uncanny ability about being right about these things. Luke and Talia, however, looked a bit more skeptical. "So we just happened to run into a person that can see through the mist." Talia trailed off. "In a candy shop in the middle of New York." Luke ended. Naruto didn't really care what they thought, honestly. Chances are they would never meet her again, but he might come back. You never know. "A few days ago, you wouldn't have thought ninjas existed, right?" Naruto questioned. Both of them looked a bit embarrassed while Annabeth stifled her chuckles while Tsuki wasn't as tact. She was so busy laughing she failed to see that she ran into someone. Both of them fell as Tsuki landed on her behind, dropping her big lollipop while the stranger wore a rather baggy coat dropped rather crudely on the floor, his crutches landing with a loud noise. Tsuki immediately panicked as she knocked down a cripple. The young people were so easily influenced nowadays. They knew if there was one rule in school it was do not pick on the guys with crutches or wheelchairs, you'd have the whole school after you. Tsuki immediately went to help the stranger, rapidly apologizing and sticking her hand out to help the stranger. "Sorry, sir. Are you all right?" she asked. The stranger shook his head a bit before shaking his head and reaching for the little girl's hands. He watched as the blonde girl bowed and apologized various times in what seemed to be 2 or 3 different languages. I'm all right, don't worry about it, he said. I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't watching where I was. Are those horns on your head? She asked. His heart throbbed hard. What? Oh, he couldn't believe his luck. Those are horns. The stranger turned his head and saw a wraith big guy looking at his head, as he stood taller than him. He saw the other 3 children with him also looking at his head in amazement. Oh, now things went from lucky to unbelievable. You can see them? He asked, wanting to make sure. They all nodded. He gave himself a mental cheer. He had just found 5 demigods out of nowhere when he was going on a lunch break. He did not recognize any of them, and the tall one, from what he could tell, may be the father of all of them. A demigod having sons and daughters with god blood in them? Now that was amazing by itself. I know this is sudden, but can you follow me for a bit? I'll explain when we're out of the public, he said. Everyone nodded except Suki, who gestured at the strangers to bend to her level. As he did so, Suki grabbed his collar and pulled him very close to her face. You owe me a lollipop, she stated, and let go of his collar. She skipped away as it never happened. The stranger looked at the girl in slight fear. Was the girl bipolar or something? Naruto, however, was pumping his hand in the air. His daughter was a spitfire, just like his mother. Nearby park, I don't know, New York, there's parks somewhere there, right? The group traveled to a nearby park that for some reason was bigger than it seemed. The stranger led them deeper where it seemed to be more denser unexpectedly before they followed suit. While it was a bit unusual, it was not abnormal, it was just a bit of foliage. Nonetheless, all of them remained tense. The stranger turned around and took a look at them and breathed in deep. Okay, first off, my name is Grover. I'm a satyr, you know, half man, half goat. Yeah, those guys. Listen, I know this may sound very unbelievable and, wait, are those celestial bronze weapons? He asked after noticing what they had in hand. Yeah, we know we're demigods and we know about the camp, we just need to get there because we don't know the location. Naruto commented, completely forgetting that he called himself a demigod in general. Grover could thank all the deities of past, present and future. He hit the mother lode. Thanks, fantastic. That will cut down all the denial and the craziness, and you guys can fight, Grover cried out. I'm guessing that's not common. Talia pointed out. You're right. Us satyrs are sent to every state and every school that's likely to have a half-blood, that's you guys. Most don't know what they are for their own protection. The thing you need to realize that the higher the god or goddess, the more monsters you would attract. Grover explained. That sent alarms off in Annabeth's head as well as Naruto's. What do you mean? They both asked at the same time. Grover, slightly taken back at the question, elaborated. Well, gods and goddesses like Aphrodite or Hermes can get by for most of their lives without being attacked, while other children like from the big 3, Zeus, Poseidon, or Hades will draw monsters from miles around. But I doubt you guys are their children. Why would you think that? Luke asked, glancing at his lightning-wielding friend. Because more than 60 years ago, the gods sort of, caused World War II, Grover said, awaiting a typical response. You have got to be shitting me, Talia said, gritting her teeth. Yeah, eventually they made a vow on the river Styx to not have kids. Though most people think they'll eventually break it at some point. But who knows, they may be able to keep it, Grover said. Son of a bitch. Luke muttered. He was mentally cursing Zeus for breaking the vow. Talia on her part didn't know what to think. Apparently she was an unwanted child, or rather a child that was not meant to exist. Now because she was born, she was going to be chased by monsters, have her very existence punished for something she had no control of, and that she would most likely die sometime soon. Fate or destiny or whatever the hell was making these things happen was a total bitch. Huh? Grover said, noticing the swift change in mood. Grover, meet Talia Grace, daughter of Zeus, Naruto said, letting the goat boy know the situation. Grover had his own way of summarizing the situation. He bawed like a goat. Oh, this is bad, this is very bad. Grover paced around, totally forgetting his crutches and abandoning his pants to free his legs in worry. Oh, I'm not ready for this, a child of the big 3, this is bad, this is very, very bad, Grover continued to discourage himself. Wow, he got depressed fast. Suki commented. Suki, I don't think you realize the seriousness of what's happening, Annabeth said. So? Suki awaited the answer. Basically, Zeus made a vow that he wouldn't have children, but he did. Now there's going to be more monsters coming after her, apparently some sort of god law against her, and the fact that she's traveling with a group of kids with a satyr who has little experience with these things. No offense, Grover. Annabeth quickly apologized. This is so not good. Grover still in panic mode. Oh. Then we should go to camp as soon as possible, right? Suki mentioned. The problem with that is, we don't know if she'll even be accepted. Her being here means that Zeus violated the law, so the only thing that could fix it is Zeus admitting that he did wrong or. Naruto trailed off. Eliminating me. That's it, isn't it? Talia concluded. God damn it. They keep ruining everything. Luke growled out, his hatred of the gods was slowly growing. Now kids, calm down. Let's deal with this one thing at a time. Now first we go to the camp, we got to get information. Naruto told them. But they want to kill me. Talia protested. We don't know that. If they do, then let me worry about it. If you need to go into hiding, I can arrange something, just trust me, alright? He asked. Talia would have protested more, but she knew there were things she wasn't ready for, and taking on whatever was happening sure was one of them. Pride be damned, she didn't want to deal with this crap. But what can you do but take it? She sighed and nodded. If it was a week ago, she doubted she would trust anyone as much as she trusted Naruto, but he already saved their lives a couple of times and was willing to do more. It was kind of hard to treat a guy like Naruto with disdain for very long. You can hate him all you want, you'll eventually hate to be his friend while being his friend. Weird, right? Grover, snap out of it, Naruto shouted at the satyr who was off in his own world. For the love of. There was a resounding slap that echoed through the place. Ouch. Nice one, Talia, Naruto said. Talia shook her hand in phantom pain, she grinned. She always wanted to slap someone like that, next was to slap someone silly. Ow. Thanks, I needed that. Grover muttered, rubbing his reddening cheek. Anytime. Talia responded, she meant that literally. Okay, so we're heading to Camp Half-Blood, how long do you think it will take, Grove? Luke asked. It's about an hour or two by car, it's not far honestly, Grover said. Should I buy a car or get a taxi? Naruto commented. Get a car, I doubt we would fit in a single taxi, Annabeth said, pointing out the flaw. Good point, Naruto said. It took a while to get things sorted out, well not really if you had enough money to bribe the teller and stuff. Money makes the world go faster. They were on the road again, not really caring what was happening in the back of the car. Grover was in the front while the mindless masses who he calls his daughters and friends were watching mindless cartoons on the onboard DVD player. That thing was a lifesaver. So, Talia's dad is Zeus, do you know what the other's godparent is? Grover asked the general audience. Luke is the son of Hermes, we met him not too long ago. Nice guy, a bit flimsy though, Naruto said. I haven't told Annabeth this, but I might as well because I know she would claim her as soon as she got to camp, he continued. He saw Annabeth was waiting with waiting breath. Annabeth, your mother is Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle, Naruto said. Annabeth let out a smile, she had been starting to ponder who her mother was, there really wasn't many to choose from honestly, she wasn't obsessed with beauty like she figured Aphrodite would be and she wasn't into agriculture like Demeter. There was no way it would be Hera seeing as how it's against her god specification of being the goddess of marriage or something like that. Sure there were minor goddesses but she was partial to things related to Athena. She was always rather drawn to things about Athena and now she knew why. Her reaction. I knew it, she cried out, already guessing who it was. Naruto smiled, he was happy that his daughters knew who their parents were, unlike him who found out in his teen years. And Suki? Grover asked. She's Artemis's, we met her yesterday, Naruto said. What? Grover cried out. Suki is the daughter of Artemis, you know the goddess of the moon, and hunt and whatever else she has power over, Naruto said. But that's, huh? Grover replied, still in a fit of shock. Yes, she confirmed it with her hunters. How? It should be obvious. Obviously with the only adult in the car, and as for her reasons, who knows, it's what she chose, I have no idea what she was thinking honestly. Naruto replied. Grover just held his head for a moment, Artemis had a child? That was shocking as hell, now that he thought about it, Suki did look a lot like her mother except she was the blonde version of her and more open than her. He would admit he has a crush on the goddess of the hunt, but who wouldn't? Most of the satyrs are crazy for her or the teenage ones anyways. Shit, this was big. I'm guessing I should keep it a secret. Grover rubbed his forehead. Unless Artemis claims her, yes. If I'm right, she will either claim her soon in order to get rid of the mess it will cause sooner or wait for something big to come up and then spring it on them. I really hope it's the first one though, Naruto said. Hey Dad, if the place is only for demigods, where will you live? Suki asked. Don't know, any answers, Grover? Naruto asked. Well, there is space for a regular person, but I doubt they'd let you stay for long. I'm not too sure because it would be a first if it did. Grover commented. Oh well, I'll just make a house near the place or something, Naruto said. So how far are we from the camp? Naruto questioned. Not far, a few more minutes and we'll be there, Grover said. Grover directed them to make a turn on a narrow road racing past darkened farmhouses and wooded hills and pick your own strawberries signs on white picket fences. Naruto slowed down the car and parked it behind some trees. Dad, what are you doing? Annabeth asked. Something's not right, Naruto said quietly. What do you mean? Luke asked. We have Talia, who's Zeus's forbidden child, and 3 other demigods. We should have run into some monsters by now. I'd rather walk the rest of the way than be in a car that can explode, Naruto said. It is too quiet, isn't it? Murphy's Law is against us right now. Better play it safe. How far are we from the camp, Grover? Talia asked. A few miles, we should be able to reach it in an hour or 2 of walking though. But Naruto's right, something's not right. Grover responded. Talia, be ready with Raijin, Luke your sword. Suki, take this pouch, wrap it around your thigh, it should keep you well equipped. Annabeth, take these knives, I haven't trained you yet with anything but these knives will explode after 10 seconds after you ignite them. Take this lighter, you'll be our tactician, you'll make a path for us while we keep the monsters at bay. Annabeth, Suki and Luke in one group, I'm trusting you with their lives, Luke. Talia, you're with me, we're the heavy hitters, our job is to make sure everything that stands in our way doesn't, got it? Grover, you're in the lead, you can smell monsters right, you'll be our tracker, tell us and we'll make sure they vanish, Naruto commanded. They all nodded, they were slightly taken back by the power in Naruto's voice. As so happened, Murphy's Law activated not 5 minutes after they left the car. It just so happened that a giant was waiting to ambush them. That quickly ended when a shot of lightning struck its head, beheading it and collapsing into a disappearing golden dust. Everyone just looked at where the lightning obviously came from to see a startled Talia. She had the decency to look embarrassed. That was an accident. I was really jumpy and my lightning control isn't as good as I want it to be and I kind of reacted on reflex and totally didn't expect to be able to shoot beams of lightning and, that was so awesome. Talia's expression changed from fidgeting to panic to amazement. Suki had one thing to say. Dad, can I get a magical lightning shooting badass sword of ultimate awesomeness? Please, I promise I'll be good. Suki pleaded while Annabeth rolled her eyes. She wanted something too, but their dad would say something like they're too young or something. Note Suki, I gave Talia that sword because she was the only one that could use it, seeing as she has natural lightning powers let her activate the sword. I have twin blades that use lightning too, but that one requires skill and to be honest, I don't see Talia as a person with 2 swords or have the patience to practice a sword style for years before being able to use it. Naruto explained. Talia just shrugged off the unintentional insult, the guy gave her a sword of freaking lightning, she sure wasn't going to make a smart-ass comment unless it was unavoidable. Grover, pay attention, Suki yelled at the satyr, he was already nervous enough around her, now it was basically adding fuel to the fire. Yes ma'am, Grover said, while Suki looked confused. As they kept walking, all of them could feel the feeling of dread washing over them. They could feel something bad in the air. Just as they did, they heard growling, turning toward the direction, they spotted grotesque-looking canines, dead-looking bodies covered in blood, patches of black fur and a rather feral look in their eyes. Are those? Talia pointing at them. Hellhounds, looks like Hades found out about Zeus's little secret. Naruto commented. This is bad, we better get to the camp fast, no doubt it will attract all kinds of monsters. The gods know that Zeus broke the law and Hades is furious, and with the vow they made on the river Styx, Zeus won't be able to do anything. Grover muttered in fear. They were so close. In other words, shit just hit the fan, Luke said. Pretty much, Suki said. Fan-fucking-tastic. Talia swore. Talia. Naruto chastised. Yeah, I know. Talia grumbled. Alright then, since Talia has some ranged attacks now, it should be easier. Grover, do you smell any more monsters? Naruto asked. Yeah, a lot of them, and they're getting closer. There's more hellhounds up ahead. Grover told them. Alright, Dad be in the front, Talia, your second defense, Luke cover the rear, Suki support Talia. Grover the center, we'll be relying on your senses to see what we can't. Move, Annabeth commanded. It slightly surprised everyone but they ignored it, thinking that it was in her blood. Naruto however was proud of his little girl. He was never the type to think things through, the only times he hid was through sheer dumb luck and his intelligence shining through. When the Yondaime sealed the yang side of the QB in him, it severely reduced the amount of yin that affected him. It wasn't that he was stupid but it was the fact that he couldn't bring himself to really hate a person and plot their demise. Both yin and yang was required, he needed his darker thoughts to influence his thinking. His yin side still had an influence in him, but the lack of it allowed the Kurama to exploit it when he used his chakra. Though he learned that after the yin side was recovered, he could never recover from the stigma of being called the Dobi. It was infuriating, honestly. He saved the world and his friends still referred to him as a Dobi, even if it was through a joke. Besides, he was never one for discipline. Who wants a pole in their ass? By the way, there was no way he would let his daughter be one of those people. To see his daughter taking charge at such a young age, it brought joy to his heart that he gave birth to such a girl. He was sure that his mother and father would be puffing their chest with pride to learn how their grandkids were developing. That or they would smack him for letting it happen. Old people love their grandkids, go figure. As they charged forward, a hellhound ran towards them at an impressive speed. Quickly unsealing Kusanagi, he waited for the dog to get closer, and when it was too close to dodge, he extended the sword, splitting it in half. The rest chose not to comment on the extendo sword and kept moving. Luke killed some burrowing monsters that Naruto didn't get a good look at. Luke swung his sword, parrying the claws that attempted to rip his flesh. Quickly forcing it into the air, he slashed the monsters while they were unprotected. Taliah started picking off the monsters that got through Naruto. Them being overwhelmed was not much of a problem because Naruto took care of most of them and let the rather less harmful ones go and have Taliah take care of them. Bashing the approaching monster with her aegis, she quickly decapitated the monster before ducking and rolling away from a hellhound that Grover warned her in time for. Taliah used her new lightning laser attack, which she still hadn't decided to what to name it, to electrocute the dog. Suki was covering the long range, picking off the monsters more far away with the bow that was given to her by her mother. She occasionally switched to her knives, being more familiar with them. Annabeth was observing and throwing those explosive knives at the more taller monsters, blowing off limbs and heads. "How much farther, Grover?" she cried out. "Less than a mile. We should be really close now." "Great, just a little bit, oh shit." Suki swore for the first time in her life. In front of them was a wall of monsters, each coming in various sizes, all kinds of animals fused, grotesque, even the undead-looking kind. There were cyclops, lion-looking things, snake-looking things, and even a cow monster. Things were hitting the fan. Murphy's Law is seriously out to get us. I mean, look at that. That's just not normal. Who deals with this crap on a daily basis? This is seriously some sort of cosmic joke, right? Right? Taliah cried out, calling for the unfairness of the world. The Uzumaki trio just whistled innocently, already knowing and have been explained that Uzumaki make shit hitting the fan their morning routine. They got glares from the non-Uzumaki people. "Oi! You can't be the reason that this got fucked up, right?" Luke asked, pointing at the strangely unresponsive crowd of monsters. "Well, let's just say that this kind of thing is normal for Uzumaki," Naruto said, his daughters nodding. "You seriously have a weird family," Taliah muttered. "It makes life more interesting. But seriously, Uzumaki make fate their bitch. I mean, I could probably destroy all of them, but that would cause massive amount of obscene destruction as well as stupidly flashy moves that just seem impossible, leaving battle scars on the place," Naruto commented. Luke rubbed his temples, feeling a headache approaching him. "So what should we do?" Luke asked. "Well, there is something I've been meaning to try, but I never had the room or the need to do it." Naruto rubbed his chin. "Then do it," Suki cried out. "All right." Naruto bit his thumb and went through a few hansings. "Kushios no Jutsu," Naruto cried out, slamming his hands to the ground. Strange markings spread on the floor before erupted in a large poof of smoke. Instantly all of them saw that they were a great deal from the ground. They noticed that they were standing on something that was big, and they mean massive. It had red skin and had a few large warts around its skin. It had some sort of blue vest with a pipe and had a giant tanto. "Where am I? Who summoned me?" it asked. "Gamabunta, it's been a while," Naruto cried out to his old friend. Everyone else had a WTF look on their faces. Now Naruto, the walking broken character, summoned a giant talking frog/toad thing. This guy just had too much tricks in his bag. "Naruto? We knew you were alive since your name was still in the contract, but what the hell took you so long? It's been more than 20 years, Gamabunta shouted. "Really? Time must flow differently in this dimension. It's been 7 years here. Anyways, the reason that it took so long was because I had my own kids to look after," Naruto responded. "What? Dimension? 7 years? You even have kids? Gaki, when whatever mess you've gotten into, summon Ma and Pa as soon as you can, you got some explaining to do," Gamabunta said. "I know, but right now, you got to help me take care of those guys. After that, get the kids to safety. Have Grover, the guy with goat feet for legs, get help to deal with the monsters," Naruto said. Gamabunta looking around saw many smaller monsters than himself, but they all looked weird like some combination of monsters or animals on monster steroids. He could only shake his head in exasperation. You just can't stop being an idiot, can you, Gaki? You were out of the frying pan and now you're dealing with fire. You are the most troublesome summoner I've ever had, Gamabunta said. Naruto just smiled like a loon. Dad, what the hell are you two saying? Suki cried out. Naruto blink, right, they were talking a different language. It's Japanese, though I can't understand very well what they're saying, Annabeth said, concentrating on what the toad and her father said. She only got little snips of the conversation. I'll tell you later, for now hang on and don't let go, you guys are in for a wild ride, Naruto said. Alright Toad boss, go for Sutin, I don't want to burn the place down. We got a Raten user here so we'll fry them, Naruto cried out. OSU. Talia. Got it. He just loved it when a team was in sync. Sutin, Tepodama, I got a name now. Simple and short. Lightning Bolt. Raten, John. Both lightning attacks merged with the glob of water that Gamabunta shot out. Instantly they could see the sparks flying out of the ball of electrifying water, smashing into the monsters in front of them. The monsters had no defense against the effects that lightning causes to their bodies and were promptly roasted by the high voltage of the attack. It also didn't help that the water was coming at them with such force that some limbs were torn off or that some monsters were squashed by the pressure upon impact. Hang on everyone, Naruto cried out, all of them prompted to hold some part of Naruto, unable to get to the vest in time. Gamabunta jumped. Rather girly screams were heard as they jumped high into the air. Naruto would have laughed like a maniac if he didn't notice Talia was gripping onto him and shivering. It was easy to realize what was happening. Acrophobia. A fear of heights. She'd have to deal with it for less than a minute, but it didn't help ease Naruto's regret. But it was for her safety as well as the others, so she'd let him chew him out later. Gamabunta landed on the other side of the monster blockade where they could see various signs of fire being used. There it is, I can see it, Grover said. Gamabunta, get them over there, I'll take care of the rest, Naruto yelled out. Dad, you're crazy, Suki said. Listen to me. These guys will follow you, I doubt they have enough people to take care of the rest of them. I'll get there, I promise. Naruto told his daughter. Okay. Don't do anything stupid, Dad. She replied. Naruto smiled. Jumping from the Toad Chief's head, he landed as Gamabunta jumped off again, leaving him to deal with the remaining monsters. The monsters were growling, roaring or whatever they were doing to show their anger. You guys are causing a lot of trouble. And I know trouble. Now here's the deal, either you guys go away right now, and I won't slaughter each and every one of you. If you stay, then I'll make sure that you won't forget me. Okay? Okay, Naruto said. Reaching into his pockets, and pulling out a three-pronged kunai, he called. Kajuu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he cried out, resulting in 3 puffs of smoke. Each one had a kunai and one stood back. Make a barrier that will stop them from running. The rest, show no mercy, Naruto cried out. A Bunshin made its way back before making a face in concentration. The Bunshin shot out various chains from the back of its back and buried themselves into the ground. The chains shot out of the ground around the monsters, forming overlapping chains high into the air. When the chains stopped moving, there was a dome shape to the chains. Now, go. Naruto directed the remaining Bunshins, he joined the attack. All the Bunshins attack, each using Hiraishin, Rasengan and its variants. The monsters tried to run away after seeing that they were getting beaten back until they ran into an invisible force of wall. They tried to smash through but it was not working. They turned around to see the human standing still, watching them fail to break the wall. The human moved his hands and sucked in a large amount of air. Katen, Karyu Enden. Everything was turned into ash. As the others arrived at the camp, Grover ran ahead of them, looking around trying to locate a person. Many of the people inside were running frantically, like headless chicken. Everyone was too busy to notice the new arrivals, as well as their own group who seemed more worried about Naruto who was left behind. The giant toad vanished after he had dropped them off, saying something in a language they didn't understand. Grover ran up to what looked like a half horse and half human, and it was quite obvious who he was because even kids knew what a centaur was. He seemed armed for battle, commanding the others to do various things. Chiron, we need your help, Grover cried out. Chiron stopped moving, looking at the young satyr. Grover, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be out in the city? I'm back, I found 4 demigods, they're all right here, Grover said, pointing at the new arrivals. Chiron would have welcomed them with open arms if it hadn't been for their current situation. Welcome, "Sorry I can't welcome you properly, but right now there's a huge mob of monsters outside the camp and we have no idea why." Sir, I know why they're outside," Talia said. The man had a rather military look to him that made her a bit intimidated, but she marched on. "Really? Why?" he questioned. "Because she's the daughter of Zeus," Grover said. Chiron stopped moving and looked at the girl. He would almost deny it, but it made sense. The mob of monsters was Hades doing trying to correct his brother's mistake. The young girl in front of him was in the middle of two gods and their squabbles. That explains it. "Mr. Horsey Guy, you have to go help my dad, he's fighting the monsters," Suki told Chiron. "Your dad?" Chiron questioned. "Yes, sir. Their dad has some weird powers, but I don't think he can deal with all the monsters himself. He might be able to, but it's better if someone goes and help." Luke told him. He liked the blonde father. He was willing to go through any lengths to take care of his kids, unlike the gods. Chiron nodded, leaving the group behind. He assembled a team to go and help the blonde, and it wasn't long before they noticed that most of the monsters were gone. There were still some monsters remaining, but they were scared shitless, easy pickings. In the distance they could see a blonde-haired man, walking calmly through the battle-scarred earth, and approached them. Most of the younger ones of the group were tense while the more older held themselves for anything. Chiron approached the blonde. "Are you the father of the group that just came in?" he asked. "3 blondes and a raven, right?" "Yeah, they're with me," he said. "Were you the one responsible for all of this?" Chiron questioned. The blonde chuckled. "Well, they should have learned that when dealing with a parent, they would see a whole different type of monster." "Indeed. Now let's go back to camp. I'm sure you have questions and we'll try our best to answer them." "Sure, but first can I get some sleep? I'm dead tired right now." All of them walked back to the camp. Naruto was a bit nervous. If the place was what he thought it was, then it was under constant watch. Well, it was time to mess with the gods, he reasoned. He needed to find a mask. Using Kakashi's style would be sure to piss them off. He enjoyed poking the sleeping lion and watching its reaction. There were no roller coasters in the elemental nation and he was an adrenaline junkie. And he liked to mess with the lion. Naruto sighed. How in the hell did he end up in his situation again? He never really intended to end up in another freaking dimension. He never intended to father kids of goddesses. He never intended to get involved in the destiny of a world that was not his own. But guess who has the worst luck around? Him. If what he thought he knew about the world, then the fates of the world were probably going to bitch at him because he was pretty sure that he was never supposed to be there. But then again, there was that infinite universe theory that he had taken so much pleasure in dissecting and reenacting with various skits of animes and mangas that he read. His daughters got a kick with him dressing, transforming into various costumes for their enjoyment when they were young. But right now, he felt really nostalgic. He kept remembering many things from his past adventures and missions that he could not really stay still at the moment, and spent his time staring up into the sky. Talia, Luke, Suki, and Annabeth were all placed into Hermes' cabinet in the meantime while he decided to sleep outside. He wasn't really picky about where to sleep, and ever since he finished his sage training, he never really had any problems with sleeping or living in the outside environment. There was a storm coming, he could sense it. He wasn't sure if it was going to be soon or sometime in the future, but he could sense something was stirring in the world, and he had a feeling that it would not be the gods dealing with it, but their children. Chiron had explained the situation to him. Apparently the gods were having some sort of internal dispute about what to do with Talia, and he had a feeling that it also related to Tsuki and maybe Annabeth. There was something coming, and it was going to be huge. Part of him was afraid, not of the war, but the fact that his children were going to be fighting in it. He couldn't imagine what Inoiki, Shikaku, or any of the parents that fought in the Fourth Shinobi War were thinking when they knew that their children were most likely going to die that day. Even now it scared the shit out of him. There were more Demi children than he expected, honestly, and he as sure as hell wasn't expecting fucking unicorns in the camp. But hey, there were all kinds of things, fairy-like things which he forgot what they were called, sexy-looking sprites of nature that he would ogle if his daughters weren't there, and testosterone-filled teenagers that he thanked the gods weren't doing it like bunnies despite the lack of actual parental supervision. He sighed again. The fire next to him cracked every once in a while. Flecks of ash floated up to the sky before vanishing in the wind. God, how much he missed being in nature. That was one of the things he enjoyed about Konoha. You could practically smell the forest everywhere. It always made him relax when he needed it. Everything happened so fast, and it was so late that they decided to leave it to the next day, but he just couldn't go to sleep. He shot up from his rather pathetic attempts to sleep when he felt a presence, who was way too close for comfort. Jumping away just in case to get some distance, he turned to the direction of the presence to spot a young girl, who couldn't look older than 8, maybe 9. She had mousy brown hair with what he thought as alluring red eyes, flame-like. He was biased and he tended to like the color red nowadays. While orange remained his favorite color, red became tie with yellow after his parents. She wore a simple brown dress or robes with a scarf wrapped around her head. He really had no idea how to classify the girl or who exactly she was. One obvious thing was that she was a goddess, but of what was his question? She was tending to the fire that he laid next to. Naruto approached the girl, who turned her head slightly to get a glimpse of him before turning back to the fire. He spotted a little smile of mirth. If it wasn't for the slight boost in his empathy abilities that remained from Kurama, then he would have no idea what the feeling he was feeling was. But he had been deprived of it for the first 12 years of his life before he experienced it not to know what it was. The feeling of feeling complete, the feeling that one can feel when a simple gesture of a hug means so much more. He loved that feeling. He loved it when his daughters practically radiated the feeling. He actually made it a point to pray to her when he discovered that the gods actually existed. Why? She pretty much represented the will of fire. Hestia, goddess of hearth, home, and family. You're Hestia, right? Naruto asked, if a bit hesitantly. Hestia just gave a smile and nodded her head. Is this a social visit or is this a coincidence? Naruto asked. She tilted her head slightly before giving a two-finger response indicating it was the latter. Naruto sighed, exasperated. Just like Sai, you're not going to make gender-based sexual insults, are you? The corner of Hestia's mouth twitched a bit. She glared at him for the comment but couldn't hide the amusement in her eyes. Hey, don't blame me if you reminded me of a friend. Actually, you remind me of a lot of people I met with that gave me the silent treatment. You're not going to attack me out of nowhere or make me do some impossible request that has nothing to do with me, but I involve myself anyways because I'm just awesome like that, right? Naruto asked, knowing full well he was being annoying. It worked in the past to get people to talk. Why should gods be any different? Hestia stopped tending to the fire and stared at Naruto for a bit. He thought her eyes were awesome. She looked at him deadpan before shaking her head and giving a grin. You're a strange one, she said. Naruto grinned too. Finally someone to talk to. And surprisingly I don't care. Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet ya. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, she said, a bit distracted by the fire. I know. You're actually one of my favorite gods, he stated. Hestia's eyebrows raised. Really? She said. She was easily forgotten by a lot of people, not that she blamed them, she preferred actually. Yup. Goddess of hearth, home, and family. That's the goddess I like. From what I've read, you try to maintain the peace in the family and care about all of them. When they go into battle, you're there to greet them home, not to mention that I've also read you're very kind to everyone, Naruto said. He really liked that kind of person. He was the opposite really. He was impulsive, which he tended to rein, and he was a fighter. But the thing they had in common was the love of family. Hestia looked like a mixture of embarrassed, happy, a bit bashful, and a bit confused. That doesn't explain why I'm your favorite though. Hestia commented. Naruto realized he was right and looked a bit sheepish. I guess not. Well, I love my family. I would do anything for them, even drag their asses from the underworld, smack them around before giving them a piece of my mind. Actually, I guess I'm the opposite of you when it comes to that. I don't think I've read anything on you ever fighting. Me, I'll fight the world for my family. What was I trying to prove again? He asked, embarrassed. Hestia shook her head and let out a small giggle. Never mind, I think I know what you were trying to say. Really? She nodded. He was weird but interesting, she told herself. So what are you doing here exactly? You aren't a demigod, I know that much. Hestia replied. Naruto rubbed his forehead with his palm in exasperation. No doubt you've heard about the whole daughter of Zeus by now, right? She nodded. Well, for now she's my charge, and until I'm sure that her own family won't demand her death, I'll do something else. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? This is supposed to be a safe haven for demigods, yet she's facing death by her own family. Hestia flinched. That was bad. She almost felt angry at her own family, condemning a young girl for existing. That just wasn't right. They're not all bad. Hestia muttered. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Are you sure? Think about it, I mean really think about it. Hestia looked at him before giving a slight nod. Aphrodite was love-obsessed, Artemis hated men, Ares was a psychopath, Demeter is crazy for cereal, Zeus is obnoxious. Her family is messed up. There were only a few that weren't crazy up in Olympus. They all have their habits, I suppose. She replied. Naruto snorted. Family is family, I suppose. No matter their flaws and how much they annoy you, they're still family and family should stick together, he said, his eyes gaining a faraway look. His life was wrapped in manipulation, but at least it was from those that cared about him. Old man Hokage had to make sure he didn't fall into the darkness like Sasuke while protecting the village. He made time for him whenever he could. Jiraiya was a parental figure to him. Sure, the man did not teach him much, but he taught him about life and the way things work. He may have ignored his talks sometimes because of his perverted nature, but those life lessons helped him. Tsunade was another parental figure. She was the one that cared about his well-being. She had a village to protect, but when she would put his feelings and health ahead of the village. Kakashi was another figure much like Iruka, who helped him and assured him that he existed for a reason. He was a lot like Gaara except without the homicidal tendencies, but it was thanks to them he learned to prove his existence. He missed them honestly. From what Gamabunta said, it had been a long time since he disappeared. He really had very vague possibilities to why that was. It could be some dimensional time displacement or maybe some side affect of entering the dimension. It could be that time was slower in the dimension, or maybe he was sent into the future in a different dimension. It wasn't like he hadn't time traveled before or had a different dimension experience. Now that he thought about it, his life was one effed up story, an awesome story though. What kind of 12-year-old shoves a kunai up a possessed Jinchuriki ass anyway? Hestia smiled. She decided she liked the man. He was very family-oriented. So when is the whole thing with Taliah going to be sorted? Naruto asked. Hestia thought for a bit. It was an incredible issue to learn that Zeus had broken the law, and she was sure that everyone would gather. If I had to guess, everything will officially start about midday tomorrow. Am I to assume that you will be joining us? She asked. Naruto nodded without a second thought. Ask Dionysus to take you along. Also have Taliah go too. I think she deserves a voice in this mess, Hestia said. Naruto nodded. He knew how it felt to be left in the dark about something. Soon both of them found themselves talking to each other about random things. At first he admitted to himself that he wasn't expecting to talk to a god so casually, but he appreciated the company because he couldn't go to sleep. It was a rather peaceful night, but to him it felt like the calm before the storm. He was really worried about what would happen tomorrow, but he decided to forget about it for a bit and talk to new friend. Morning. The camp was very active in the morning, more so than usual. It was a big thing for a new group of demigods to arrive at the same time, especially in one go. But add to the fact that one of the apparent illegitimate child of the big three was among the group, everyone was gossiping. Then there was Naruto, who by all accounts was an abnormality at the camp because it was actually rare for a parent to go to the camp. Naruto growled silently at the fact, but he rationalized that normal parents would not have been able to do anything, so they left them to people that could. Suki and Annabeth adjusted pretty well to the camp. Being one of the youngest at the camp, everyone seemed to be nice to them. They seemed to have taken up trying to do whatever exercises the other kids were doing in an attempt to train. Luke had a hard time fitting in because of his age. Because he was a teenager, he was a bit hesitant to talk to random people, but eventually managed to have a few conversations. He managed to talk to his half-brothers and sisters too. He took a shine to sword practice, where he was quickly becoming known as a prodigy in the skill. Taliah, however, was having trouble adjusting to the circumstances. Not many wanted to talk to her because of the fact that she was a child of the big three, and there was also the fact that she wasn't supposed to be born. A few people were brave enough to have a conversation with her, but it was mostly pleasantry. She had skill with a lance, but she was trying to get used to using a sword and shield combination as well as a lance and shield combination. She didn't have much else to do, so she mostly gravitated around Naruto, because the guy was interesting. He had so many tricks and things up his sleeve, it was amazing to see them. It did help that Naruto was teaching her how to use Raijin. When she had tried earlier that morning, she got zapped and cut everywhere and her hands were burned. She was pissed off. She was using it well last time, but she was getting zapped by her own weapon. Naruto laughed and told her that it was only because she was hypersensitive, since he gave her the weapon that she had instinctual control of lightning, but now that the threat had passed, she had difficulty controlling lightning once more, and the weapon being made of lightning, the blade itself became uncontrollable. So now she had to get control of her lightning powers before being able to use her badass lightning sword. All the campers were interested in Naruto. It wasn't often that somebody like him came around. He showed an astonishing record-breaking display when he went through their training, and his swordplay was amazing. He was fast and he was strong, seeing as how he could lift himself with only one hand with the other wrapped behind him. He looked like he was having fun when Ares' cabin wanted to have spars with him, and he made it seem like child's play. Demeter's cabin really liked him as he had a bit of a green thumb. Hermes' cabin took a shine to him when he demonstrated a few tricks he picked up as a prankster, which seemed to coincide with some of their rather curiosity habit. Overall, he was rather well liked by the campers. The only thing that bothered him were the rather forward girls of Aphrodite's cabin. He was never too good with the flirty kind of women. The Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was an excellent example of that. If they talked to him normally, he'd have no problem, but when they flirted, that was totally different. That's where he had the most trouble in his younger years. He was left a stuttering mess if someone flirted with him. Flirting was like a foreign language to him. The girls in Aphrodite's cabin were like that, not all of them but a good chunk of them tried to feel his muscles or feel him up. Some of them were teenagers too, so that greatly disturbed him at the differences between the teenage girls in his dimension and the girls in his current dimension. He had seen how the television depicted teenage girls and had assumed it was all made up, but seeing or rather feeling that it was not true, it was extraordinary to see the differences. The closest thing to them would be Sasuke's now extinct fangirls, who cared too much about their appearance than shinobi skills. How in the world did the old man allow them to be shinobi anyway? They should have placed newly graduated kunoichi under competent older kunoichi like Kurenai and Anko. The latter might have been a sexy yet crazy woman, but she knew her stuff. Chiron was someone that half impressed and half surprised Naruto. He was not expecting the trainer of heroes from the Greek mythology to be a teacher in the camp. He was impressed by the man's morals. He chose not to pass on, knowing he would see and do many things he would later regret, but the man was a teacher at heart, someone he wished Naruto had as a teacher during his Junon days. Being a centaur was also cool. Dionysus, or as the kids called him Mr. D, had a rather bad habit of calling people a botched up version of their names. The guy seemed to have a drinking problem without the actual alcohol, but then again he was the god of wine, so he just shrugged it off. The guy pissed him off though, so just to spite him, he pulled out a bottle of wine and drank it in front of the bastard. Sweet revenge. Naruto decided that now would be a good time to put on his Kakashi mask. The man trademarked it, so it was only right to refer to it as such. He was going to enjoy watching the gods' reactions and the fact that their kids knew what he looked like yet they didn't. A bit of petty revenge, but revenge nonetheless. He ignored the fact that Hestia had already seen him, but she was cool, so he let it go. Deciding it was time to speak to Ma and Pa, he gathered whatever courage he could muster and took a deep breath and started running through the hand signs. No one was around, or at least what he could feel, until Leah had left to go get some food. Kushios no Jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand onto the floor, expanding a seal array on the floor. 2 poofs of smoke erupted from the ground. Naruto without a second thought braced himself for what he expected to happen. Slap twack oomph. Son of a Naruto yelled in pain but stopped himself from swearing. Naruto-chan. You idiot. You know how worried we were when Bunta Boya came to us and told us that you got into a heap of trouble again. The old toad, Pa told, or rather yelled at him. And what's this bout having children? I swear kids these days don't know the meaning of the word waiting. This is almost like the time you barged into the Hyuga compound and asked if you could learn that Juken. That was reckless of you, Naruto-chan, and you knew it too. The old toad, Ma exclaimed. He remembered that. It was a way to honor Neji, who died in the war. He felt really guilty about that. Well, he felt guilty overall, but Neji was a friend and he literally died before his eyes. Of course, the Hyuga were against it at first, but after a bit of persuasion by Hinata and Hanabi, they allowed it, if only to keep him busy for a while and non-suicidal. He was really depressed for a few weeks after the war. He recovered, but only due to himself keeping himself busy and deciding to face his shadows, again. Yami Naruto, as he called his dark persona, was a bastard, but he needed to accept him once more. It took a while. The Hyuga didn't mind as much after that. It would take years to be able to use it efficiently after all, and even more to even reach Neji's skill when he was a Junon. Neji wasn't a genius for nothing. Damn, that hurt. Naruto muttered. He really hated nature chakra enhanced smacks to the head. Good to see you too, Ma and Pa. How've you been? Naruto asked, sheepishly. Done. Try and change the subject, young man. Tell us what's going on? Ma told Naruto. Pa brandishing his good old stick. Naruto winced a bit at the sight of the stick. Phantom pains he could still remember raked his body. Well, first off, it seems that either things move faster in our dimension or I was sent to a different dimension, but with distortion to the time displacement, sending me a few years ahead while everyone moved in regular speed, Naruto said. It might be the second one. Bunta Boy told us that he met up with you yesterday, so it should be at the same time speed as us, Pa said. Anyways, it's been about 10 years or around there since I got here. I really didn't keep track of it, honestly. Time seems so unimportant here, honestly. This place is more of a go at your own pace kind of place, and those that want something in life go for it. As for kids, of course I have them. You really didn't expect me to not have a family by now, did you? Naruto asked. It was one of his fondest wish to have a family, they knew that. Calm down, Naruto-chan. We were just concerned is all. You can't expect us to not worry. After all, last time we saw you, you were still pretty reckless. Ma commented. Even if the blonde who was now a father had grown more serious during his last days in Konoha, he was still a somewhat of a rash boy. He wasn't a stupid, reckless boy anymore. He was a reckless man with a rather insatiable drive to learn, which bordered on stupidity. They have a point, Naruto mused. Anyways, this place is different. This place isn't like the elemental nations, the population lives without access to chakra. Instead they made technological advancements, though there are places we excel at, like with medical jutsu, they can remove a heart and place something else to replace it. That's the kind of advancements they have. Tsunade-chan would be giddy to know that kind of stuff, Ma said. Naruto stopped, but then shook it off. Of course Tsunade was gone, he had already come to terms with it, but it still hurt admit it. He figured something like this would happen, leaving for years, she was bound to pass away sooner or later. He wished he was there to see her pass on though. Even though they have a lot of advanced technology, the people here have a frightening amount of wars. Their technology is advanced enough to replicate a Baiju Dama, a weaker one, but still. Everyone is trying to have a bigger stick than the other ones, ultimate destruction as a deterrent, I guess. The condition of the planet is bad though, Naruto said. I can feel it everywhere, pollution, waste, such a horrible feelin'. Pa muttered. But here's the kicker. Gods exist in this world, Naruto stated. What? Both of them cried out. Yeah, gods. Actual living gods. Though I can tell that they aren't as strong as the Juubi. After all, the Juubi was the primordial god of our world, he was the top dog in our dimension, in this one it's chaos. Both of them are and can be the end, literally, Naruto said. It was something that intrigued Naruto to no end. In every dimension, there will always be an ultimate power, known or unknown. The gods knew of it, but they know that the end will not come. It merely watches or sleeps, their lives are for its enjoyment, and they know it but live with it. Every dimension or reality is bound by a set of rules, and reality hopping is one of them. He was lucky to only jump dimensions or he would have literally been vaporized. Chaos and Juubi are considered the ultimate power of each of their own dimensions. From there, things got complicated because as much as he could tell, Baiju and Titans were roughly the same and the gods would be considered a person like the Sage of Six Paths, and with his mastery of the ninja arts and his godlike powers with his technique, creation of all things A/N, I can't remember what it was called. It was frightfully similar to the gods. He would even consider the notion that if the Rikudo Sennin lived long enough he would be considered a god like the Olympians. Demigods and shinobi would be considered the same, if not for one thing, Juubi had an affect on them, making them have the power to grow infinitely more powerful, so they had potential. Potential to reach the same level as the Rikudo Sennin or perhaps higher. First it was Obito, then it was Madara, and then it was Sasuke. You can't stop having stronger enemies than your last, can you, Naruto-chan? Pa muttered. Naruto shrugged. He figured it out pretty early in life actually, that there was always someone who would have a bigger stick in the playground than him. Now he wasn't the biggest anymore, and what was worse was that he didn't even know the rules of the game. He couldn't just rush out and beat the crap out of Rikudo Sennin level enemies, and if they considered him a threat, he'd be screwed over by 13 Rikudo Sennin level enemies. His shinobi skills might help him in terms of skill, but living for thousands of years, they most likely beat him in experience. Although he may have more experience in terms of a speed match, he really doubted that any of the gods needed to fight at speeds faster than they could see in a world full of normal civilians with swords and things. Here's the kicker too. I got one of them pregnant the day she wanted to call it quits and erase my memory, and then I met another goddess who wanted a child too. Then later my memories came back and it turns out that I kind of have two kids with different goddesses while they are less than a week difference in birth dates. Naruto explained. He tried to say it in a more sophisticated way and not in the I banged two different goddesses, am I the man or what? Ma and Pa both smacked his head for that one, he saw it coming too. Naruto-chan. What into world have you gotten yourself into? Both of them shook their head. A real disaster, I'm telling you. Not only do I have to protect my daughters now I have gods that I will most likely piss off, a pair of mothers who I will no doubt let kick my ass if I do something stupid, monsters after my family, and the chakra left behind the Baiju is having an effect on my body. I doubt I'm even considered a human anymore, Naruto said. He turned to the toads to see rather saddened faces. The chakra of the Baiju, that was a remnant that was left on his body after the extreme use of their chakra. It wasn't even a new set of coils that he told everyone he developed, his body adapted to it, learned to absorb it like a natural Baiju. It was painful at first, the energy was heavily based on nature and emotion, which was rather hard to control. It may even be considered some sort of divine, or cosmic power if one thought about it. He honestly thought he might eventually die because of it. Another reason to leave the village was exactly because of that, to let everyone know that you were dying. He wouldn't want that. Fortunately the problem fixed itself after a while of constant sharp lapses of pain, but he could not use his chakra mode, or at least not the complete version. So what's going on in the elemental nations? Naruto asked. The toads looked at each other before nodding. Everything is fine, Naruto-chan. Everyone is living with their families and moving toward peace. No one thinks you're dead though. Everyone keeps telling the new generation that you went off and went on a new adventure and knowing you'd get into a lot of trouble. Naruto nodded. His eyes glazed over a bit in thought. He was happy, everyone he cherished were living in times of peace, the nation was in a golden age and he still existed in everyone's heart. He had his own family to protect, just like they had theirs, there was no point in interfering with it. He dropped to the ground and stretched his limbs and gazed at the sky. It's better this way. As long as they remember me in their hearts, I'll always be with them. Besides, when I do pass on, I'd better have a good story to tell before they can even start to forgive me. It'll be an amazing story filled with my greatest adventures in another dimension. The Tale of Uzumaki Naruto. Has a nice ring, doesn't it? Naruto said, smiling. Sounds like a piece of art, Naruto-chan, Pa said, vanishing in a poof. Make Jiraiya-chan proud, Naruto-chan, Ma said, doing the same thing as Pa. Jiraiya, yeah, definitely, Naruto said softly. He missed the old pervy sage. He forgot about Jiraiya. So much stuff was going on that he forgot about one of his most important people that had passed away. But he supposed that Jiraiya would understand. The man wasn't known for holding grudges except when it came to Orochimaru. I should build them a shrine, a small one. For all of them. Mom, Dad, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Yeah, that sounds like a nice idea. Naruto muttered. A gust of wind blew, it felt refreshing. Tsuki and Annabeth looked at their father in confusion. Naruto called them suddenly and told them that they had something important to do. Talia and Luke tried to follow, seeing as they were most comfortable with their little group, but their father told them that it was going to be a family-only thing. Needless to say, they backed off. Their father led them deeper into the forest, where it was astonishingly beautiful, devoid of any human contact or even mythological contact too. Naruto bent down and started to place stones on the ground in an orderly fashion before placing 4 pictures on a little makeshift platform, before placing some of those incense things around it and praying. Figuring that it was an altar of some kind, both Annabeth and Tsuki started praying for the well-being or respects of the people on the stand, not knowing who they were. After a while, Annabeth spoke up, showing the rather blunt personality she inherited from her family. Who are they? She asked. Tsuki nodded, wanting to know the same. Naruto turned to his daughters, and gave them a melancholy smile. It was clear to both of them that he was sad. These are my godparents and your grandparents, Naruto said, separating them into their classifications. Tsuki and Annabeth looked down to the pictures. They noticed a white-haired man making a ridiculous pose with red lines on his face like tears falling down from his eyes. The frame had inscriptions that read Jiraiya, Toad Sage, Densetsu no Sanin and Super Pervert. The second one was a blonde woman with amber-brown eyes. She was a beauty, they could tell. She had a purple diamond mark on her forehead, and what stood out were her outrageously big breasts. If they were more self-conscious, they would be jealous. There were inscriptions on the frame also. Senju Tsunade, Ga Daime Hokage, Densetsu no Sanin, Ba-chan. The next frame was a man that looked astonishingly like their own father. Blue eyes, blonde hair, he had more of an angular face than their father. The man in the picture looked like a man that had responsibility and dedication. The inscriptions on the frame read, Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage, the Yellow Flash, a loving husband and a dedicated father even beyond death. The next picture was a woman with long beautiful red hair, in their own opinion, with a hairclip parting her hair. She had amethyst-colored eyes and her face looked a lot like their father's. They had already learned what their father got from his parents. The woman was cheerful and full of energy. Her inscriptions read, Uzumaki Kushina, second Kyubi Jinchuriki, red hot-blooded habanero, loving wife and supportive mother even beyond death. These 4 people were the people that had the most impact on my life. I was alone at the start of my life, and even the old man that watched out for me was far too busy to have that much of an impact. Though they came into my life rather late, they watched out for me, they taught me, they gave me the love of a mother, they gave me the unfaltering faith of a father, they even gave their lives for me, and more. Even beyond death, Naruto said. Beyond death? Tsuki asked. Naruto gave her a smile. You'll find out that in life, there will be many things that seem unexplainable or even impossible. My parents did those impossible things to give me advice beyond death. Their love for me, it was immense. Their trust in me was staggering. Their dreams that they passed on to me were incredible. I took up those dreams with open arms, and I know that wherever they are, be it in heaven or Elysium, or even if they are watching over me, they are proud of me. Just like I'll be proud of whatever you two chose to do in life. Really? They both asked. Naruto nodded. Yup. If there's anything I want you two to remember, it is this. I will always be proud of you, no matter what you two do. Whether it be good or bad, it was your own choice, and as long as it was your own choice, and can follow it without regret and be able to look at me in the eye, I will be there to support it. That's the kind of love that a father will give to his children. He was tackled to the ground by two happy girls. They loved their father. He wasn't a silent father, nor a strict father, he was a father that told them up front that he loved them no matter what. Over the last few days, they admitted they were confused as to how to think of their father. He was a ninja, he acted different than what he normally did around them. They had assumed that it was his normal personality around people. They actually thought that they were stopping their father from having friends. But that was not the case. To their father, his family meant everything. They felt rather silly. They watched their new father fight monsters, protect them and be goofy around new people. They felt that their father was drifting apart from them. But they were wrong. The new dad and the old one were the same, he was the same loving father they knew and loved. Their father had his own life even before them, and now he had a new one. He was an only father raising two demigod children, he had responsibilities. But all he asked in return was that they live their lives and accept the decisions they made, and he would support them 100%. They couldn't have asked for a better father than him. Dionysus, otherwise known as Mr. D, and Chiron stared at the new visitor of the camp. All that they could tell was that he was some kind of human and that he radiated power, very controlled power. They could only tell because he had an amazing grasp of his own aura or presence. The man was not normal, they could both agree on that. To Naruto's side was Taliah, who was looking around, an old habit she picked up from her days off wandering around. She looked for any danger even in safe places. Naruto stood still, with his eyes closed for a minute before staring at Chiron and Mr. D. No danger from what he could sense. Taliah was fidgeting somewhat. Right in front of her was a god who was most likely bound to kill her and the trainer of heroes Chiron. No doubt both of them could kick her ass, lightning powers or no lightning powers. She couldn't help but think, when was she going to catch a break? Naruto was assessing his potential enemies. He could take out the center with some effort, he was sure. The god, however, would take more lives around him than he would like. As much as he hated to admit it, this was no place for arrogance or pride. He did not want to harm the kids in the camp. Especially with his kids and technical stepchildren in the Athena cabin. He refused not consider them his children. So you two are the ones causing all the trouble in Mount Olympus. Mr. D trailed off. Naruto and Taliah nodded, it was true after all. Not to mention the chaos that happened when Artemis claimed Tsuki, Chiron said. Naruto nodded. He expected it honestly, it wasn't the first time he had seen that kind of chaos. A lot of the kids in camp were staring at Tsuki in amazement and awe, while some looked angry at the fact that Artemis broke her vows. He could sense a sort of political battle coming, and he hasn't been court-martialed too many times to count to not pick up a lot of things about politics. He hated it, but it saved his ass more times to count. He was already expecting the worst, he hated to even think about it, but if it was to save his daughter and save Taliah, he'd bullshit everything and let them verbally beat him. But he wasn't going without a fight. You two have been called to Mount Olympus to figure out this mess. Good luck. Remember to watch what you say, Chiron said, worried about what might happen. Don't worry, I'm sure everything will turn out fine, right Taliah? Naruto asked the young teen. Yeah. Right. Taliah trailed off. Taliah? Naruto asked. It's nothing. Just kind of tired, Taliah said. Naruto gave her a pat on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. Taliah smiled back, the girl smiled but it didn't reach her eyes. He could tell she was worried, she was basically walking up to a judge and jury to see if she would live, and her father was the judge. If there was any time where a kid should feel despair, it would be right now. Mr. D took the time to transport them to Olympus. In the meantime, Naruto was deep in thought. Things were getting really complicated now, he couldn't just go charging in and beating down his enemies anymore. He had no allies and his family was vulnerable. If he had to, could he save a lone girl from her fate? Could he protect them if he had to face every god? Did he even have a choice in the matter? Could he handle the weight of his new responsibility? He didn't know, it was like fighting the Juubi all over again. Powerless to save everyone, could he grit his teeth and let what might happen go through? Could he stomach the sins that he might cause if he didn't? He didn't know what to do. He didn't know. I believe in you. Naruto. You're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Remember who you are. Find a goal. A dream. And don't stop trying until it comes true. That's right. That's right, isn't it? Since when did he care if the situation was complicated? Since when did he care about looking selfish or arrogant? He always did what he wanted, didn't he? He never gave up on trying to make everyone happy. He wouldn't let the people that mattered to him down. Even if the so-called gods opposed him, he would settle for nothing less. That's the kind of person that Uzumaki Naruto was. That's how the person named Uzumaki Naruto always did things, and that's how it will be. Let them call him an idiot. A knucklehead. Naive. Foolish, even stupid. He'd prove them wrong. Olympus was not what he was expecting. In all honesty, he was expecting modern advancement. It was a grand place, no doubt about it, but he supposed he got his hopes too high and expected some sort of futuristic marvel. Naruto looked to his fellow companion Taliah to see that she was amazed and in awe of her surroundings. Maybe it was a god-blood thing because it did not have the same impact that it was apparently having for the young teenager. He was not familiar with types of stone, that was his daughter's department. The pillars and houses that resided in Olympus were smooth and majestic looking. If Naruto could say one thing, it was almost what he should have expected: Parthenon-like buildings, all brand new, gold, at least what he assumed to be, decorated everywhere. There were vines and plants of all kinds that enhanced the beauty of the place. The people there, he'd rather not get into that. Dionysius had pretty much ditched them, no surprise there, but it did give them some time to look around. Taliah for the most part was excited because she was in Olympus and frightened because she was there to see if she even got to live. This place is too, how should I say it? Naruto trailed off. Mind-blowing? Taliah suggested. No, I kind of expected more. Sure, it's all fancy and stuff, but it kind of feels boring. Do you get it? Naruto asked. Not at all. Taliah answered. If anything, she felt more at home than any other place she'd ever been. It might be a demigod thing, she thought. Either way, what's with the mask? Taliah asked. She was wondering for a while why on earth he was wearing a mask that covered the lower part of his face. Ah. There's a very good reason for that, he said and continued to walk. Taliah just stared at the man. Which is? A very good reason, I assure you. He replied. She was about to ask again when she saw his eyes turn into a weird U shape. How the hell did he do that? How are you feeling right now? Naruto asked Taliah. Really crappy, with a side of shitstorm waiting to happen. Taliah grunted. Naruto hummed, well said. Taliah looked at Naruto surprised. What, no motivational speech or cheesy line? No believe in me stuff either? I'm on the verge of a panic attack here. Taliah proclaimed. Naruto raised his eyebrow. What? You wanted me to solve all your problems? Sorry, I'm the type of parent that will let their kid play with fire and let them get burned so they'll learn their lesson. I'll make sure that they can take on people stronger than them but smack them around before they get a big head. The only thing you need to know is that I have your back in case you decide to fuck it all and give them the finger. Taliah was a bit put out by the answer, but she could vaguely understand what he was getting at. You can't hold on to their hands forever. Is what you're trying to say right? Exactly. So don't worry about it. If things start going sour, I'll deal with it somehow, Naruto said. Taliah let out a sigh. It's like you never take anything seriously, she said. Naruto shrugged. I already did everything I wanted in life. I came from being an orphan to talking to gods, everything in between was me becoming awesome. Right now I'm just making sure I go down fighting while leaving a legacy. That's kind of morbid, Taliah said. Naruto shrugged. A ninja's greatness isn't measured by what he accomplished in life but the way he died and what he died for. As long as my death meant something to someone, that would be enough, Naruto said sagely. It was one of Jiraiya's teachings and he would be damned if it didn't pull a chord in him. And by the looks of it, it meant something to Taliah too. Taliah stood still when she heard Naruto's death speech. She really did not want to think about dying. But as much as she hated to admit it, she liked what she heard. A death that can change people, even centuries later. It was the kind of stuff heroes were made and born from. She couldn't help but smile a little. What she heard was coming from a father, who was a ninja, and had demigod children. Things just couldn't get more stranger, yet she could tell that the man in front of her was a hero, maybe by his own right, but that was what he was. A bit of an idiot, true, but a hero nonetheless. She couldn't imagine the type of chaos he would bring to the world. The guy was a walking enigma with a penchant for finding trouble, making fun of being superior to himself and being a pain in the ass to those associated to him, and for some reason they were okay with that. They were okay being a friend to such a person. Apparently she was one of those people. I feel that being with and around you will be troublesome. Taliah muttered. Naruto couldn't help but bark out in laughter when he heard the young teen, startling the young teen. It was similar to something that Shikamaru had told him a long time ago. He missed the lazy genius, cloud watching just wasn't the same without the guy. Time to stop being the student and start being the teacher. Was something he said. That guy knew he would need it in the future, how far the guy think. But it wasn't time to start being sentimental, it was time to protect his student, What kind of teacher would he be if he didn't? "We're here," Naruto said, walking toward a huge golden door. He had been walking around it, just to help calm down the nervous girl. It was kind of hard to ignore the power in the direction anyways. "Yeah," Talia said. "Ready?" he asked the girl. Talia nodded, slapping her cheeks to get psyched up. "Ready." Her previous nervousness gone. Both of them walked towards the meeting place where the rest of the gods were, Talia with a new resolve and Naruto with his face mask. Artemis was nervous. Why? Because everyone already knew that she had a daughter and wanted to hear her reasoning. She had broken several laws, both official and personal, yet she really couldn't find it in herself to actually regret it. If anything, breaking those laws brought her more than what she expected. Of course, she had enough influence to make sure that the gods don't attempt anything against her daughter, while everyone except Aphrodite, the women, just did what she wanted because she was the darling in Olympus. Naruto could handle himself. It wasn't like she didn't give a crap about him, it was just that he seemed totally independent and he didn't need the help at all. She got the feeling he was hiding something big, and it was going to be revealed at the meeting. The man was so intriguing that she felt drawn to him. Not love or simple friendship, but something else. Then there was the thing with her apparent stepsister. How she hated when her father couldn't keep his hands off women. Then again, he might have found a way around the no kids rules. She doubted it though. She could feel the absolute anarchy that was coming. She hated to admit it because some small part of her mind was already corrupted by Naruto, but she was looking forward to the amount of chaos coming. Athena was keeping her cool, calm and badass chick who you never mess with facade, but on the inside she was a torrent of emotions. Her first thoughts were as follows: why? Oh gods, why? When a god is praised to another, albeit imaginary god, that's when you know something big and all kinds of shit is going down. First she found a nice guy. He was all kinds of quirky. He was smartish, his personality tended to clash with his intelligence, and he had no real tact as he said a lot of things bluntly. But he wasn't afraid to try out something new, to experiment in cooking or science. He was absolutely fascinated by technology. He also wanted to go around the world and see everything it had to offer. He wasn't her usual type. She usually went for the brainy type, and Naruto was the opposite, yet the same at the same time. He was goofy but kind, brave and loyal. However, the thing she loved about his was the shine of sheer ingenuity and brilliance that shined when it was needed, that caused her to look in his direction. He had actually turned out to be what she needed instead of what she wanted. The days during her engagement were some of her happier moments. She was devastated to leave him. When she talked to him after clouding his memories, it hurt. It hurt not to be remembered, the feelings that used to be there. She hoped that he would break through the mist, but it was a pipe dream. That was why she was so shocked when she realized she was pregnant, honest to goodness pregnant like a mortal. It was a shock. She was not expecting it, but she was happy that she was having Naruto's child, but also stricken with horror at the child's future. She could have sped up the process, but once, she wanted to give birth the normal way, though she might have been influenced by her affection for Naruto and her emotions running amok. She gave birth to a beautiful baby girl that she would love, albeit indirectly. When she went to hand the baby to Naruto as per a stupid law, things went south. Her little escapade with Naruto turned out to have put her in some sort of divine threesome where the man was utterly confused but willing, and with two goddesses both in emotional turmoil because of the result. She was sure what Artemis's intentions were. If there was any time to have a child, it would have been now, with the prophecy and all. She just hopes that Naruto and her daughter make it out of it alive, and for Artemis's sake, her daughter too. Oh, and Talia Grace. How silly of her to forget the reason for the meeting, but in all honesty, she expected her father's action the moment he made the vow. Everyone needed a release eventually. Steps led up to a central courtyard. Past that, the throne really isn't the right word to describe the place. It was huge. Massive columns rose to a domed ceiling, which was gilded with moving constellations. 12 thrones, built for people that were the size of an expanded-sized Akimichi. They were arranged in an inverted U. An enormous fire crackled in the central hearth pit. Naruto calmly walked up to what seemed to be enormous-sized people. Seriously, they were huge, like the size of Gamabunta. He immediately recognized Dionysus, Athena, Artemis and Hestia, who was standing at the side, and Hermes, but the rest he could make an assumption of who they were. Sitting in the middle of the U-shaped thrones were the three major gods, Poseidon, Hades, and Zeus, their symbols marked by the throne they sat on. Apollo was the rather flamboyant-looking guy, easy to tell because he was Artemis's twin. Demeter was easy to sense because of her close ties to nature. Hera was easy to identify because of her well-known vindictive nature. That and Sh was sending Talia the evil eye as they walked in. Ares, easily identifiable by the feeling of bloodlust, and frankly the man made no effort to hide his ruggedness. That only left Hephaestus and Aphrodite, Husband and wife as they say, but with the emotions he was picking up, it was mostly in name only, and the feeling was mutual. All of them watched as both Naruto and Taliah, who was a downright mess not expecting the gods to be giants, walk into the room. There was silence. "Sup," Naruto said. The silence continued. "Yo." Hermes replied. "How've you been?" "Pretty good. You?" "Not bad." "Okay," Hermes said. "Cool?" Naruto said. "Cool." The silence was broken. "Please stop with the casual greetings. It's embarrassing to even hear you say them." Apollo screamed. "Well, what does one say when they meet gods?" Naruto asked. Taliah was just gaping at the blonde for his nonchalant behavior. She had nerves of steel, but even she wouldn't talk like that to gods. Usually mortals greet the master of the home, in this case it's Zeus. Athena replied. "I can't remember if that's what they do or not, okay. Hey there, Zeus. Nice place you got here," Naruto said. "That was just awful." Apollo replied. "That's what she said." Naruto countered. "Oh. You got burned," Hermes yelled. "Enough," Zeus shouted. The sound of thunder was heard loud and clear. "Go on, Taliah, introduce yourself." Naruto elbowed the teen. Oh yeah," Taliah stuttered from hearing the thunder. "Loud things make everyone jumpy. Hello, Father, Lord Zeus, sir, any of the above." Taliah tried to be humorous, but it wasn't as effective as she hoped. "So you're Zeus's little spawn. And here I thought that we agreed not to have any children. Care to explain this, Zeus?" Hades asked the king of gods. "I have no need to explain myself to the likes of you." Zeus replied. "Well, whether or not you need to, you broke your vow. What justifiable act would make you think that was acceptable?" Poseidon asked his brother. $10 says he was horny." Naruto added. "That's a sucker bet," Hephaestus said. Taliah elbowed Naruto. "Even if he was, he's still my father." Zeus smiled at that while Hera glared at him. "I bet he's awesome enough to not kill me and give me some awesome power, right, Dad?" she asked. Zeus looked uncomfortable. "Well, you can't blame a girl for trying, right?" Taliah shrugged, partially accepting she might die today. "Ooh, I like her, she's nice and sassy but a bit too much black." Aphrodite commented. "How about letting them introduce themselves?" Hera pointed out. Causing the typical family chaos that always seemed to go on when family members got together, to be cut short. Taliah coughed a bit and cleared her throat. Taliah Grace, apparent illegitimate child of Zeus. Naruto Uzumaki, former ninja and father of Annabeth Uzumaki, daughter of Athena and Tsuki Uzumaki and daughter of Artemis, Naruto said. "Wait, hold on, you're a ninja?" Ares cried out, that was BS in his book. "I just said I was." "Holy shit. You have 2 demigod children." From Athena and Artemis, Apollo yelled out, not believing what he was hearing. "Yes, congratulations Apollo, you have niece." "I have a niece with a ninja parent," Apollo cried out in triumph before realizing something. "How the hell are you still alive? I'm pretty sure Artemis would have killed you by now. She chose to give birth as far as I know, her reasons are her own which I'm sure she'll tell us today." Naruto looked at Artemis who nodded. Athena looked relieved because as far as the other gods knew, Athena gave birth in her normal way. Naruto, picking up the signs of her relief, decided to match her story. "You broke your vow," Zeus proclaimed. "Yes," Artemis said, "it was the truth after all." "Then please explain why?" Poseidon said, cutting off Zeus. "For a number of things," Artemis stated. She hoped everyone was understanding. The first reason was because of the prophecy. She saw a lot of them flinch while Taliah and Naruto looked curious. "Yes, that prophecy. There was no telling what would happen and we need all the help we can. It is about being prepared and not caught unaware," she said. "Now that just killed all the fun out of this." Aphrodite pouted. "But that does not answer why you chose to consummate with a mortal." Hera replied. Artemis just shrugged. "When I decided I was going to have a child, I decided to have it the mortal way, because it might be the only real flesh and blood daughter I'll ever have." "But why choose this guy?" Apollo said, pointing at the masked blonde. "No offense to the guy, but I'm sure you could have done better than some masked weirdo," Apollo stated. "Say the people who can literally shape-shift into anything they want." Naruto retorted. "What's with the mask anyways, are you like all disfigured or something?" Aphrodite asked, imagining sickening scars or worse, fish lips. "Ew. You want to see what's under my mask?" Naruto asked. He got a lot of nods. "Okay," Naruto said, as he started to grab the sides of his mask. "Under my mask is," he said, slowly grabbing the fabric of the mask. For some reason everyone was holding their breath. It was kind of stupid, but after watching him walk in with a mask, and not saying anything after a certain point, it's just awkward to mention it afterward. Naruto pulled the mask down, revealing another mask. Everybody would have face planted the floor if it were an anime, but unfortunately it isn't, so most of them chose to glare at the blonde ninja. Athena was shaking her head in exasperation. To prank a god, she should have seen it coming, honestly. She knew the blonde better than everyone except his daughters. Artemis cracked a small smile watching everyone's faces. She did have a sense of humor, otherwise her twin wouldn't have been Apollo, but after watching Apollo literally go through the book of pranks along with Hermes twice over, it got boring. To see both gods look stupefied at being pranked, priceless. Talia was laughing. She had already seen the blonde's whiskered face and she had no idea why he wanted a mask. But after watching the gods all fall for a simple yet outrageous prank, priceless. I think it would be best to get back to our reason for being here, Athena stated, although she silently acknowledged that so far, it has been the most passive meeting yet. Indeed. Now, why the hell are there still ninja around? I thought they became extinct. Zeus asked, or rather demanded from the blonde ninja. They are or were, I guess. Or rather they were in this dimension, Naruto stated. What do you mean? Poseidon asked. Athena's eyes widened a bit, as she seemed to finally start following a trail of thought. I'll say this bluntly, I am from another dimension. Or is it alternate reality? It doesn't really matter, the fact is, I am here, not from this planet and not an alien, Naruto said, gazing at an disbelieving audience as well as Talia, whose mouth was opening like a fish. That's just ridiculous. There is no way that is possible, Apollo shouted, more awestruck than disbelieving. After all, he was the god of prophecies, he should see this shit coming. Of course it's possible. The fact that you gods can't die already defies the laws of impossible. A dimension hopper is hardly impossible. I'm living proof, Naruto said. You should not be here. Your existence might mean the destruction of ours as we know it, Hades stated. Naruto rose his eyebrow. He saw the king of gods just waiting to strike him down. He idly pointed at Talia, which brought a lot of slight body reactions, very subtle for most people to notice, but not for a ninja. Naruto couldn't suppress a smirk coming, so there is not anything else that might cause the world to end. No prophecy or something along those lines? Some eyes widened slightly. Others shined with panic. There it was. Something was coming, and it meant their own demise. Besides, I never wanted to get involved in the dealing of another world. I knew there was something going on and I tried to stay away, which is totally opposite of my usual personality, and make a bit of myself and live a perfectly peaceful life with a family here. I had no intention of ever dealing with gods, but unfortunately, it seems through either fate, coincidence or some other power decided I had to come into the picture, Naruto said. That was when I made my appearance, right? Athena pointed out. Yes. In order not to get sucked into your world, I suppressed my powers completely, making me seem like a normal mortal, except with awesome stamina and body due to my training. Athena, not knowing I was a ninja, took an interest in me, and the rest is history, Naruto concluded. And with Artemis? Hera asked. She was really interested in how the man-hating goddess became attracted to the blonde ninja. It was mostly a favor to her. I was training in the middle of nowhere when we ran into each other. We traded insults, tried to beat the other and then eventually left it at that to get back to our lives. A few months later we met up to continue our little challenge but with different rules. She asked me or the favor a week later, saying that she could not explain why. It isn't the first time I gave someone a child though, Naruto said, shrugging. What? Everyone cried out, more prominently Artemis and Athena, who couldn't help but feel a bit betrayed despite the circumstances. Back in my world, there was a priestess that I met on a mission. One thing led to another, I proved her entire worldview was wrong, and shattered it to bits, and she asked me to bear her children. It was part of life in our world, we live short lives, each of us had a duty to our homes, Naruto said. Honestly, he would and could have been with Shion if he wanted to, but Shion thought it would stop him from fulfilling his goals. But that still doesn't really explain why she chose you, Apollo said. Naruto hummed. He knew why, of course. In my home dimension, I took up a brutal training regimen that killed all but a few. It involved harnessing the energy, the world, nature. Of course, the type of energy you might be thinking of is different from what I am using, but it applies. Artemis loves nature, she is closer to it than most gods. Because of my training, she did not hold me to the same level as she views men instinctively, and being the only male she did not hate, it was only natural that she would be infatuated with me eventually. In other words, everyone else was on her hate side while I was neutral at worst, potential lover at best, Naruto concluded. Now that just sound like bullshit, Ares cried out. Believe what you want. I've never been one to convince people with words. Naruto shrugged. He was more of the prove it with your actions kind of guy. So what are we going to do with Zeus's child? Hades said. Apparently I can't kill her, and she's being allowed to live. Remind me again why we took the oath if we were going to break it anyways, he said sarcastically. It seems a bit cruel to kill her for something out of her control, Aphrodite said. I agree, the girl has done nothing wrong other than existing, Artemis said. She is family, besides, if anyone should be at fault it is Zeus. Hestia chirped in. Kick him in the balls, Ares roared. I second that motion. Hades and Poseidon cried out. Wait, Zeus yelled. Let the motion be carried out, Hera declared. She would admit to herself that her cheating husband deserved at least that much. Hole. Zeus started but was cut off when he felt a measurable amount of pain between his legs. Naruto just had to whistle, that was a clean hit, equal force to a curve stomp, that would hurt like hell. Impressive. Aphrodite just walked though it looked like strutting back to her seat. It was nothing, I've had plenty of practice. Hades and Poseidon took pleasure in watching their brother get kicked in the balls, just like every other sibling would when confronted with the same circumstance. Now, let us decide what punishment Zeus will get at a later time, Athena said. Wait, I thought that kick in the balls was his punishment, Hermes said. Artemis rolled her eyes. If breaking a vow made on the river Styx resulted in a stomp in the crotch, then it would be a meaningless vow. Besides, the motion was done for the giggles. So, this was mostly just a formality, Naruto concluded, nodding to himself. He'd been in many meetings such as this before. It wasn't like he was a shonen manga hero and could expect to be let off scot-free for breaking the rules. He was in a military dictatorship after all. Good thing he'd been in so many he could catch loopholes. Athena nodded. It is procedure. Everyone's broken their vows eventually, we decided to be more mature about it. Ares snorted, before we just slugged each other black and blue, civility sucks. Then this meeting as Artemis was interrupted.
Wait a second, I think we all forgot about something, Ares declared.
What is it? Aphrodite asked her off and on again fling. About Ninja Boy over there. Pointing at Naruto. What about him? Poseidon asked. He came from another dimension. He apparently has some kind of powers. How do we know he won't become our enemy? Ares said, causing everyone to tense. Naruto had to hold back a snarl. He could feel Ares' influence trying to provoke him. If he hadn't had everyone look down on him at the start of his life, then he would have reacted, but he had ironclad control of his emotions when he needed them, and right now he was in enemy territory for all intents and purposes. Zeus, who already recovered from the groin attack, voiced his own opinion. Indeed. You are a threat to our way of life. Why should we let you live? Zeus said, with a clear declaration of a threat. Zeus was a paranoid FR. Naruto turned to Talia. Talia, it'd be better if you go outside, things might get a little bit dangerous. Naruto told the teen. Talia nodded, she was safe now but she was worried for Naruto. She did not want to be the one to tell his daughters that the gods killed him because they thought he was a threat. This was it. This was the moment that would decide how and what would happen to his life and everyone related to him. He stood alone, in the face of gods, all who, with a word, would descend upon him. But then again, he's faced gods, demons, madmen and primordials. This was not a time to back down. Why should you let me live? That's funny, because even gods have tried to kill me before, and I'm still here, so what makes you think you can kill me? Naruto questioned. What arrogance, yelled Hades. It's not arrogance, it's confidence. I'm from another dimension, I know all your powers, all your skills, all your pasts. On the other hand, you know nothing about me. You know nothing of my past, my world, my power. I am far above what you call demigods. I am not bound by your rules, by your authority. Before even trying to take my life, tell me, why should I listen to any of you? Naruto exclaimed. Because we can destroy you. Not even death will protect you from us. You are immortal, eventually you will fall, Zeus yelled. Naruto laughed, oh the irony. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. Mortal. Looks like I overestimated you. You can't even tell a mortal from something else. What do you mean? Hestia cut into the conversation, whom was standing in the background. I am not completely mortal, yet at the same time, if I die, I will become something that will pose a threat to Olympus, Naruto said. Then what are you? Hades said, gritting his teeth. I am what people would call in my world a pseudo-baijuu, an imitation tailed beast. Tailed beasts were made by dividing the power of the primordial god of my world. They became part of nature, an existence that was a necessity. Many things happened and my body started becoming one of these creatures. If I should die, I will be reborn, and my power comes from nature, which would mean the very world would bend to my will. Imagine it, Every single life, wiped out. Do you know what that will mean? Naruto asked. Everyone was looking at him horrified. Without anyone to worship you, you will cease to exist. That is your flaw in your existence, however I will continue to live. However, that will only happen as a last resort, that would be the result if let's say you decide to kill my daughters. Get it? I don't need to win, I just have to make sure that you lose, Naruto stated. The big three and Ares were pissed but they had to give the semi-mortal their begrudging respect. Athena was pretty impressed with what he said, with him it was a different set of rules. There was no death match between them, instead it went from you are dead, therefore I win to he is alive therefore he will win. He made sure to give them the worst case scenario and give them an ultimatum and a defense for his family. It was a wonderfully well played move. As expected for the man she fell for. The whole, I could destroy you thing was also a bit of a turn on, but one couldn't blame her, it was the first time someone held that power over them. And she was a bookworm and everyone knows that bookworms are some of the most kinkiest people around. AN made up but added for comedy, seriously, everyone is always serious when gods come up in the books, not my style. Artemis hated to admit it but she thought it was for the lack of a better analogy ballsy, as crude as it may sound. Hestia wasn't sure what to think on, how threatening he was, the extent he would go to, or the fact that he would only do it if they threatened his family. Everyone else took it in stride, they weren't arrogant enough to think that they could face Naruto but they weren't so petty that they would attack his family. Besides, at one point or another they all thought they deserved their permanent eternal rest, because of their actions or simply craving death. Fine. Do as you wish, but remember that your actions will have consequences. Zeus might have been arrogant but he was not a fool, going up against an opponent with unknown skills could be dangerous, and having one that was capable of actually killing them was bad, there was no need to press unwanted buttons of the blonde ninja. Naruto nodded, I accept the consequences of my actions. He's been reckless before, it has caused him friends and allies before. It might have been their choice to die for him but it was still a kick in the crotch to know that they died to protect him. Naruto was standing in a near-empty meeting hall in Olympus. Taliah had gone and talked to her father, while Naruto simply waited. If he knew anything about women it was that they expected an explanation about their actions. As if on cue, Artemis, Athena and surprisingly Hestia came in followed by an ever-curious Hermes, a giddy Aphrodite, a carefree Apollo and a rather laid-back Poseidon. How can I help you godly gentlemen and women? Naruto asked. Apollo, the guy with no tact said it bluntly, what's up with your world? I mean, who gets the chance to find out about an alternate world and passes it up? Right? Everyone nodded, it would be interesting to find out. Naruto nodded, figuring that it was curiosity of the unknown. My world was a world ravaged by war, it never really stopped until recently. Despite the lack of technology we have here, our world was different, we learned to harness our own body's energy which let us do many things, the energy was called chakra, Naruto said. Wait? Chakra? Like that Indian thing? Hermes cut in. Something along those lines. I looked in on that and we have something similar called the inner gates but that is besides the point. Chakra is the combination of spiritual energy and physical energy merged together. We gained this power after the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, the man who held a primordial god at bay, Naruto said. Oh you have got to be shitting me. That's just, weird and impossible, Apollo said. The word impossible is for those that didn't bother to try hard enough. Our primordial god, the Juubi, made my world what it was today, lakes, continents, basically it ravaged our world until it was contained. But its power saturated the land and evolved us. So in theory, we are all demigods who can have the potential to at least reach the level of power a god has. Though not many reach it for obvious reasons. What kind of power did your people acquire? Athena asked. There is bloodline techniques which are only available through birth. Some use ice, some use wood, some are capable of using their own bones as weapons. There is taijutsu or hand-to-hand combat, genjutsu, illusionary techniques, ninjutsu or ninja techniques which involves the elements. Those are the very basics of our power. There are more like weapons techniques, sealing techniques, forbidden techniques or even space-time techniques. It's only a matter of how much effort someone puts into creating a technique. That is a bit unnerving, Artemis concluded. To think that one could get so strong by training and learning. The reason not many achieve that level of power is because we lived in a jaded world. For a long time, everyone was divided, everyone fought against everyone. Even 8-year-old children were expected to fight fully trained adults. It wasn't until around a century ago that a military government was formed, clans got together and made their own villages. Each village fought for resources, for missions, for dominance. Man, your world sound like some messed up place. Hermes commented. Naruto shrugged. We work as shinobi. We knowingly walk alongside death. We see our friends and family and those we protect die in front of us. But that is what shinobi are. Those that endure. No one really had anything to say about that. There isn't really anything one can say that can change an entire culture view with simple words. But who were you? You said you could fight us. There's no way you would be forgotten with that much power, Aphrodite said. Naruto gazed at the love goddess, figures someone like her would see something like bonds. I was someone who left their mark in the new era, Naruto said with finality. The gods were left pondering what he said. A hero carrier of longings, bringer of hope, who walks in the face of death, who stands strong under any circumstance with burning will that never fades, who fights diligently for the ones he trusts. This is a hero. The days roll on and the past shifts to future, but his name lives on, leaving its mark in the new era in a world of confusion. His name surfaces once again. This is a hero who etches his mark in history, and his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto set the book down. The tale of Uzumaki Naruto was part of a larger series that included the tale of the gallant Jiraiya and other spin-offs like Tale of Two Sons and the Avenger, compiled in a book. It was written by his daughter, the one he had with Shion. Apparently she gained the power to look into the past as well as her mother's clairvoyance abilities. The books were sent with the toads, with a note saying to the father, I never knew but loved all the same. The books were one of a kind, only for his eyes apparently. His daughter had written them to show Naruto all sides of the war, the stories of those who died and the things that people fought for. He hardly knew what was going to happen from now on. Right now, things were neutral, with Olympus leaning towards hostile. Thinking back, it was almost the same. The higher-ups deemed him a loose cannon, someone who would harm them. Konohagakure was the same. But he climbed his way up, little by little, he became an asset, he became acknowledged. And in the end they gave him the title Rakudaime Hokage, just before his trip through space and time. He proved it with his actions. He did it once, he can do it again. But first, he needed to clear some things up. Knock knock knock. There was shuffling heard with a clanging of glass bottles. Naruto could vaguely hear the sluggish movements of steps coming closer to the door. The door swung open to spread the stench of heavy liquor that permeated the house. Naruto blinked at the rather hangover women. Mrs. Grace? Yes? She muttered. This is about your daughter, Talia Grace. I think it would be better to discuss this indoor, Naruto said, drawing a sharp look from the older female Grace. Oh, sure. See, come in. She muttered. A child needs their parents' love, Naruto told himself. Gwag. A muffled scream was heard as the near human-like creature vanished into gold dust. Naruto had been looking for any strange signs around town, and if a giant staring intently at a young black-haired green-eyed boy that reminded him of a certain god, then he might have just hit a jackpot. Walking towards the boy stared intently at the man. He thought it was funny, the lines on his cheeks, that it made him look like a cat. Hello, little guy. Can you tell me where your mom is? Naruto asked, already knowing it was a female. The boy nodded, pointing at a rather attractive woman with straight brown hair and blue eyes. He could already pick off the smell of various candy on the women. Thanks, kid. Name's Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto told the boy, extending his arm. The boy shook his arm. Percy Jackson. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cat. Naruto's eye twitched. Either the kid was a bit stupid or the kid had balls. You too, brat. Naruto started walking toward the women, who as soon as she noticed him reacted. Oh, it's you, she said, taking a step back. Easy, I'm not here to hurt you. Rather, I'm here to help, he said, trying to pacify the women. Help? She asked. Yes. I can take a pretty good guess at who his father is, and I'm sure you know what's coming, he said, drawing a nod from Ms. Jackson. You're not here to take him to the camp, are you? She asks hesitantly. The camp? No, I'm here to make sure he survives long enough to know what's going on and make his own decision. I know, you worry about him, but these are decisions that he will have to make. Keeping him in the dark will only hurt him more. Naruto responds. But believe me, I know. Why don't we discuss this somewhere else? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, by the way, he said. Sally Jackson.